Perpetrators, The World of the Holocaust Killers, by Gunter Lewy, read by Isaac Darlan.
Perpetrators. Preface. More than 70 years after the collapse of the Third Reich, the Nazis' attempt to annihilate the Jewish people, known as the Holocaust, continues to raise a disturbing question. During the course of a few years, about 6 million defenseless men, women, and children were murdered for no reason but their ancestry. Close to 2 million Jews were killed in mass shootings under the most horrific circumstances, and the remainder were asphyxiated in gas chambers and mobile gas trucks or worked and starved to death. The name Auschwitz in particular stands for a crime without precedent. How could such terrible deeds happen in the heart of Christian Europe and among a nation known for its poets and thinkers, a people that had produced Schiller, Goethe, Bach, Beethoven, and Brahms? What had converted so many seemingly ordinary people into killers, willing participants in what is probably the worst crime in modern history? That is the question I seek to answer in this book. The source material for such an inquiry, it turns out, is readily available, even as much of it has remained untapped. Many soldiers and officers kept diaries. German archives have collected some 50,000 letters written by the men serving in the East, and a good number of these missives describe the murder of Jews. Because the writers were close to the events, these communications are an important counterweight to the selective memory of defendants in post-war trials. We have the recollections of Jewish camp survivors, many of whom had lived with their tormentors for many months, and therefore were able to provide valuable information about them. Finally, and most importantly, there is the record of the trials of hundreds of Nazi functionaries, beginning with Nuremberg in 1945 to 1946, and including German court proceedings that continue to the present day. Most useful for this study has been the 49-volume collection of 929 German trial verdicts published between 1968 and 2012 by Amsterdam University Press. The absence of such a collection for Austrian court cases is the reason why this book deals with German wrongdoers only and does not include Austrian Nazi criminals. This Dutch series, Justiz und NS-Verbrechen, Judiciary and Nazi Crimes, is focused on Nazi crimes between 1939 and 1945 that resulted in death, and thus provides a unique opportunity to study the personal profiles of Nazi killers. SS guards generally did not write memoirs, and they preferred to lie low in post-war society. Hence, the trial records are a highly valuable source of information about Nazi perpetrators. Under applicable German law, the only crimes not subject to a statute of limitations have been murder or being an accessory to murder, and under German criminal law, deeds of murder require the perpetrators to have acted with malice or cruelty or from a base motive. The need of the courts to prove a bad intent produced important details of the killing process. The judges went out of their way to ascertain the state of mind of the defendants and the mainsprings of their actions. They collected information about the killers' personal backgrounds and their political records, though this knowledge was not always used to the disadvantage of the defendants. At the same time, the verdicts describe in detail the deeds committed by the convicted Nazis, utilizing interrogation reports, affidavits, and the testimony of witnesses, as well as archival documents. None of these sources, taken alone, is infallible, but taken together they provide a reliable picture. This material allowed the courts to check and cross-check what the defendants chose to tell or remain silent about. The result is a wealth of information about the Holocaust in all its horrible particulars and about those who carried out these hideous deeds. For those not familiar with the German language, this book will be the first work in English to make use of this valuable body of knowledge. As the necessary context for the question of why did they do it, I describe the actual killing process of the Holocaust. However, this book is not another history of the Shoah. The work focuses on how and why this unprecedented series of events could happen, on the role played by individuals in the unfolding program of murder, and on the issue of personal responsibility. Why did so many Germans become mass killers? Why did so few opt out when such evasions were possible and did not endanger their own lives? This book is meant for all those seeking an answer to these questions. Some readers will find this material, especially the photos, disturbing and may consider that it caters to sensationalism and obscene voyeurism. Much of the book, unfortunately, reads like a catalogue of horrors. I offer several reasons for this. First, as the Russian author and war correspondent Vasily Grossman stated in connection with his dreadfully realistic dispatches, it is infinitely painful to read this. The reader must believe me when I say it is equally hard to write it. I plead for the same indulgence. Even though I am not a newcomer to the history of the Holocaust, I was able to create this book only by developing a quasi-clinical attitude to the terrible material I had to work with, analogous to that of the surgeon who learns to live with the smell and sight of blood as part of his profession. Second, and more importantly, it is my firm conviction that a detailed description of what happened to the hapless victims of the Holocaust is essential for the kind of inquiry I have taken on here. Only a full account of the horrors and cruelties enables us to address the issue of individual participation. Pictures in particular convey a reality that mere words can never produce. The German Jewish scholar Max Horkheimer has argued that it is the task of Jewish intellectuals who have escaped death to help ensure that these horrors never return and are never forgotten. I grew up in Germany and lived some 6 years under Nazi rule. During the November 1938 pogrom known as Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass, I was on the receiving end of stormtrooper brutality, and my father, together with thousands of other adult male Jews, was taken to the Buchenwald concentration camp. He survived a 3-month ordeal, but just barely. Hence, taking up the subject of why so many ordinary Germans participated in Nazi crimes was for me of more than theoretical interest. It illuminates a chapter in my personal life that I cannot and should not forget. Introduction. Shortly after the Germans and their local helpers had shot more than 33,000 Kievan Jews in September 1941, Irina Koroshunova, a resident of the city, recorded in her diary that for hours on end she had witnessed naked people being driven to the ravine of Babi Yar. Trying to make sense of what she had heard and seen, she wrote, "I know of only one thing. There is something terrible going on, something inconceivable, which cannot be understood, grasped, or explained." After seeing thousands of unburied, emaciated dead bodies in the liberated concentration camp Bergen-Belsen, a correspondent for the London Times wrote in April 1945, "It is my duty to describe something beyond the imagination of mankind." 2. To this day, all this abomination seems beyond comprehension. The survivor Elie Wiesel is one of many who called the Jewish tragedy forever unexplainable. A scholar speaks of a black hole in the understanding of humankind. 3. The radical evil exemplified by Nazi concentration and extermination camps, Hannah Arendt argued, represents a demonic element that stands outside of life and death. 4. Yet if we are to have any success in preventing another such occurrence, we must seek to understand what led to such horrendous evil. In 1945, 22 leading Nazis were charged at Nuremberg with war crimes. Given the grievous offences involved, it is not surprising that pathological explanations of their motives and conduct were prevalent. The terrible deeds shown to have been committed by the Gestapo and the SS, the Nazi Party's elite force commanded by Heinrich Himmler, two organizations that were declared to be criminal enterprises, prompted many people to assume that sadists or otherwise mentally deranged individuals had been responsible for these acts. Such monstrous violations of decency and morality could surely only have been carried out by monsters. Dismissing the heinous crimes as the work of satanic evildoers enabled many Germans to believe that not they, but members of another species bore the responsibility for the horrors that had occurred. 5. Clinical studies of the Nuremberg defendants, undertaken by several psychiatrists and psychologists, soon disproved the pathological explanation of Nazi evil. The prison psychiatrist Douglas Kelly initiated a series of Rorschach diagnostic tests as part of his assignment to ascertain the competency of the defendants to stand trial. By present-day standards, the administration of these tests left something to be desired, but the near-unanimous conclusion reached by the interpretations and reinterpretations has been that the leading Nazis were neither unique personalities nor insane. They had no diagnosable impairments that could account for the atrocities committed on their orders. 6. All of them knew the difference between right and wrong. Gustav Gilbert, the Nuremberg prison psychologist, spoke German fluently and had regular access to the defendants. In 1947, he published his Nuremberg diary, concluding that there was no reason to question the sanity of these men. 7. The psychiatrist Henry Dix conducted in-depth interviews with some lower-level SS killers and reached the same conclusion. These men were not insane in any generally accepted clinical sense. 8. In the trials of Nazi criminals by German courts, the German public often looked upon the defendants as evil persons, fundamentally different from ordinary Germans. 9. Moreover, by attributing these deeds to a few leading Nazis and to the members of Himmler's Black Corps, it became possible to exculpate the German population as a whole. The German edition of Gerald Reitlinger's book The SS Alibi of a Nation, published in English in 1956, was retitled Die SS, Tragödie einer deutschen Epoche, the SS Tragedy of a German Epoch, and a postscript added by the German publisher criticized Reitlinger's view that large numbers of Germans had been implicated in Nazi crimes. 10. The German soldier insisted prominent politicians in post-war Germany, including Chancellor Konrad Adenauer, had conducted himself honorably. 11 German Christian soldiers, declared Bishop Galen in June 1945, had risked their lives for the fatherland while keeping their hearts and hands clean of hatred, plundering, and unjust acts of violence. 12. The German people did not do it, argued the writer Walter von Molo in a letter to Thomas Mann in 1945. 13. And Adenauer opined in September 1951, the German people, in its overwhelming majority, abhorred the crimes perpetrated against the Jews and did not participate in these crimes. 14. Germany tried to escape its own history. It saw itself as a nation of victims, helpless in the face of totalitarian terror and therefore incapable of opposing Nazi policies. This view showed an interesting similarity to the official position of the East German communist regime, which regarded German fascism as a special form of monopoly capitalism that had subjugated the German people. The belief in German victimhood was widespread in the first years of the post-war period. It found expression in the black joke current at the time: the Germans will never forgive the Jews for Auschwitz. As late as 2006, on his visit to Auschwitz, Pope Benedict XVI, the former Joseph Ratzinger, described himself as a son of a nation once caught in the sway of a band of criminals, a nation that was used and abused as an instrument of their destructive rage and domination. 15. The questionable thesis of the collective guilt of Germany thus was superseded by the even more inappropriate notion of the collective innocence of the Germans. 16. As an answer to the charge of collective guilt, a traumatized society invoked the excuse, "We did not know this." 17. Hardly anyone recognized that the affirmation of the ignorance of the horrors was seriously weakened by its twin excuse, the impossibility of resistance to these crimes. How was it impossible to act against that which one did not know? 18. Other misconceptions followed. For the first 2 decades after the defeat of Nazi Germany, the Holocaust was often described as the work of an efficient extermination machine, a crime, as it were, without criminals. What became known as the structuralist or functionalist approach to the Holocaust concentrated on the regime's bureaucratic machinery to the exclusion of individual perpetrators. The murder of the Jews was seen as the work of faceless bureaucrats who had been cogs in an anonymous apparatus of destruction. This perspective helped deflect the delicate question of the involvement of large numbers of Germans in the final solution, and the responsibility of German society for what had occurred during the Nazi era. And yet, the murder of the Jews was not carried out by a bureaucracy or any other structure. Jews were done to death not by the SS or any other organization, but by specific individuals. These perpetrators are the subject of this study, the actual killers who acted in concentration camps, in mass shootings, or in extermination camps such as Auschwitz. By the 1960s, a new generation showed the willingness to confront Germany's Nazi past with greater openness and honesty. A series of groundbreaking trials of Nazi killers played an important role in this transformation. The historian searches for the objective causes of events. The jurist pursues the guilt or innocence of individuals. Both contribute to illuminating the past. 19 prosecutors and judges in the trials of Nazi criminals almost always followed a didactic course, seeking to account for the stunning atrocities that they confronted and to clarify their significance. The testimony of survivors at the 1961 trial of Adolf Eichmann, the man who had organized the deportation of Jews to the extermination camps, provided a detailed picture of the day-to-day reality of the Holocaust that shocked the world. In her book Eichmann in Jerusalem, Hannah Arendt referred to Eichmann as a symbol of the banality of evil, a characterization that by now has been fully discredited. Whatever the merits of the concept of the banality of evil, it was inappropriate for Eichmann, an ardent Nazi and convinced anti-Semite, and it is completely inapt for the actual killers whose odious deeds the trial had illuminated. On August 29, 1958, a court in Ulm passed judgment on 10 members of Einsatzgruppe A, Task Force A, a mobile killing unit that had murdered thousands of Jewish men, women, and children in Lithuania. 20 German judges told the German public of the reality of Nazi horrors. These proceedings thus could not be dismissed as what many Germans called victor's justice. The trial not only revealed gruesome crimes, but also showed that many of the worst perpetrators had lived normal lives in post-war German society, often rising to positions of responsibility. Of particular importance in the task of Vergangenheitsbewältigung, coming to terms with the past, faced by the new Germany, was the Auschwitz trial in Frankfurt, which for the first time revealed authoritative information about this place of abomination. Lasting from December 20, 1963 to August 20, 1965, Germany's longest jury trial convicted 20 members of the Auschwitz camp personnel. 17 men were found guilty of murder or being an accessory to murder, and 6 received life imprisonment, the greatest penalty under German law. 21 experts from the Institute for Contemporary History in Munich presented detailed analyses of the concentration camp system. More than 400 witnesses, about half of them survivors, told what it had been like to live and die in Auschwitz, the place that has to come stand for the symbol of Nazi depravity. 22. The trial also revealed that some men had found ways not to participate in murder and that not one of them had suffered serious punishment for these acts. The argument of many defendants that they had killed because otherwise they themselves would have been killed turned out to be self-serving and false. There were opportunities to choose how to conduct oneself even in the most murderous environments, though few availed themselves of this choice. Another milestone in the acknowledgement of Nazi crimes by the wider German public was reached in early 1979, when the American television series Holocaust was shown in Germany. The film was seen by 20 million people, half the adult population of the German Federal Republic, and an article in the magazine Der Spiegel summed up its tremendous impact. A Hollywood soap opera accomplished what hundreds of books, plays, films, and television programs, thousands of documents, and all the concentration camp trials have failed to do in the more than 3 decades since the end of the war: to inform Germans about crimes against Jews committed in their name so that millions were emotionally touched and moved. 23. People identified with the family of Dr. Josef Weiss because it had an identity every German could recognize: solid, educated, and middle class. Death is a master from Germany, the Holocaust survivor Paul Celan had written in his poem Death Fugue, published in 1948.24. Now, for the first time, some 30 years later, large numbers of Germans said that they felt ashamed of what their country had done. 25. The idea that seeking redress for Nazi crimes amounted to Netzbeschmutzung, fouling your own nest, was finally being abandoned. For a long time, historians debated the role of Hitler in the final solution. So-called intentionalists argued that Hitler from early on had his sights on physically destroying the Jews. Functionalists stressed the inner dynamic of a bureaucratic system. The question of Hitler's responsibility for the Holocaust is important. However, from the 1990s on, as Holocaust research began to focus on the conduct of the individuals doing the actual killing, the intentionalist-functionalist debate receded into the background. Attention now shifted to the perpetrators in the narrow sense of the term. The personnel of the concentration and extermination camps, the members of the firing squads, the drivers of gas trucks, and similar culprits. 26. Their number, it turned out, was in the tens of thousands. By mid-1939, the personnel of the concentration camps had reached 22,033, and early in 1945, it numbered about 40,000 men and women. 27. At the war's end, the combined concentration and extermination camp Auschwitz alone had 4,481 male and 71 female personnel. 28. Some 6,000 men rotated through the Einsatzgruppen. They were assisted by about 15,000 men in police battalions and 25,000 Waffen-SS troops. 29 studies of the role of the armed forces revealed that the Wehrmacht had been deeply involved in the murder of the Jews. 30. Inasmuch as the Wehrmacht was a mass conscript army, the recognition that these soldiers had perpetrated numerous crimes amounted to a powerful charge against German society as a whole, or at least its male part. 31. Two books in particular played an important role in the emergence of this new perspective. Christopher Browning's Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 101 and The Final Solution in Poland, published in 1992, demonstrated the willingness of regular policemen to engage in wholesale murder, even though they had the opportunity to opt out. And Daniel Goldhagen's book, Hitler's Willing Executioners, which appeared in 1996, carried the telling subtitle, Ordinary Germans and the Holocaust. The perpetrators had acted the way they did, Goldhagen argued, because they were Germans. The German people as a whole, not just the Nazis, had become obsessed by a pervasive, eliminationist anti-Semitism. Browning and Goldhagen developed different explanations for the events they described, but common to both works was the concentration on the conduct of the perpetrators. During the following years, the work of Browning and Goldhagen became the subject of prolonged discussion. Browning's emphasis on the social psychological processes of obedience and conformity was held to have neglected the role of anti-Semitism and ideology generally. Goldhagen was criticized for his simplistic monocausal approach and the broad brush with which he had painted his picture of Nazi conduct. The present book takes up this debate and carries it forward. It broadens the discussion by making use of the large number court decisions, as well as archival and other materials that have become available since the 1990s. It aims at developing a systematic answer to the question, why did they do it, that is based on these manifold sources. The extraordinary evil that men commit to this day will not be prevented by a disquisition of the kind presented here, but without accurate knowledge of how and why these horrors took place, we have no hope of averting such human catastrophes. Jews in concentration camps. Nazi concentration camps, known as KZs, Konzentrationslager, evolved during the early months of 1933 for the purpose of dealing with the new regime's political enemies, functionaries of left-wing parties, as well as lawyers and journalists who had opposed the Nazis during the Weimar Republic. Inmates were imprisoned not on the basis of ordinary legal proceedings, but on orders of the Gestapo, the new secret police that came into being on April 26, 1933. that same authority decided the length of what was called protective custody. Since Jews had played a prominent part in this opposition, they were overrepresented in relation to their share in the population at large. It is estimated that before 1938, Jews made up 5 to 10% of all concentration camp inmates, whereas they represented less than 1% of the German population. The KZs Dachau and Oranienburg had so-called Judenkompanien, Jewish companies, the members of which were treated especially brutally. 2. The early months saw considerable lawlessness and arbitrary killings. When the SS took over the administration of the concentration camp Dachau in April 1933, the SS men celebrated this act by brutalizing Jewish inmates in particular. During the first 2 months of their control of Dachau, they murdered 12 prisoners. 3. The relatively small number of deaths was the result of the fact that during the early months of the regime, courageous public prosecutors still occasionally brought charges for particularly brutal killings. Very soon, however, the concentration camps gained their independence from judicial authority. In the few court cases that did occur and resulted in convictions, Hitler personally pardoned the offenders. Such an act of clemency benefited 23 stormtroopers whose conduct in the Hohenstein concentration camp had been denounced by Minister of Justice Franz Gürtner as cruelty resembling Oriental sadism. 4. In late June 1933, the SS officer Theodor Eicke was appointed commandant of Dachau. Eicke had joined the Nazi Party in 1928, and 2 years later he had transferred from the SA, the paramilitary organization of the Nazi Party, to the SS, where he rapidly rose in rank. In July 1934, Eicke became head of all SS units manning the camps, and the Eicke system became the model for all concentration camps. 5. Eicke's way has been called an academy of violence where guards were schooled in steely resolution and the techniques of terror. 6. From here on, detailed rules regulated the behavior of the guards. Their attitude toward the inmates was shaped by indoctrination in Nazi ideology and was dictated by the prisoners' alleged hostility toward the National Socialist state. In a speech in 1937, Himmler declared that the inmates of the concentration camps were nothing but criminals and misfits. Hermann Göring called them the trash of the nation who deserved to be burned. Hence, in dealing with these worthless individuals, the SS man had to be tough, ruthless, and show no pity. 7. Individual motives for joining the SS varied. Some recruits were true believers. There were intellectuals who saw the SS as an instrument for reshaping German society to conform with National Socialist ideology. Many belonged to the generation that had learned violence in the rightist Volkisch milieu of the 1920s, including service in the Freikorps, units of volunteers who fought the Weimar Republic and carried out political assassinations. For these men, hardness, brutality, and killing were proof of courage and strength. 8 others were hangers-on whose ideological commitment was superficial or non-existent. Many of these entered the SS because it promised a secure job. One of them was Josef Kramer, who rose to the rank of camp commandant and who has entered history as one of the beasts of Belsen. Still others were men who had failed at previous occupations, or even were asocial or gangster types. 9. Most of them possessed mediocre education. 10. At the end of 1934, the SS guards were taken out of the General SS and were consolidated into SS Totenkopfverbände, Death's Head units. Members wore a badge with a skull and bones on their uniform. According to Eicke, he who joins our ranks enters into comradeship with death. Volunteers for these units had to be born between 1914 and 1919 and be racially unobjectionable. 11. By 1935, there were 7 concentration camps, with Dachau alone having about 2,500 inmates. The camps no longer contained only political enemies, but also those considered harmful but not subject to legal sanction, such as asocials, gypsies, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, and repeat criminal offenders. During the war years, the number of camps and subcamps increased steadily, swelled by the large number of foreigners sent there for slave labor. By April 1944, there existed 20 concentration camps with 165 attached labor camps, 12. The total number of such subcamps was far larger. Auschwitz alone had about 50 satellite camps. 13 reliable estimates put the number of concentration camp inmates between 1933 and 1945 at 1,650,000. When the concentration camp Bergen-Belsen was liberated on April 15, 1945, it held 55,000 emaciated inmates and some 13,000 naked and unburied bodies in various stages of decomposition. Another 13,000 people died during the following days despite medical aid. A doctor inmate related that he had witnessed numerous cases of cannibalism. 14 similar conditions prevailed in the other camps. Days in the concentration camps were marked by forced labor. Some inmates worked in quarries, mines, or construction projects, while others, especially during the war years, toiled in producing armaments and ammunition. The work was hard, the hours long, and food completely inadequate for the effort expended. The hot meal of the day consisted of a thin soup devoid of nourishment. Inmates weakened quickly. Those who did not die became the emaciated figures who were revealed to the world upon the liberation of the camps. At the conclusion of the workday, the prisoners were marched back to the camp for the evening roll call. The survivor Eugen Kogon called it the terror of the inmates. Exhausted from work and regardless of the weather, they had to stand in ranks for hours on end until the SS guards had completed their count of the prisoners and had satisfied themselves that nobody had escaped. Whenever the count was not correct, the whole camp was kept on its feet until the culprits were captured, which was often a matter of many hours. During evening roll call in Buchenwald on December 14, 1938, 2 prisoners were missing. The temperature was 36 degrees, but the thinly clad inmates had to stand in the roll call area for 19 hours. By the next morning, 25 had frozen to death, and by noon the number had reached more than 70.15. Rules usually imply the opposite of arbitrary action, but this was not so in the Nazi concentration camps governed by the Eicher system, where abuse of the prisoners governed the conduct of the SS. Here random brutality became the norm. The code of rules provided personnel with a handle for arbitrary actions. The guards had unlimited power over what they defined as negligence, refusal to work, or disorder, and these offences could be punished by violence or the imposition of penalties. These rules have been called Terror Incorporated. 16. The most trifling offences, such as a missing button or a mess dish deemed insufficiently clean, could lead to retribution. Lashings could range from 5 to 50. The prisoner was tied to a rack, known as the bock, and the beatings were carried out with canes or bullwhips. The first few blows usually lacerated the skin. The inmate had to count the blows as they landed, and if he made a mistake, the torture would commence again from the beginning. Another extremely painful punishment was tying the prisoner's hands behind his back, and for an hour or more, hoisting him up so that the entire weight of the body rested on the twisted shoulder joints. Those who lost consciousness were revived by being doused with cold water. Most of the inmates incurred permanent injuries from these torturous practices, and not a few died. Such deaths were supposed to be reported to higher authorities, but if the reports were filed at all, their content falsified the cause by camouflaging it as shot while trying to escape. 17. Every 3 months, the camp guards had to sign a declaration that forbade the mistreatment of inmates. It is the Führer who makes decisions regarding life and death, hence no National Socialist is entitled to raise his hand against enemies of the state and to subject them to physical abuse. The punishment of inmates is decided by the commandant. 18. Despite this order, capriciousness and brutality dominated the life of the prisoners. 19 SS guards regarded violence as their birthright and continued to torment inmates. A A secret order issued at Dachau instructed the guards to record all violence against prisoners as self-defense. 20 commandants signed official orders of punishment, while at the same time they abused inmates without recourse to the official rules. According to the SS judge Konrad Morgan, rules limiting the power of the camp commandants were seldom enforced. 21. SS personnel got into trouble only for acts that caused disorder or threatened the autonomy of camp discipline. This is what happened to Paul Seidler in the Sachsenhausen concentration camp. In February 1937, Seidler, known for his sadistic tastes, had been one several guards who had murdered Friedrich Weissler, a leading official of the Protestant Church, in a particularly vile manner. Word about his killing reached foreign newspapers and caused alarm in Protestant church circles and abroad. When the Weissler case threatened to implicate other Sachsenhausen officials, Seidler was made a scapegoat and sentenced to 1 year of imprisonment. As far as is known, Seidler was the only SS guard convicted for abuse of a camp inmate. 22 guards were under orders to shoot anyone who approached the camp's barbed wire fence, and not a few inmates lost their lives in this way after having been forced near the camp perimeter. Rochelle Hugo, a capo, an inmate functionary used to supervise other inmates, did just that in the Flossenburg concentration camp to a prisoner who showed insufficient effort during forced labor. While being severely beaten, the prisoner had lost his cap. Hugo picked it up, threw it toward the fence, and ordered the prisoner to retrieve it. When the prisoner hesitated to approach the fence, Hugo struck him repeatedly and drove him forward. When the prisoner finally picked up his cap at the fence, he was shot by a guard at the nearest guard tower. The commandant of the camp, who appeared at the scene, was told that the prisoner had been shot while trying to escape. 23. Many punishments were life-threatening, if not fatal. Strafexerzieren, punishment drilling, called sport by the SS, consisted of chasing the victims across the parade ground and forcing them to hop, roll, and bend their knees until they collapsed. In the winter, misbehaving inmates sometimes were doused with water until they had frozen into a block of ice. Being sent to the punishment company multiplied all of these potentially deadly penalties, and few prisoners taken to the camp jail, the dreaded bunker, returned alive. For deterrent effect, many punishments and all executions were carried out in public, with the prisoners forced to watch. Execution by hanging usually involved being strung up in order to prolong the agony of death. 24. An undeterminable number of inmates were killed in the euthanasia program known as 14F13, which targeted the handicapped and those no longer able to work. At the Mauthausen camp between 1939 and 1945, once or twice a month, up to 20 weakened prisoners were weeded out during regular selections and then killed by an injection into the heart. 25 Reska Weiss, who survived this selection process in Auschwitz, relates how the women had to undress while SS men stood by, laughed at their embarrassment, and made obscene remarks. Overwhelmed by shame, we did not know which parts of our bodies we should cover with our hands. 26. Nazi doctors used the inmates of the concentration camps for medical experiments. In Dachau in 1944, the doctors Hermann Becker Freising and Wilhelm Beigelbock carried out research about the potability of seawater requested by the Air Force. The human guinea pigs were divided into several groups. One group was deprived of food and drink, a second was given only seawater, a third seawater with an additive that eliminated the salty taste of the water, and a fourth a liquid in which the salt had been neutralized by the addition of silver nitrate. The victims soon manifested symptoms of starvation and severe thirst. They rapidly lost weight and became increasingly agitated. Those who started to scream and rave were tied to their beds. When they were close to death, they were injected with a preparation that was supposed to keep them alive longer. The two doctors who ran these experiments were ultimately sentenced by an Allied military court to lengthy terms of imprisonment. 27. In Buchenwald, Dr. Sigmund Rascher used women inmates from Ravensbrück in experiments on how to revive sailors and airmen pulled out of the freezing ocean. 8 male prisoners were placed in a tank of near-freezing water and left there until they passed out. The men were then removed from the tank and each placed between 2 naked Ravensbrück women who were directed to snuggle up to the unconscious men in a large bed. In none of the cases was the rewarming more effective than if the men had been placed in a hot bath. One man had a cerebral hemorrhage and died. 28 experiments in other concentration camps involved sterilization, a new vaccine against typhus, exposure to gas, and more. All of them were carried out with the utmost ruthlessness and usually ended in a torturous death for the unfortunate inmates. Despite the proclaimed intent to reform inmates, as well as pressure during the war years to supply a productive labor force, mortality in the camps, the result of systematic mistreatment, malnutrition, and disease, was extremely high. In December 1942, Himmler urged Oswald Pohl, who was in charge of all work projects for the camps, to improve the nutrition of the inmates and to lower the death rate. The commandants of the concentration camps were to be held personally responsible for carrying out this order. 29. According to a regulation issued by Pohl that became effective on May 15, 1943, inmates who excelled at production were granted additional food and tobacco rations, and those demonstrating extraordinary achievement were given the right to visit the camp brothel once a week. 30. But to convert the camps into efficiently organized places of war never proved possible. The commandants of the camps were neither willing nor able to put an end to the routine of abuse. Violence and death characterized life in the camps until the very end. Of the estimated total of 1.65 million camp inmates, approximately 2/3 lost their lives. Long-term survival depended on finding a special position, such as work in the kitchen, in a repair shop, or as a clerk. Primo Levi recalled that of the few hundred Jews still alive in the work camp of Auschwitz in 1944, not one was an ordinary inmate, 31. For those not fortunate enough to find a niche of this sort, the average lifespan between 1934 and 1944 was 1 or 2 years, and during some periods it was shorter. Records recovered after the war show that during the second half of the year 1942, no less than 60% of the total number of inmates died within 6 months. 32. At the war's end, survivors were moved away from the advancing Allies in death marches, during which thousands more perished of exhaustion or were killed by the guards who accompanied them. 33. Even though there existed no explicit policy to annihilate all the Jews before the fall of 1941, their treatment in the concentration camps was especially brutal and resulted in a large number of deaths. Different classes of prisoners in the camps were identified through the use of colored triangles attached to their clothing: red for political prisoners, green for common criminals, and so forth. Jews wore yellow triangles and the Star of David, and Jewish criminals green and yellow tags. Different groups of prisoners were treated differently, with Jews assigned to the lowest category, known as Level 3. Their barracks were more crowded, they were assigned to the most back-breaking or unpleasant work, their bread rations were smaller, they were not allowed to receive packages. In most camps they were not admitted to the camp hospital, and they were more likely to die. It is estimated that some 300,000 Jewish prisoners were worked to death under a regime known as destruction through labor. 34. In Estavagen, Jews made up 5 to 10% of the prison population, but about 25% of those who died. 35. In Dachau too, the Muselmann, the term used in the camps for an apathetic prisoner who had given up the will to live, was usually a Jewish inmate. The Jews, one former inmate recalls, were the target of Nazi bloodlust from the very outset. 36. Of the 21 prisoners murdered in Dachau in 1933, 2/3 were Jewish. In 1937, 10% of the inmates in Dachau were Jews, but among those who were killed that year, 20% were Jews. 37 orders issued by Himmler in early 1935 forbade individual actions against Jews, but like the orders against excessive violence, the precept was ignored. 38. The especially harsh treatment meted out to Jews in the concentration camps was the clear result of the SS translating anti-Semitic ideology into deadly practice. 39. In February 1937, the Gestapo gave orders to concentrate Jews from other concentration camps in Dachau. The reason for this action appears to have been the desire to prevent the corrupting influence of Jews on German-blooded prisoners. 40. By early 1938, Dachau held some 2,750 Jewish prisoners. Most of them had served a jail term for Rassenschande, race defilement, under the Nuremberg laws of 1935, and then were transferred from prison to the concentration camp. More Jews arrived in Dachau after the annexation of Austria in March 1938, most of them individuals associated with left-wing parties. Others had been seized during the wave of arrests of asocials in June 1938 known as Operation Workshy. 41. A new large influx of Jews to the concentration camps followed the assassination of the German consul in Paris on November 8, 1938, by the 17-year-old Polish-German Jew Herschel Grinspan. During the November pogrom known as Kristallnacht, broken glass from the windows of destroyed synagogues, homes, and Jewish-owned businesses littered the streets of German cities. At the same time, the Gestapo arrested some 30,000 Jewish men and took them to Buchenwald, Dachau, and Sachsenhausen. The treatment of the new inmates was even more brutal than usual. During the first week in Buchenwald, the SS would raid the barracks during the night and beat up the helpless and terrified prisoners. 42. By February 1939, 187 of the 10,911 Jews imprisoned at Dachau were listed as dead. 43. In all, about 1,000 of the Jews arrested following Kristallnacht lost their lives in the camps, died after release as the result of mistreatment, or committed suicide. The aim of this incarceration was to extort money and to put pressure upon the imprisoned Jews to leave Germany. 44. My father was one of the arrested men. Upon release, he was a mere shadow of his former self. Events outside the concentration camps served the SS as pretext to abuse Jewish prisoners. Thus, after the failed assassination of Hitler in a Munich beer hall on November 8, 1939, 21 Jewish inmates in Buchenwald were shot as a reprisal on the orders of the commandant of Buchenwald, Karl Otto Koch. The assassin, Georg Elser, was not Jewish and had acted alone, and official Nazi propaganda blamed the British Secret Service. Yet Koch used the opportunity to go after his Jews. Koch reported to Berlin that the Jews had attempted a mutiny and had been shot while trying to escape. 45. During the war years, Jews destined for a concentration camp were sent predominantly to Mauthausen, a Category 3 camp from which few emerged alive. The inmates had to toil for 11 hours a day in a quarry. A board was placed upon their shoulders and loaded down with extremely heavy stones. Then the prisoners had to ascend a steep series of 186 steps cut into the rock that was known as the Stairway of Death. Stones fell off the boards and crushed those climbing up behind. Many lost their balance or were given a shove by the guards. In the midst of this sport, the SS men shouted, "Watch out, parachutists," while the victims hurtled to their deaths. Between 1941 and 1943, 2,600 Jews arrived in Mauthausen. All but a handful died there the year of their arrival. After the closing of Auschwitz in the face of the approaching Soviet forces, some 9,000 inmates, the majority of them Jews, were sent to Mauthausen. As many as 1,500 of the Auschwitz transport were unloaded dead at the Mauthausen railroad station, and some 500 more died after having been forced to stand long hours while awaiting registration. 46. The euthanasia program 14F13, designed to murder the physically and mentally impaired, was also used to kill Jews in the concentration camps. Jewish inmates usually were in bad physical shape, and at times they were included simply because they were Jews. A member of one of the teams of doctors who visited the camps to select inmates wrote to his wife on November 23, 1941, from Buchenwald that he had chosen 1,200 Jews without an examination, simply on the basis of their files. 47. It is estimated that between April 1941 and April 1942, at least 10,000 Jewish prisoners were deported to the euthanasia killing centers located in asylums such as Bernburg and Hartheim. 48. The advances of Soviet troops in the summer of 1944 led to the evacuation of concentration camps in the east. Some 47,000 Jewish prisoners were brought to the concentration camp Stutthof near Danzig. Those deemed unable to work, men, women, and children, were sent to Auschwitz, where most of them were killed. 49 Jewish inmates also died in large numbers during the death marches that began at that time. One of the most brutal massacres took place in East Prussia, where almost 7,000 Jews convoyed there from the Stutthof camp were shot on January 31, 1945. In the camps that continued to operate, conditions became chaotic. In Bergen-Belsen, for example, the camp administration no longer provided even minimal food rations, and thousands died of starvation and disease shortly before the arrival of rescuers. 50. When Auschwitz was liberated on January 27, 1945, a large number of Jewish children, probably destined for medical experiments, were still alive. On November 29, 1944, 20 children, 10 boys and 10 girls between the ages of 5 and 12, had been transferred to the Neuengamme concentration camp near Hamburg, where they were used by Dr. Kurt Heissmeyer in experiments on the prevention of tuberculosis. The East German court that condemned the doctor to life imprisonment on June 30, 1966, noted in its verdict that Dr. Heissmeyer had seen no difference between a guinea pig and a Jewish child. 51. By April 1945, the 20 children, covered with scars and festering sores, were seriously ill and listless. With the British only a few miles from Hamburg, an order arrived from Berlin to kill the children in order to cover up the experiments. On April 20th, the children were thus taken to the Hamburg primary school Bullenhuser Damm, a subcamp of Neuengamme. After they had fallen asleep, an SS doctor injected them with morphine in order to keep them sleepy. Then one by one they were taken to a room in the cellar and hanged. The first of the children, a boy of 12, emaciated from disease and mistreatment, was so light that the noose of the rope failed to tighten. Thereupon one SS man, Johann Fram, applied his own weight to the body of the boy until he had been asphyxiated. By the morning of April 21st, the gruesome task of hanging the 20 children one by one was complete. A British military court condemned 5 of the SS men responsible for this atrocity to death. They were hanged on October 8, 1946.52. With the outbreak of the war in 1939, large numbers of SS guards from the concentration camps were transferred to the Waffen-SS, the SS units deployed for military service. Their places in the camps were taken by older men and later by the wounded of the Waffen-SS. Their ranks were joined by ethnic Germans, Volksdeutsche, drafted into the armed SS over the course of the war. In 1944, some 20,000 regular soldiers who were no longer fit for frontline service became guards in the camps, and the personnel of the camps became increasingly heterogeneous. 53. All of the newcomers adjusted quickly to the brutal routine of the camps. Until 1939, membership in the Death's Head units had been voluntary, and it had been possible to leave service in the camps. During the war, being a guard in a concentration camp, whether as part of the Death's Head units or the Waffen-SS, was considered military service from which one could not resign. 54. Given the importance of the leadership principle, Führerprinzip, in the Nazi system, and for the culture of the guards, it is not surprising that the degree to which the most brutal treatment dominated the conditions of a camp depended primarily upon its commandant. The SS officer Hans Loritz was successively commandant of the concentration camps Esterwagen, Dachau, and Sachsenhausen. In all of these camps, his arrival meant a noticeable deterioration in the situation of the inmates. 55. During the time that Rudolf Höss was commandant of Auschwitz, the survivor Hermann Langbein recalled, his officers knew that Höss had no objection to the daily torturing and killing. His successor in November 1943, Arthur Liebehenschel, on the other hand, did not reward cruelty and even halted some extreme brutalities. The result was a marked change in the camp's atmosphere. 56. The camp personnel were of three basic types: sadists, those who simply followed the brutalizing routine of the camps, and a very small number of guards who actually refrained from abusing inmates or even occasionally helped them. Survivors of the camps have estimated that only about 5 to 10% of the guards were sadistic personalities who enjoyed inflicting harm on their victims. Sadists suffer from deficient impulse control, a lack of a conscience, as well as a failure to experience empathy. 57. It appears that in psychopaths, the part of the brain that is important for emotion, the amygdala, is smaller, and this may account for the fact that they do not respond to someone's fear or distress in the way that other humans do. There is no scientific consensus as to whether such psychopathological behavior is rooted in genetics or is at least in part induced by environmental influences. 58. The percentage of sadists in the concentration camps has been held to be more or less the same as in society at large. 59. Josef Schwamberger was an Austrian who moved to Germany in 1933 in order to join the SS. Several years of service in this elite force made him into an ardent Nazi and a hater of Jews. During the war, Schwamberger became head of a concentration camp in Poland as well as a forced labor camp nearby. Even though these camps were not extermination camps per se, large numbers of Jews died in both because of Schwamberger. Inmates called him a beast in human form because of his extreme cruelty. Schwamberger not only killed but sought to degrade and torture his victims. He was known for ordering lashings for naked inmates. Those who received 50 lashes and emerged from this punishment near death were usually shot by him personally. He also ordered his dog Prince to attack prisoners and forced men to eat excrement. His fury could be unleashed simply by seeing a Jewish prisoner. Hence, when the cry Schwamberger was heard, Jewish inmates hid as best they could. The German court that sentenced him to life imprisonment in 1992 established that the SS officer had been responsible for at least 25 murders and 641 instances of being an accomplice to murder, 60. An even more brutal SS guard, if that is possible, was Martin Sommer, who served in Buchenwald from 1937 to 1943 and rose to become the warden of the camp's prison, the dreaded bunker. The survivor Eugen Kogan recalls that of at least 100 Jews who passed through the bunker between 1940 and 1941, not one left alive. Some of the tortures Sommer inflicted, such as suspending inmates head down or applying a clamp to the victim's head and crushing it slowly, Kogan concludes, were nightmares of sadism. 61 men were hanged with their arms tied tightly behind their backs for up to 5 hours, and Sommer would hit the helpless inmates in their faces and genitals. The tortured victims cried out for water for their wives and children and asked to be shot in order to end their misery. 62. As a result of acting on his own and at times against the explicit orders of the camp commandant Hermann Pfister, in 1943, Sommer was convicted by an SS court of military disobedience and sentenced to serve in a penal battalion on the Eastern Front. 63. Here he was wounded, taken prisoner, and released in 1955. The German court, which convicted Sommer of at least 25 murders by injection and sentenced him to life imprisonment in 1958, noted that Sommer appeared to have derived pleasure from lashing inmates. He was known to take the whip from guards, who in his view did not hit hard enough. Camp Commandant Karl Otto Koch liked to use summer for this punishment because he was known as the most brutal beater. 64. Karl Chmielewski joined the SS in 1932. He served as a guard in the concentration camps Sachsenhausen and Mauthausen, eventually being promoted to commandant of Gusen, a subcamp of Mauthausen. Evaluations by his superiors described him as a dedicated National Socialist, and therefore an especially valuable commandant, who treated his inmates in the manner they deserved. The German post-war court that sentenced him to life imprisonment found him guilty of 282 murders, carried out with brutality and cruelty. Chmielewski was responsible for initiating the killing of prisoners through Todbaden, death by bathing. The victims were prisoners no longer able to work and undesirables, including Jews. Inmates were herded into a room that had more than 50 showerheads with extremely forceful water pressure, and they were made to stand in these showers under the cold water until they collapsed. For some, this took 20 minutes, for others, more than 2 hours. Those who tried to dodge the water were pushed back and forcibly drowned. Others had their heads forced into water containers until they were dead. In none of these cases was the true cause of death listed in the camp records. 65. Sexual relations between guards and inmates, especially Jews, were strictly forbidden, yet we know that they took place regularly. A female prisoner's refusal to yield to a guard could have deadly consequences and at times unleash the most brutal propensities of a guard. Friedrich Heinen had volunteered for the Waffen-SS and in early 1943 became a guard in a forced labor camp in Lemberg. It appears that one day he made advances to 2 good-looking young Jewish girls but was rebuffed. The German court, which sentenced him to life imprisonment for murder, described what followed. Heinen ordered the 2 girls to undress, lie on the floor, and spread their legs. He then shot into the genitalia of the first girl and killed her with a shot into the mouth. The second girl was likewise shot, though the specific cause of death could not be established. The 2 murdered girls were taken away by inmates assigned to the job of removing corpses, and that was the end of the affair for Heinen until he finally received his appropriate punishment in 1978.66. Oswald Kaduk began his military career as a volunteer in the Waffen-SS, and after falling ill in 1941, became a guard in Auschwitz. Tried in 1965, Kaduk was sentenced to life imprisonment for numerous murders of inmates. The court described Kaduk as one of the most cruel, brutal, and gross SS men in Auschwitz. It was dangerous for inmates to encounter him, for they could expect to be beaten, abused, or killed for the pettiest of reasons. When drunk, Kaduk was completely unpredictable and capricious. In numerous cases, he killed inmates by stamping on them with his heavy boots until they were dead. 67. No defendant at the Auschwitz trial appeared to be more brutish. 68. When Kaduk was interviewed in prison by the German film producer Ebo Demant, he confirmed that he never had had scruples about abusing or killing inmates, especially Jews, whom he had come to regard as Untermenschen, subhumans. 69. Wilhelm Boger was a member of the political department at Auschwitz and was notorious for the brutality with which he conducted the interrogation of inmates. Boger enjoyed spreading fear and terror. His most dreaded instrument of torture was known as the Boger swing. It consisted of an iron bar to which prisoners were tied with their heads down. They then were beaten until their buttocks were covered with blood. If their answers were unsatisfactory, the beating continued until they lost consciousness. 70. The Auschwitz trial convicted Boger of murder in at least 114 cases and for aiding and abetting the murder of 1,000 more persons. He was given a life term plus 5 years. 71. The SS officer Josef Schirm.72 in Lagischer, a subcamp of Auschwitz, was known for taking his pleasure in brutalizing camp inmates, which included forcing them to do sport. In late 1943, Schirm singled out a Jewish prisoner of about 50 years, who already had reached the condition of a Musulman. When the prisoner, unable to do the exercises, screamed for mercy, Schmurr hit him repeatedly and stamped on him with his heavy boot. Witnesses confirmed that this beating and stamping lasted about 20 minutes, during which Schmurr laughed and called his victim a dirty Jew. When the prisoner finally stopped moving, Schmurr ordered water to be poured over him, but this failed to revive the man. Schmurr was convicted of murder by a post-war German court. 73. Another sadist who killed with apparent pleasure was Amon Gert, the commandant of a concentration camp in occupied Poland, who amused himself by target shooting inmates from his balcony. His murderous deeds were made widely known in the film Schindler's List. Gert was tried by a Polish court in 1946 and hanged on September 13th of that year, not far from the Plazau camp he had terrorized. 74. The large majority of the guards abused the inmates because cruelty was the routine of the camps and therefore expected. The guards flogged, tormented, and killed prisoners because they were allowed and expected to do so. 75. Violence and brutality were considered proof of commitment. Being rough with prisoners could further one's career in the camp system, whereas being soft would hurt it and expose the SS man to derision and mockery from his fellow guards. Some guards harassed prisoners because they were bored or because it gave them a feeling of power. Many of the guards had little education, and the ability to have a member of the intellectual or professional class at their mercy provided a ready way to overcome a feeling of inferiority. By brutalizing a prisoner, recalls an inmate, the guard was able to feel strong and important. 76. Or, as a survivor of Auschwitz put it, being a guard in a concentration camp made it possible to experience one's own dominance and strength, the right to decide life and death, the right to dispense death personally and at random, and the right to abuse one's power over the prisoners. 77. We know relatively little about the background of these men and women. Wilhelm Schubert took pleasure in wearing a uniform and joined the SA, the Nazi Party's paramilitary organization, in 1933 when he was 17 years old. A bit later, in order to find a job with a secure income, he enrolled in the SS and became a guard in the Sachsenhausen concentration camp. Fellow officers described him as apolitical but ambitious. Medals were more important to him than the fates or lives of inmates. Seeking to impress his colleagues, he would treat prisoners especially cruelly when he knew that he was being observed. The post-war court that sentenced him to life imprisonment called him immature and unpredictable. Men like Schubert were the most useful servants of the Nazi regime, the verdict noted. 78. The career of the SS officer Otto Heinrich Kaiser was very similar. Unemployed at age 19, he joined the SS in 1936 and became a guard in Sachsenhausen. The court considered him politically immature and certainly not a fanatic National Socialist. However, in a setting where inmates were treated with cruelty as a matter of course, and his superiors told him that the inmates were enemies of the fatherland and therefore deserved no better, Kaiser willingly harassed and bullied prisoners and came to consider himself all-powerful. 79. The effectiveness of the camp routine in coarsening the guards is especially visible in the case of female guards, who constituted about 10% of the concentration camp personnel. Most of them had volunteered for service in the camps in order to benefit from the higher wages and greater job security that came with being a concentration camp guard. This work also looked to be more interesting than the monotonous assembly lines in the armaments factories. The women went through a period of training during which they were taught to regard the camp prisoners as inferior and to treat them harshly. They then became civilian employees of the SS, carrying clubs and whips as well as pistols. In Ravensbrück, a concentration camp for women only, they were also given dogs. 80. Margarete Buber-Neumann, a survivor of Ravensbrück, recalls that it usually took no more than 14 days for these young women, some from good families, to behave as if they had grown up in a military barracks and to begin to abuse and beat prisoners. 81. Germaine Tillian, another inmate who came to Ravensbrück in 1943 and published her recollections in 1946, concurs with this assessment. She notes that she knew of only one woman who could not adjust to the brutal camp routine and managed to get released from camp duty. 82. The female guards of the Majdanek concentration camp likewise exceeded their assigned responsibilities and duties and willingly abused their charges. 83. Some of the women overseers became known for their extreme cruelty, among them Maria Mandl, the head of the female guards in Ravensbrück. Survivors relate that Mandl was responsible for the death of hundreds of inmates. In Auschwitz, where she held the same position, she ordered beatings and did some flogging herself. 84. Together with the camp's physicians, Mandl selected weak and sick female prisoners for death in the gas chamber. In 1947, she was sentenced to death by a Polish court. 85. Also serving in Auschwitz was Louisa Dans, whose reported specialty was to finish every roll call by killing a few inmates. 86. Irma Gräser served in Ravensbrück, Auschwitz, and Bergen-Belsen, and became known as the Beast of Bergen-Belsen. The daughter of an agricultural worker, Gräser was only 21 when she was tried in 1945 before a British military court for having beaten, tormented, and killed an indeterminate number of inmates. She was hanged on December 12, 1945.87. 5 days before her execution, she declared, "I did my duty for the fatherland." 88. Many of the Kapos, common criminals recruited from the ranks of the inmates to serve as supervisors of barracks or work details, also mistreated and killed prisoners because it was expected of them. The camp environment invoked their worst instincts, and not a few conducted themselves with more cruelty than the SS guards did. Otto Locke served as a capo in Auschwitz. He always carried a heavy club, with which he beat inmates at every opportunity. The court that tried him in 1957 was able to find proof of 7 killings. In none of these cases did the administration of the camp investigate the murders. The corpses were burned, and Locke could continue to reign with impunity as a strong-arm bully. 89. The Buchenwald capo Johann Herzog was found guilty of homicide resulting in death or serious damage to health in at least 50 cases. Here too, Herzog was able to carry out his reign of terror because harassing and abusing inmates was the norm of the camps. 90. In a system that rewarded brutality, there were, however, a few guards who defied this norm. When Johann Sosnowski went on trial in 1965 before a German court for his service in the concentration camp Sachsenhausen, former Jewish inmates described him as a humane SS man. Though a volunteer for the SS and a National Socialist, he seldom used force against prisoners. Sosnowski also refused to participate in the lashing of inmates, arguing that he did not beat his dogs, let alone human beings. The post-war court sentenced Sosnowski to a prison term of 1 year. 91. The Auschwitz survivor Shlomo Venezia recalls a Dutch SS man who had volunteered for the SS because he had admired the rigor and efficiency of the Germans. By the time he realized what this efficiency had wrought, it was too late to leave his deadly assignment. Still, he tried to act humanely. When he had to hit someone, he used a cane of bamboo that was split in the middle. The resulting pain was minimal, but the noise of the 2 tips as they came together made it sound like a whip being loudly cracked. 92. In the Dachau concentration camp, SS personnel who treated inmates with humanity were known as White Ravens. One of the few individuals to belong to this category was Hans Mersch, who served on the Dachau administrative staff in various positions for 12 years, from September 1933 onward. He never insulted or mistreated a prisoner, and he was known to warn inmates when they were scheduled to be called for interrogation by the political department of the camp. The prisoner Karl Roeder, who survived an 11-year stay in Dachau, praised Mersch, whom he called one of us. According to another inmate, Mersch at one time was locked up for several weeks for failing to beat a refractory prisoner. 93. In a class by himself was the SS medic Wilhelm Flagg, a man around 50 who served in Babitz, a subcamp of Auschwitz. Because of Flagg, this small camp, with some 180 women prisoners doing agricultural work in the summer of 1944, became, in the words of the Austrian inmate Dr. Eller Lingens, an island of peace. Flagg shared his food with the inmates and made sure that the schoolrooms where they were housed were heated. One time, Dr. Lingens asked Flagg how a man with his attitude could remain in Auschwitz. He replied with the question, "Would you prefer a brute in my place?" Oddly enough, writes Dr. Lingens, he did not get into trouble. He acted unobtrusively and never became conspicuous. He was never promoted either. His case exemplifies how much depended on the individual and his actions, and how untrue was the excuse of the others who claimed that they could not help having to do their acts of vileness. They had no courage, Flagg had courage, that is all. 94. The longtime Auschwitz inmate Hermann Langbein, who served as camp scribe, agrees with this finding. There were several instances of SS men saving the lives of new arrivals who were from their hometown. Some SS men, most of them former Social Democrats or Communists, declared that their nerves did not allow them to carry out certain assignments. There were indeed several documented cases of guards suffering a nervous breakdown. One of these, Richard Bock, who had driven disabled selectees from the ramp to the gas chamber, indicated that he could no longer do this job. He was excused and thereafter assigned to transporting food. The SS officer Emanuel Schaefer testified at the Auschwitz trial that there were other cases of men who were transferred to duties with less strain on their nerves and emotions. 95. These men were never promoted, but they were not punished either. Another way of getting away from the dreadful routine of Auschwitz was to volunteer for frontline duty. By transferring to active military service, SS officers lost whatever rank they had attained, but, as one such man testified at the Auschwitz trial, they were glad of no longer having to witness or participate in the horrors of the camp. 96. Actively helping inmates carried risks. Langbein reports 3 cases of SS men assisting prisoners in escaping. In several cases, guards were punished for favoring inmates. Arthur Breitweiser, who was in charge of the clothing depot, had to serve a prison term because he had given a female inmate 3 meters of fabric. Ladislav Gura, an ethnic German from Slovakia, was imprisoned several times and finally sentenced to 2 years in jail by an SS tribunal in Katowice because he had been caught drinking alcohol with some inmates. Ludwig Karl Schmidt, who had facilitated a meeting between a male and female inmate, received a suspended prison sentence with a probationary period at the front. It appears that the number of humane acts increased in 1944 as the fortunes of war turned decisively against Germany. Morale reached a new low as Soviet troops approached Auschwitz. The survivor Heinrich de Meyer testified that on Christmas 1944, an SS roll call leader approached him in a drunken state, embraced him and said, "Hey, if things ever change, you're going to help me, aren't you? I'm already doing whatever you want." 97. Most Nazi criminals standing trial after 1945 claimed that they had to carry out their deadly assignments for fear of being killed themselves. The evidence from the history of the concentration camps is one of several sources that prove this claim to be false. When Dr. Lingens testified at the Auschwitz trial, the judge asked her, "Do you wish to say that everyone could decide for himself to be either good or evil in Auschwitz?" And Lingens answered, "That is exactly what I wish to say." 98. There were choices, though the number of those availing themselves of the right choice was, unfortunately, very small. Massacres by shooting. The factory-like killing in the gas chambers of Auschwitz has created the idea that the Holocaust was an anonymous mass murder. This view needs correction. About 1.8 million Jews were killed in mass executions under the most horrible circumstances, and these shootings were carried out by specific individuals, many of them known to us by name. Germans being orderly people, The officers presiding over these massacres compiled detailed reports about the way in which these shootings proceeded and about the number of Jews eliminated. These reports are preserved. They reveal a machinery of murder that functioned with frightful efficiency. Memoirs and letters of soldiers from the East provide additional particulars. Finally, hundreds of the killers eventually were tried for these crimes, and the record of these legal proceedings gives us a close-up view of the perpetrators of these horrors. There exists no specific written order from Hitler initiating the final solution. Otto Ohlendorf, the head of Einsatzgruppe D, testified about such an order at the Nuremberg trial, and many defendants tried to invoke it in their defense. However, this stratagem collapsed after Bruno Streckenbach, the Waffen-SS officer who was said to have transmitted Hitler's order, unexpectedly returned from Russia in 1955 and denied the existence of this alleged Führerbefehl, order of the Führer. 1. After much searching for such an instruction, we can now say with confidence that this kind of order was never issued. This is not to say that Hitler was uninvolved, or that this role was not important in the development of the policy of extermination that began with the invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941 and became more and more radical during the following months. Hitler, concludes the Führer's biographer Ian Kershaw, was the supreme spokesman for an ideological imperative to which his followers gave enthusiastic consent. Without Hitler's fanatical will to destroy Jewry, which crystallized only by 1941 into a realizable aim to exterminate physically the Jews of Europe, the Holocaust would almost certainly not have come about. 2. The final solution represented Hitler's will. Hitler was the supreme architect of the Jewish catastrophe. 3. As Karl Schlunas has pointed out in an important book entitled The Twisted Road to Auschwitz, the path that led eventually to the gates of the extermination camps was not necessarily charted in advance. 4. Nevertheless, Hitler's obsession with solving the Jewish problem was never in doubt. Time and again, Hitler set the tone in hate-filled public speeches in which he declared the Jews to be Germany's eternal enemies, who would have to be confronted and fought to the death. On January 30th, 1939, speaking before the Reichstag, the German parliament, he declared that if the Jews in and outside Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once more into a world war, then the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth, and thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. 5. After such a war had actually broken out, Hitler repeated this prophecy on more than a dozen occasions, thus making clear to his followers the deadly destiny he had in mind for the Jews. Hitler's leading retainers took it from there, converting the Führer's threats into reality. Kershaw has called this process working toward the Führer. 6. It consisted of fulfilling Hitler's known wishes without waiting for specific instructions. With regard to the Jews, it was Himmler and Reinhard Heydrich, the heads of the German police and SS, who eagerly turned the will of the Führer into concrete directives. If one wants to know what Hitler was thinking, the historian Christopher Browning has suggested, one should look at what Himmler was doing. 7. At a lecture in Koblenz on March 13, 1940, Himmler declared, "I do nothing which the Führer does not know." 8. On another occasion, he stated that the measures against the Jews in Poland were based on Hitler's orders, but that the person of the Führer may under no circumstances be linked to these actions. 9. Himmler repeatedly affirmed that in organizing the extermination of the Jews, he was acting on Hitler's authority. The Führer has placed the implementation of this very difficult order on my shoulders, he wrote in a memo of July 28, 1942, to Gottlob Berger, the head of the Reichssicherheitshauptamt, RSHA, the head office of the security services. Ten Eichmann has maintained that he heard from Heydrich that Hitler had ordered the physical destruction of the Jews. 11 lower-ranking SS leaders, in turn, considered the orders coming from Himmler, involving an increasingly more radical approach to the Jewish question, as fulfilling the wish of the Führer, and they were correct. The argument offered by many of these men at their post-war trials that they had followed the orders of their superiors was not only a plea designed to minimize their own culpability. There is no doubt, concludes Kershaw, that Hitler's authority, most probably given as verbal consent to propositions usually put to him by Himmler, stood behind every decision of magnitude and significance. 12. This does not mean that the officers directing the killing of the Jews in the field did not have considerable freedom of action. They were not just obeying orders. In their eyes, the Jews were the arch enemy who had to be fought with firmness and persistence. Most of these men were dedicated Nazis who implemented the orders concerning the murder of the Jews with dedication, not to say enthusiasm, often on their own initiative, applying them with extreme cruelty. Many of these orders were vague enough to allow Himmler's underlings to push the anti-Jewish measures in an increasingly more radical direction, culminating eventually in the murder of every Jewish man, woman, and child they could find. The orders concerning Operation Barbarossa, the code name for the invasion of the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941, issued to the armed forces on March 3, 1941, spoke of the need to annihilate the Jewish Bolshevist intelligentsia, but provided no explanation of who was to be included in this category. 13. Prior to the invasion, the commanders of the Einsatzgruppen, special task forces that became mobile killing units, were convened for a series of orientation meetings at which they listened to exhortations by Heydrich defining their forthcoming mission. According to the recollections of several participants, they were told that Hitler had ordered the liquidation of Jews and communist functionaries who endangered the security of the troops. 14. There exists no written copy of these orders, but we do have a letter Heydrich sent on July 2, 1941, to the higher SS and police leaders in the Eastern Territories, recapitulating the oral instructions. This letter shows that Heydrich's orders, too, were less than precise, commanding the execution of Jews in party and state positions and other radical elements. 15. Heydrich also counseled the promotion of pogroms by local elements, while taking care not to reveal the instigators. None of this constituted an order to kill all male Jews, a practice followed by both the Einsatzgruppen and the police units supporting them soon after the beginning of the war in the East. In short, the fate of the Jews that developed in the wake of the German invasion was not only the result of orders from above, but also the consequence of more and more violent actions initiated at lower echelons of command. These initiatives were taken in the secure knowledge, communicated orally, that a radical solution of the Jewish question had been decided. 16. The Einsatzgruppen made their first appearance during the annexation of Austria and Czechoslovakia in 1938 and 1939. They took on a more extensive and sinister role during the Polish campaign of 1939, when they were assigned the task of eliminating real or imagined enemies of the Reich. It is estimated that in the part of Poland annexed to Germany through the end of 1939, more than 60,000 civilians were killed, including an unknown number of Jews. 17. After a Waffen-SS unit had executed 50 Jewish civilians on September 18th, some Wehrmacht officers recommended that the Waffen-SS men involved be court-martialed. General Walter von Reichenau, commander of the 10th Army, thereupon telephoned Hitler and was told that the matter fell within the jurisdiction of Himmler, and that was the end of the matter. On October 4, 1939, on occasion of the victorious conclusion of the Polish campaign, Hitler issued a decree of clemency for all acts committed between September 1st and October 4th, out of bitterness over the atrocities committed by the Poles. 18. By May 1941, and in preparation for the invasion of the Soviet Union, Heydrich had organized 4 Einsatzgruppen, e.g., designated A, B, C, and D. Each mobile unit was between 500 and 900 men strong and was divided into several Einsatzkommandos, EK, task detachments, and Sonderkommandos, SK, special task detachments, for a total strength of 3,000 men. These special task forces were considered part of the SS and carried its uniform and insignia. Each EG was assigned to an army group and was formally under the command of the army. But in practice, the units operated autonomously under the direction of the RSHA, the main office of the security police headed by Heydrich. Many of the officers commanding these units came from the RSHA. Other officers were taken from the SS, the SD, Himmler's intelligence service, the Gestapo, the Waffen-SS, and the criminal police. Almost all of them were early members of the movement and committed Nazis. Not a few had been involved in the violence that characterized the political life of the 1920s. 43% are said to have been university graduates. 19 many had advanced degrees in law, philosophy, and economics, and there was at least one former minister. 20. The lower ranks of the Einsatzgruppen were recruited from the same organizations, though their ideological commitment was more diverse. Of 990 members of EGA, 340 had been members of the Waffen-SS, 21. None of them were hoodlums or common criminals. The task of these units was to provide security behind the advancing German armies, their most important mission being to kill Jews, political commissars, and other communist functionaries, as well as wandering gypsies. 22. A planning document spoke of the need to seize unreliable elements, partisans, saboteurs, Jews, leading communists. 23. The Einsatzgruppen were assisted by German police battalions, by units of the Wehrmacht, Germany's armed forces, the Waffen-SS, as well as by local militias. By the end of the year 1941, the Einsatzgruppen had managed to murder more than 500,000 Soviet Jews, 24, and that was more than the number of Soviet soldiers killed in combat, 25. At the time of the Wannsee Conference of January 20, 1942, convened to organize the final solution of the Jewish question for all of Europe, some 900,000 Jews had already lost their lives in the East. 26 reliable estimates put the total number of Jews killed by the Einsatzgruppen in the Soviet Union at 1.5 million. 27. The mass killing began with some trial and error. The use of machine guns to mow down large numbers of Jews proved unsatisfactory because too many victims did not die immediately. Large numbers of badly wounded had to be given the coup de grace one by one, which proved a traumatic experience for the killers. Hence, in some instances, officers, whose job it was to finish off the merely wounded, would instead use grenades. 28. Eventually, the practice evolved of lining the Jews up standing or kneeling next to a ditch with their backs to their executioners and using individual shooters. Soon this routine was further improved by making the victims enter the pit and lie down before being shot. This way of killing became known as sardine packing, because by having the Jews lie next to and on top of each other, the pit became neatly packed like a can of sardines. Sardinenpackung apparently was invented by Friedrich Jeckeln, one of 4 higher SS and police leaders in Russia, who coordinated the activities of the Einsatzgruppen in their area of responsibility. 29. They have been called pace-setters of the annihilation process. 30 Jeckeln became known as a particularly brutal and ruthless individual, but was repeatedly praised by Himmler for his dedication. Sentenced to death by a Riga court at the end of the war, Jeckeln was hanged on February 3, 1946, before some 4,000 spectators who had come to witness this act of retribution. 31. At first, the massacres targeted only male Jews, whose murder was justified on the grounds that they were communist functionaries, or putative partisans, saboteurs, or just members of the Judeo-Bolshevik system threatening German rule. However, very soon reports began to mention also the shooting of Jewish women and children. The transition to such total annihilation took place in different units at different times, with Himmler acting as a catalyst. 32. In his eyes, the killing of children was necessary in order to prevent them from seeking revenge for the murder of their parents once they had reached adulthood. 33. An accounting submitted by EK3 of EGA noted that at Atrocities in Lithuania on August 15th and 16th, 1941, some 3,200 women and children had been killed. From here on, statistics of murdered women and children became a regular feature of the reports, and their number often exceeded that of killed adult males because the men had already been murdered in earlier actions. Between August 18th and 22nd, the same EK3 shot 466 Jewish men, 440 Jewish women, and 1,020 Jewish children. Between August 29th and 31st, the toll was 582 Jewish men, 1,731 Jewish women, and 1,469 Jewish children. A similar ratio prevailed at Kaunas. Here, EK3 on October 29th reported the killing of 2,007 Jewish men, 2,920 women, and 4,273 children. 34. Of 131,850 Jews murdered by EK3 between July 4th and November 29th, 67% were women and children. 35. The extent to which the killing of women and children had become routine can be seen in the statement made by a member of EK6 at a post-war trial. Walter Helfscott testified that he had taken care that the executions be carried out humanely and without cruelty. When he was asked what that had meant, he replied, "When encountering a Jewish woman with an infant on her arm, we shot the woman first, and then the infant." 36. It appears that the killer saw nothing wrong in the murder of Jewish women as long as they were spared witnessing the death of their children. The inclusion of women and children in the program of annihilation stemmed from orders issued by Himmler and Heydrich, though the precise form of these orders is not known. The commanders of the killing units understood them to represent the intentions of their superiors, and they acted accordingly. The practical decisions, when and where to do it, on what scale, and whether to leave some working Jews and their families alive, was left to local SS commanders in cooperation and coordination with the military and civilian administrations. 37. The commander of EGA, SS officer Walter Stahlecker, expressed regret that the German civilian administration and the Wehrmacht, who needed Jewish artisans for urgent work, prevented him from killing all the Jews. 38. Stahlecker, who had made EGA the most murderous of the 4 killing units, was later killed in a clash with Soviet partisans. Some of the killings were described as cleansing the ghetto of superfluous Jews, and this phrase explains why by September 1941, the majority of murdered Jews in Lithuania were old men, women, and children. Most of the younger men had already been killed during the preceding weeks. The inmates of the ghetto were classified according to their ability to do heavy labor, and during a time of increasing scarcity of food, Jewish women and children were considered useless eaters. Himmler also was in charge of planning the settlement of Germans in the newly conquered Eastern territories. Hence, beyond satisfying his ideological predispositions, the annihilation of the Jews also served the purpose of making room for German settlers. 39. A report from Vilnius, Lithuania, dated July 13, 1941, noted that about 500 Jews and other saboteurs were being liquidated daily. The work of all units has developed satisfactorily. Above all, the liquidations, which now take place on a large scale, are operating smoothly. 40. A description of these liquidations, carried out by EK8 EGA, was compiled by a post-war German court. Villages or the Jewish quarters of towns would be surrounded. Sick persons unable to walk would be shot right in their homes. The others would be taken to a central collection point, and from there the victims were marched or driven to the place of execution, usually an abandoned tank ditch or a freshly dug pit. Here they had to surrender all items of value and strip to their underwear. Sitting half naked on the ground, often in extremely cold weather, they would hear the shots that took the lives of their neighbors. When their turn came, they were forced to walk into the pit and lie face down on top of the freshly killed victims. Those who moved too slowly were hit with rifle butts or whips. At first, each layer of dead bodies would be covered by a thin coating of earth, but this practice was soon abandoned as being too time-consuming. The effect of the victims having to step and lie on the still warm and bloody corpses of their relatives or neighbors, the court noted, must have been singularly horrifying. Shooters then killed the Jews with a bullet to the head, and the mass grave was covered with earth. 41. The officers in charge of the Einsatzgruppen knew that the almost daily practice of killing could take a heavy psychological toll on their men, and they therefore adopted various stratagems to limit the damage. The burden of murder was shared among as many individuals as possible, so as to alleviate it for each one. Some officers used the model of a military firing squad shooting from a distance, which helped minimize individual responsibility. 42. The executions were carried out in shifts, and the men took turns doing the actual shooting and loading the magazines. In one unit, it was decided that 2 men would share the shooting, with one gunman aiming at the victim's head and the other at the chest. This practice ran counter to the need for productivity in carrying out the massacres, but it had the advantage of diluting the responsibility for the killing. 43. Occasionally, and especially before large-scale massacres, commanders gave speeches justifying the killing. But that was often insufficient encouragement, given the gruesome and bloody nature of the task of whole-scale murder, especially the killing of women and children. The practice evolved of giving the shooters large quantities of alcohol. Once intoxicated, the executioners behaved with even more cruelty than usual, often denying the death shot to the gravely wounded. 44. The offer of free alcohol did indeed help quiet the nerves of the executioners, but it also meant that the shooting became inexact. There are reports of Jews who had merely been wounded, managing to work their way out of the pits. If caught, the unlucky escapees would be shot on the spot or taken back for another round at the ditch. The number of those badly hurt, unable to get out from underneath the dead victims, and therefore buried alive, will never be known. Post-war court testimony about the deeds of a different EK reported that wounded victims pleaded from the pit, "Please shoot to kill," or "Put an end to it." 45. At times, Jewish men were forced to dig their own grave. In one such case, while working at this task, they were taunted with warnings such as, "Hurry up, Isidore, soon you will be with your God." 46. A report of a mass shooting comes from a German engineer, Hermann Graeber, who on October 5, 1942, witnessed such a slaughter near Dubno, the site of an old Jewish community in Ukraine. This report was introduced as evidence at the Nuremberg trial of the major war criminals in 1945. One of Graeber's assistants had told him of the shooting of several hundred Jews in 3 large pits. Moenikis and I went straight to the pits. Nobody prevented us. I heard a quick succession of shots from behind one of the mounds of earth. The people who had got off the lorries, men, women and children of all ages, had to undress upon the orders of an SS man who carried a riding or a dog whip. They had to put their clothes on separate piles of shoes, top clothing and underclothing. I saw the heap of shoes that must have contained 800 pairs, great piles of clothes and undergarments. Without screaming or weeping, these people undressed, stood in family groups, kissed each other, said their farewells, and waited for a sign from another SS man who stood near the pit, also with a whip in his hand. During the 15 minutes that I stood near the pit, I did not hear anyone complaining or beg for mercy. I watched a family of about 8, a man and a woman, both about 50, with their children, aged about 1, 8 and 10, and 2 grown-up daughters of about 20 to 24. An old woman with snow-white hair was holding the 1-year-old child in her arms, singing something to it and tickling it. The child was crowing with delight. The man and wife were looking on with tears in their eyes. The father was holding the hand of a boy about 10, speaking to him softly. The boy was fighting back his tears. The father pointed to the sky, stroked the boy's head, and seemed to explain something to him. At that moment, The SS man at the pit shouted something to his comrade, who separated off about 20 persons and ordered them to go behind the mound of earth. Among them was the family I have mentioned. I still clearly remember a dark-haired, slim girl who pointed to herself as she passed close to me and said, 23. I walked to the other side of the mound and found myself standing before an enormous grave. The people lay so closely packed, one on top of the other, that only their heads were visible. Nearly all had blood running over their shoulders from their heads. Some of them were still moving. Some lifted an arm and turned a head to show they were still alive. The pit was already 2/3 full. I estimated that it already contained about 1,000 people. I looked around for the man who had shot them. He was an SS man who was sitting on the edge of the narrow end of the pit, his legs dangling into it. He had a submachine gun across his knees and was smoking a cigarette. The people, completely naked, went down some steps which had been cut in the clay wall of the pit and climbed over the heads of those already lying there, to the place indicated by the SS man. They laid down in front of the dead or injured people. Some of them caressed those who were still alive and spoke to them softly. Then I heard a series of shots. I looked into the pit and saw that the bodies were still twitching, or that their heads lay motionless on top of the bodies which lay before them. Blood was pouring from their necks. 47. The single largest massacre of the Holocaust took place in Kiev, where SK4, EGC, supplemented by a Waffen-SS company, and 2 police regiments murdered 33,771 Jews in 2 days in the ravine Babi Yar. After a bomb attack in the center of Kiev, Yaklin ordered all the Jews of the city to assemble the following day at a central location. It appears that most of the more than 30,000 who showed up on September 29, 1941, thought that they would be relocated. Fritz Hofer, a truck driver in SK4, attested to the mass shooting that ensued. One day, I was instructed to drive my truck outside of town. I was accompanied by a Ukrainian. It must have been about 10 o'clock. On the way there, we overtook Jews carrying luggage marching on foot in the same direction that we were traveling. There were whole families. The further we got out of town, the denser the columns became. Piles of clothing lay in a large open field. These piles of clothing were my destination. The Ukrainian showed me how to get there. After we had stopped in the area near the piles of clothes, the truck was immediately loaded up with clothing. This was carried out by Ukrainians. I watched what happened when the Jews, men, women and children, arrived. The Ukrainians led them past a number of different places where one after the other they had to remove their luggage, then their coats, shoes and overgarments, and also underwear. They also had to leave their valuables in a designated place. There was a pile for each article of clothing. It all happened very quickly, and anyone who hesitated was kicked or pushed by the Ukrainians to keep them moving. I don't think it was even a minute from the time each Jew took off his coat before he was standing completely naked. No distinction was made between men, women and children. One would have thought that the Jews that came later would have had a chance to turn back when they say the others in front of them having to undress. It still surprises me that this did not happen. Once undressed, the Jews were led into a ravine which was about 150 meters long, 30 meters wide and a good 15 meters deep. 2 or 3 narrow entrances led to this ravine through which the Jews were channeled. When they reached the bottom of the ravine, they were seized by members of the Schutzpolizei, police, and made to lie down on top of Jews who had already been shot. This all happened very quickly. The corpses were literally in layers. A police marksman came along and shot each Jew in the neck with a submachine gun at the spot where he was lying. There were only 2 marksmen carrying out the executions. One of them was working at one end of the ravine, the other on the other end. I saw these marksmen stand on top of the layers of corpses and shoot one after the other. In addition to the 2 marksmen, there was a packer at either entrance to the ravine. These packers were Schutzpolizisten, whose job it was to lay the victims on top of the other corpses, so that all the marksman had to do as he passed was fire a shot. A biting wind was blowing. It was very cold. The shots from the ravine could not be heard at the undressing area, This is why I think the Jews did not realize in time what lay ahead of them. 48. Another member of SK4A recalled the complete terror of the Jews when they first caught sight of the bodies as they reached the top edge of the ravine. Many Jews cried out in panic. It's almost impossible to imagine what nerves of steel it took to carry out that dirty work down there. It was horrible. 49. The reaction of this man, who felt sorry for himself rather than for the victims of the massacre, was common. The German court that tried 10 perpetrators of this crime in 1968 noted that many of the victims were merely wounded, and some of them managed to work their way out from the layers of corpses. Those who were too badly hurt and could not get out were buried alive when a pioneer unit of the Wehrmacht detonated the banks of the ravine in order to hide the massacre. 50. When it was all over, higher SS and police leader Friedrich Jeckeln organized a celebratory banquet during which alcohol flowed freely. 51. The use of Ukrainians at Babi Yar was not unusual. The Germans recruited auxiliaries, so-called Hiwis, a German abbreviation of Hilfswilliger or voluntary assistant, as well as local militias, whom they assigned to conveying Jews to their place of execution, forcing them to undress, and similar duties. At times, in order to spare the German killers psychological stress, they also utilized local collaborators for shootings. In one case, an officer considered a group of 18 to 20-year-old Waffen-SS men too young to carry out an execution of Jewish children. Many of the EK men, who were also expected to participate in this shooting, were married and themselves had children. Hence, it was decided to utilize members of a Ukrainian militia. 52. This practice is said to have been quite common. 53. The recruitment of local forces involved various ethnic groups, but the largest contingent were Ukrainians. By the end of 1942, the German authorities in Ukraine employed 238,000 local police. 54. Many of them belonged to the Ukrainian nationalists, OUN, and shared the Germans' fervor against Jewish Bolshevism. Jews had constituted the largest single ethnic group in the NKVD, the hated Soviet secret police. During the hasty retreat, it had proved impossible to evacuate the prisons, and the NKVD had executed some 10,000 captives, most of them political prisoners. The Jews were blamed for these murders, and in revenge the Ukrainians killed thousands of Jews in pogrom-like massacres. The locals also proved valuable in leading the German killers to Jewish households. According to one estimate, some 30,000 to 40,000 Ukrainians participated in one way or another in the Nazi murder of the Jews, though reasons other than anti-Semitism, notably personal greed, careerism, and peer pressure, also figured in this collaboration. The Ukrainians soon developed a reputation for cruelty, a matter that continues to burden Jewish-Ukrainian relations to this day. 55. Local elements were also recruited in the Baltic states. 3 companies of Latvians served with Reserve Police Battalion 11 in Minsk. 56. A militia, formed in July 1941 and commanded by Victor Bernhard Arais, stood out for its eagerness to help the Germans. The German post-war court that sentenced Arais to life imprisonment found that he had been an ardent hater of Jews, and in fact the Commando Arais played a key role in the murder of 13,000 Riga Jews. In other locations, the Arais men and Germans took turns shooting Jews. 57. In Lithuania, the majority of the killings were carried out by Lithuanians. 58. On July 2, 1941, after EGA had reached Kaunas, the second largest city in Lithuania, EK3 formed a mobile unit, Roll Commando, in order to comb the Lithuanian prisons and kill dangerous Jews and Bolsheviks generally. 59. It was composed of 8 to 10 Germans and several dozen Lithuanian volunteers who did the actual shooting. The Roll Commando was commanded by the SS officer Joachim Hamann. A report composed in January 1942 noted that this unit had killed 139,346 persons. The rural areas of Lithuania are free of Jews, Judenfrei, 60. In most cases, before being shot, the victims had to take off their clothing and be completely naked, the last and ultimate dishonor and degradation inflicted upon the hapless sufferers. Females more often than males had to undress before their killers, who found time to take pictures of the naked women. Their clothing was shipped to Germany to be distributed to needy Germans. Human beings generally do not congregate naked. To deprive humans of their clothing is to make them like animals. After the war, some killers on trial indeed testified that these nude animal-like bodies were easier to kill. 61 alcohol was dispensed liberally. In the evening, returning drunk to their quarters, the killers bragged about the number of Jews they had murdered. 62. The relatively small Jewish population of Estonia was killed by local police units, with the primary pretext here being anti-communism. As in Ukraine, the Jews were said to have been a mainstay of Soviet rule and were held responsible for the crimes committed by the Soviet occupiers. They were considered ideological enemies, but this enmity was so strong that even elderly women and children were caught up in the destruction. By aggressively pursuing their Jews, Estonian nationalists sought to ingratiate themselves to the Germans. One scholar of the subject speaks of murder in the name of nationalism, or murder without hatred. 63. The Einsatzgruppen continued their homicidal activities when they became part of the German occupation forces and were converted from mobile units to stationary outposts. During the years 1942 and 1943, these posts undertook the liquidation of Jewish ghettos by shooting. Acting as a master race on occupied territory, further corrupted attitudes and behavior, and each step in degrading and mistreating victims made the next step easier. 64. In a trial that lasted 9 months, the German court that judged 8 members of the outpost Tarnopol in western Ukraine noted the dreadful nature of these actions, which was apparent from the testimony of witnesses. Before the victims made their last steps toward the pit, they had to take off all of their clothing. They then had to stand, face toward the grave, before their executioners. Following a command, the marksmen shot at their assigned targets from close proximity into the back of the head, and a quick kick pushed the body into the pit. At times, families were allowed to undertake this last walk together. Children had to walk like adults. Infants were carried by their mothers. The first shot was aimed at the mother. As soon as she fell, the shooter fired at the child. Since many shots did not result in the death of the victims, one could see twitching limbs amidst the corpses and hear groaning. Here and there such wounded would receive a coup de grace. Otherwise, these unfortunates suffocated under the bodies of the victims who followed them, or later when the pits received their superficial covering. The permanent levelling of the mass graves had to wait until the ground had ceased rising. Bodies swelling from the gases of putrefaction raised the ground for several days. 65. From the onset of the war in the East, the numerically small mobile killing units were supplemented by battalions of police. A total of some 12,000 police, organized in 24 battalions, participated in the invasion of the Soviet Union and in the implementation of the final solution. 66 alone or in cooperation with the Einsatzgruppen, they helped search for Jews, guarded Jews about to be killed, and participated in the actual killing. One estimate puts the number of Jews murdered by police units at 500,000, 67. The merger of the police and SS into an organic whole was one of Himmler's early aims. By 1941, about 30% of policemen holding the rank of officer belonged to the black elite. Among the rank and file, the percentage was about 16%. The police battalions were composed of policemen from the order police, the uniformed police force, young recruits and police reservists conscripted for active service. Some men were volunteers. Between 1/4 and 1/3 were members of the Nazi Party. 68. In addition to military training, they also had received intensive ideological indoctrination on how to treat the Jewish Bolshevik enemy. The Jewish question was an essential part of this instruction, in which the Jews were portrayed as parasites, defilers of the German race, and the most dangerous enemy of the German people. 69 few other groups among the German population managed the transformation from upstanding citizen to mass murderer as quickly as the members of the police who constituted the police battalions. 70. The best-known example of this smooth transition is Reserve Police Battalion 101, the subject of Christopher Browning's pioneering 1992 study. Within a few short weeks, most members of this unit, about two-thirds of whom Browning called ordinary men with a working-class background, became efficient killers of Jewish men, women, and children. The members of this unit were not necessarily avowed anti-Semites, but they simply considered the Jews outside of their circle of human obligation and responsibility. They represented the enemy, and this helped the men become accustomed to mass murder. The most astonishing rationalization, Browning relates, was that of a 35-year-old metalworker from Bremerhaven, who during the post-war interrogation explained how he had come to terms with killing children. It so happened that the mothers led the children by the hand. My neighbor shot the mother and I shot the child that belonged to her, because I reasoned with myself that after all, without its mother, the child could not live any longer. It was supposed to be, so to speak, soothing to my conscience to release children unable to live without their mothers. 71. Yet the deeds of Reserve Police Battalion 101, dreadful as they were not the most horrific crime committed by the police battalions. Probably the most cold-blooded massacre of Jews by a police unit took place on June 27, 1941, in Bialystok, in German-occupied Poland, carried out by Police Battalion 309. The battalion was a part of Security Division 221, which prior to the invasion of the Soviet Union had been instructed on how to deal with the armed foe as well as with the civilian population. The troops of the Red Army, they were told, were not just military, but also political enemies. In accordance with Jewish Bolshevik teachings, they will use not only military weapons. Our forces have to take this into account, and if necessary, take appropriate drastic and ruthless measures against the hostile civilian population. 72. These instructions fell on fertile soil. Many of the officers and non-commissioned officers of this unit, a German post-war court found, were fanatic National Socialists, and most of the rank and file, too, shared the hatred of Jews. The singing of anti-Semitic songs in the mess hall was a common practice. 73. Inasmuch as this atrocity took place on the 6th day of the campaign in the East, it cannot be explained by the brutalizing effect of war, but clearly was linked to strong anti-Jewish sentiments. The following description of the episode is based on the verdict of the German court that tried two members of Police Battalion 309 for murder in 1973. The action was initiated by Lieutenant Heinrich Schneider, nicknamed Pipo, who had developed a reputation for killing Jews indiscriminately. It was said that he saw red when someone merely mentioned the subject of Jews. In the course of the afternoon of June 27th, members of the police unit, aided by local inhabitants, searched for Jews of military age and drove them to the main synagogue of the city. After several hundred Jews, estimates vary between 500 and 800, mostly men but also some women and children, had been forced into the synagogue, members of the battalion carried canisters of gasoline into the building and barred the doors. A heavy machine gun was set up outside and trained on the main portal of the synagogue. The policemen then threw hand grenades through a window, which set the synagogue on fire. The locked-in Jews, who sensed what was afoot, began to sing a chorale-like song, but after the explosion of the hand grenades and the resulting fire, the song was overshadowed by a huge scream. Meanwhile, some strong Jewish men had managed to break open the main entrance, but when they emerged from the synagogue, many of them with burning clothing, they were mowed down by machine gun fire. Some Jewish women appeared at the windows, holding up children and shouting that the Germans should at least spare the children, but the soldiers shot both the women and children. In order not to be burned alive, some Jews climbed through the windows and intentionally exposed themselves to gunfire. One man hanged himself on a protruding column. The fire eventually spread from the synagogue to the Jewish quarter, and some 1,000 additional people lost their lives in the ensuing blaze. 74. The commanders of the police battalion and the security division stood by and did not interfere. The official log of the division recorded that the synagogue had been set ablaze by gunfire after German soldiers had come under fire from partisans holed up inside. 75. Gross atrocities like the events of June 27, 1941, in Bialystok were not the norm, but the near-daily practice of mass executions did not lag far behind in brutality. Women who refused to disrobe were set upon by dogs. 76. The German court that tried 6 members of Police Battalion 306 documented gruesome scenes that occurred during the liquidation of the ghetto of Stolin, a small town in Ukraine. One witness, who had accompanied a group of Jews to the pit where the Jews were being shot, recalled that a child buried under corpses began to scream. The shooters thereupon fired into the pit until the screaming stopped. An infant seen kicking under its dead mother was pulled out, thrown into the air, and blown apart by a volley from a submachine gun. The events at Stolin, beginning with the rounding up of the defenseless inmates of the ghetto and ending with their death in the pit, were described by witnesses as repulsive, harrowing, and hideous. 77. Another such massacre took place on October 12, 1941, in Stanislaw, Galicia, and has entered the history books as Bloody Sunday. On that day, Police Battalion 133, reinforced by Ukrainian militia and a local police unit, shot at least 10,000 Jews. The Jews of the town were taken to the Jewish cemetery, where the Ukrainians had dug large graves and where they were shot in groups of 200 to 250. The German court, which sentenced the officer in charge of this operation, Hans Kruger, to life imprisonment, described how men and women had been driven to the place of execution in trucks like cattle to the slaughter. Here, not only the men, but also the women, had to undress completely before their executioners and their helpers, thus causing them the most profound dishonor and degradation in the face of death. While the first groups were led to the pit and had to look into their own grave, the other waiting victims either had to witness the horrid scene or were forced to listen to the sound of shots, as well as to the wailing and cries of woe of their fellow sufferers. When a little later they approached the pit, they saw the bloody corpses and deformed and distorted bodies of their colleagues, acquaintances, and friends. Their horror lasted until they too were hit by numerous bullets. 78. The shooting began at noon and lasted until darkness. One survivor described Kruger as running back and forth, exhorting his men with the words, "Quicker, quicker," 79. At nightfall, the zealous SS officer tried to continue the execution under the headlights of trucks but finally had to stop the killing. 80. Officers regularly provided explanations as to why the killings were necessary, but the daily routine of murder was nonetheless difficult for the policemen. An order dated July 11, 1941, instructed the commanding officers of Police Battalion 307 to arrange for social evenings so as to obliterate the impressions of the day. 81. The shooters also received special allocations of schnapps. A day after the massacre at Babi Yar, shaken members of the police battalion who had assisted in the atrocity entered a local liquor store and availed themselves of its contents until they had become completely drunk. 82. The Hiwis too usually drank heavily, and much of their conduct was so brutish that even their German fellow killers reacted with disgust. For example, several witnesses described a mass killing of children at which the Ukrainians, already drunk before the action, tossed infants into the air and fired at them like clay pigeons. 83. The winter of 1941-42 saw a hiatus in mass executions. The ground was frozen hard, and it proved difficult, if not impossible, to dig pits for the shootings. By the spring of 1942, many of the mobile police units had been converted into stationary posts, and they were reinforced by members of the gendarmerie, policemen from rural communities in Germany, and locally recruited police. These posts assisted in the evacuation of Jews from the ghettos to the extermination camps and engaged in Judenjagd, the hunting down of Jews who had gone into hiding. The gendarmes often carried out this pursuit with great cruelty. A German engineer who had served in Ukraine described how a gendarme officer seized a small child from the arms of its mother, spun it around a few times, and then smashed the child's head against the doorpost. The officer then told his comrades, "That is the best method. One just has to learn it." 84. Based on a careful study of the files of the police in German-occupied Poland, the so-called General Government, one scholar estimates that the number of Jews who fell victim to this Judenjagd in Poland alone was close to 200,000. 85. It has been noted that the hunting down of Jews, even more than the mass executions, in many cases would have allowed at least some men in these posts to refrain from killing. 86. But, as in the case of the Einsatzgruppen, the number who availed themselves of this option was small. The overall record of the police battalions and the stationary gendarmerie in no way differs from that of the Einsatzgruppen. 87. The notion of the clean Wehrmacht was laid to rest by historical scholarship early on, but it dominated the thinking of the German public until the 1990s, when the touring exhibition War of Extermination, Wehrmacht und Verbrechen 1941 to 1944 sparked an extensive and often acrimonious discussion about the complicity of the armed forces in Nazi crimes. Documentary evidence now demonstrated the close cooperation between army units, the various mobile killing units, and the civilian administration in the implementation of anti-Jewish measures. This cooperation was based on a common mentality, a cluster of ideas made up of radical nationalism, anti-Semitism, anti-Bolshevism, and loyalty to Hitler. The Wehrmacht did not initiate the annihilation of the Jews, but neither did the armed forces oppose it. Indeed, without the active support of the Wehrmacht, concludes the most careful study of this issue by the German historian Johannes Herter, the mass murder of the Jews in the East could not have proceeded so quickly and efficiently. 88. As early as the fall of 1935, the army had prepared leaflets to be used in case of an armed conflict with the Soviet Union. These instruments of psychological warfare told soldiers of the Red Army that they were fighting not for Russia, but for the commissars and party functionaries, most of them filthy Jews. These were the real beneficiaries of the war. The country was governed by Jews and former criminals. The leaflets encouraged Soviet soldiers to turn their bayonets against the cursed Jewish commissars and to beat them to death. 89. Similarly, an essay entitled The Jew in German History, published in 1939 for instruction of the Wehrmacht in the National Socialist worldview, stated that world Jewry constituted a poisonous bacillus that had to be fought like the plague of the nations. 90. By the time war broke out, and increasingly thereafter, the armed forces were in a grip of a broad anti-Jewish posture. 91. Most of the soldiers were recently conscripted young men who had spent their formative years in an increasingly Nazified school system and in the militarized atmosphere of the Hitler Youth and Arbeitsdienst, compulsory labor service, which exposed them to relentless indoctrination. 92. The Wehrmacht too increasingly had taken on ideological indoctrination. Officers were expected to be proficient in National Socialist ideas, and they were assisted by National Socialist Guidance Officers, NSFO, organized in 1943.93 Matters of Race, and the Jewish question stood in the center of this teaching. 94. The Struggle Against World Jewry, a publication of the Wehrmacht declared in 1939, was a struggle for the purity and health of the German people. The Jews were described not only as the enemy of Germany, but as a plague for all nations. 95. The Army's information bulletin for the troops, Mitteilungen für die Truppe, declared in 1941, that the Jewish political commissars of the Red Army constituted a demonic element. It would offend animals, the article declared, to describe the appearance of these men as beastly, tierish. In October 1942, an instruction reminded the officer corps that it must adopt a clear and unambiguous attitude in the Jewish question and support the present struggle against the Jewish Bolshevik enemy. 96. The destruction of the Jews was portrayed as the necessary precondition of achieving peace and order in the world. This teaching may not have turned all of the Wehrmacht into fanatical anti-Semites, but it created a readiness for the mass killings in which they became enmeshed. There were some exceptions to this finding, but for the most part the record of the Wehrmacht is far from clean. The number of members of the Wehrmacht who took part in the murder of the Jews, hunting down, selecting, guarding, conveying, and actually killing Jews, is estimated in the tens of thousands. 97. Hitler set the tone for the war of annihilation in several orders issued to the troops prior to the launch of Operation Barbarossa. A Führererlass, Führer decree, of March 3, 1941, spoke of the coming war as not only a clash of arms, but also as a battle of ideologies. To win this war, it was necessary to eliminate the Jewish Bolshevik intelligentsia. 98. A second decree issued on April 6 declared that the war against Bolshevism demands ruthless and aggressive action against Bolshevik agitators, snipers, saboteurs, and Jews, and tireless elimination of any active or passive resistance. 99 Jews thus were included among those who could be shot on sight and without trial. Still another decree of May 13th laid down the rule that offences against enemy civilians were no longer to come under the jurisdiction of the military courts. Such crimes were to be prosecuted only if necessary for the maintenance of discipline or the security of the troops. 100 German soldiers thus were given virtually complete freedom with regard to the treatment of the civilian population. A directive of June 6th, known as the Kommissarbefehl, provided that the political commissars who accompanied the Red Army were to be shot by the troops capturing them or be turned over for execution to the Einsatzgruppen. 101 high-ranking Wehrmacht officers at first expressed their dismay at the suspension of the law of war, which they feared would undermine discipline, but eventually they made their peace with it and fell into line. 102. A personal message from Hitler to the armed forces on the eve of the invasion once again accused the Jewish Bolshevik rulers in Moscow of having sought domination over the people of Europe. 103. Portraying the struggle against Jewish Bolshevism as a defensive measure conveniently shifted the responsibility for the murders in the East to their victims. 104. After Stalin began to speak of a war of annihilation in November 1941, terror against the civilian population could be justified as a defense against the ruthless Bolshevik opponent. The final step that put Jews squarely into the crosshairs of the Wehrmacht was the equation of Jews and partisans, and Hitler was fully aware what this meant. The war against the partisans, he declared on July 16, 1941, has its advantages. It enables us to exterminate all those who oppose us. 105. On a visit to the newly occupied territories on July 8th, Himmler is said to have declared that every Jew is to be regarded as a partisan. 106. Even though attacks by partisans had hardly begun, the murder of the Jews was justified as a measure necessary for the security of the advancing German armies. The troops were exhorted to shoot anyone they even suspected of being an irregular fighter, Freischärler. A training course held in September 1941 in Mogilev, in conjunction with EGB and SS units, summed up the deadly equation: where there is a partisan, there is a Jew, and where there is a Jew, there is a partisan. 107. An order issued by the commanding officer for German forces in Belarus on November 10, 1941, pointed out that since the Jews continue to make common cause with communists and partisans, this foreign element has to be exterminated in its entirety. 108. The killing of Jews thus had become an integral part of waging war. The alleged danger from partisans served as a cover for genocide. Every German soldier now had a license for the murder of Jews. 109 distraught about this development, a German officer noted in his diary, "We destroy not just the Jews who fight against us, but the aim is literally to wipe out the Jews as a people." 110 several orders from the highest echelons of the Wehrmacht further fanned the flames of the campaign against the Jewish Bolshevik system. On October 10, 1941, Field Marshal Walter von Reichenau, commander of the Sixth Army, reminded his men that they were not only soldiers but also a carrier of a merciless racial idea and the avenger of all the bestialities that have been inflicted on the Germans and related peoples. Therefore, the soldier must have complete understanding for the necessity of the harsh but justified atonement of Jewish subhumanity. It has the goal of nipping in the bud uprisings in the rear of the Wehrmacht, which, as experience shows, are always instigated by Jews. 111, a little more than a month later, on November 20th, General Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, commander of the 11th Army, similarly exhorted his men to conduct the campaign against Jewish Bolshevism with unprecedented severity and without compassion and weakness. 112, probably the harshest such orders were issued by General Gustav Freiherr von Bechtolsheim, commander of the 707th Infantry Division in Belarus. On October 16th, he declared, "The Jews, as the intellectual leaders and carriers of Bolshevism and of the communist idea, are our mortal enemy. They have to be annihilated." 113. And in his monthly report on the fighting for the period of October 11th to November 10th, Bechtolsheim stressed, "Since the Jews continue to make common cause with communists and partisans, the restless extirpation of this foreign element must be carried out." 114 Jews, it should be noted, are mentioned in these orders as a general category, irrespective of sex, age, or function. 115. Given these and similar orders from above, it is not surprising that lower-ranking officers and the rank and file of the Wehrmacht quickly and effectively joined in the murder of the Jews. Since the numerically small Einsatzgruppen could not be everywhere, the first anti-Jewish measures often were initiated by army units, especially the secret military police, Geheime Feldpolizei. This included the registration of the local Jewish population, sequestration into ghettos, forced labor, reprisals, and the shooting of hostages. 116 indeed, the cooperation between the Wehrmacht and the EGs began virtually simultaneously with the invasion of the Soviet Union. EGB reported to Berlin on July 24, 1941, that EK-8, stationed in Baranowice, works particularly well with the Wehrmacht. Together they had liquidated 381 persons, Jewish activists, functionaries, and looters. 117 in Tarnopol, regular German soldiers killed about 600 Jews and set fire to their houses. 118 EGC reported on August 20th that they continuously received reports from the Wehrmacht about the execution of communist functionaries and Jews. 119. At the massacre of Babi Yar, it was an army pioneer unit that detonated the walls of the ravine in which the Jews had been shot. The Wehrmacht also provided some 100 trucks to take away the clothing and valuables that the victims had left behind. 120. From the very beginning of the war against the Soviet Union, according to an agreement worked out with Heydrich in March 1941, the special units of the security police operating on Soviet territory received logistical support such as food and lodging from the army. 121. An order issued by Army Chief of Staff Franz Halder on June 11th commanded the army to assist the SS commando units, by all means, as long as the battle situation allows. 122. A German officer known for his brutality had organized the killing of some 75 Jews in a Ukrainian village on July 1942. The men had had to dig the pit for the shooting, and the officer was reported to have pushed crying women and children into the mass grave with sadistic pleasure. The officer later went on trial before a military court, probably primarily because he was also accused of rape, the mistreatment of subordinates, and theft. In his defense, the officer maintained that he had ordered the shooting of the Jews in order to prevent their making common cause with partisans. Moreover, he had sought to heed Hitler's warning that the war would mean the destruction of the Jews. The court-martial agreed that these circumstances constituted mitigating factors and sentenced the officer to 1 year imprisonment for homicide rather than murder. The indifference with which the military judges viewed the murder of Jewish women and children was evident in the finding of the court that, during such mass shootings, it was unavoidable that women and children would cry and beg for mercy. 123. It is reckoned that during October and November 1941, some 60,000 Jews were murdered in Belarus with the participation of the 707th Division. 124 EGA estimated that Heeresgruppe Mitte, Army Group Center, by December 1941, had shot about 19,000 partisans and criminals, that is, mostly Jews. 125. On March 20, 1942, General Karl von Rokes, commander of Rear Area South, gave orders that all units were to support EGD as much as possible by providing transport, shelter, food, and cordons at shootings. 126. By the summer of 1942, cleansing operations, conducted by Army Group South, had killed 20,000 Jews. 127. At times, it was an army unit that requested help from the Einsatzgruppen or other killing units. In July 1941, General Sixt von Arnim, commander of the 95th Infantry Division, ordered the execution of some 200 Jews near Zhytomyr, Ukraine. An observer, the soldier Gunter Drexel, characterized the killing, carried out with the assistance of an SS unit, as dreadful. 128. In September 1941, the 17th Army asked SK-6B for assistance in dealing with the Jews of Kremenchug, Ukraine, because there had been 3 cases of sabotage. 6 days later, 1,600 Jews were shot. 129. For the expected occupation of Leningrad, Army Command 17 planned to hand over Jews of any age and sex to the security police. 130. This is not to say that every German officer or common soldier, the proverbial lancer or grunt, was an active participant in the killing of Jews. We know of at least one report by a general staff officer that mentions the opposition of frontline commanders to the shooting of Jews, prisoners of war, and commissars. 131. There is the story of the 18-year-old soldier Wolfgang Holzapfel, who witnessed a massacre of Jews, including women and children, by a Sonderkommando in Zhytomyr, and related how this experience collapsed his world. What does the leadership of the state do with its men who want to fulfill their duty to Führer, people and fatherland in an upright and clean manner? He wrote in a letter. 132. We do not know how many other soldiers reacted the same way to the operations of the Einsatzgruppen, but he probably was not the only disillusioned Nazi idealist. A study of the role of the Wehrmacht in Belarus found a spectrum of varied participation in the killing. This range of behavior was based on choice, for the admittedly severe system of discipline offered a surprising degree of individual agency. 133. Many orders were less than precise, and the way they were implemented depended on an individual's decision. Certain types of military units, the tank formations for example, did not participate in the rounding up of Jews and therefore faced fewer temptations to abuse their power. Horst Fuchs Richardson has published the letters of his father, Karl Fuchs, who was a member of the 7th Panzer Division. The elder Fuchs had fully absorbed Nazi propaganda about Jewish Bolshevism. He supported the war against these subhuman beings, the scum of the earth. He hoped that the Führer would save Germany from the Bolshevik hordes led by Jews and criminals. It is an open question whether the good Nazi Fuchs would have acted out his hatred of Bolsheviks and Jews if the opportunity had presented itself. As it is, the elder Fuchs is not linked to any atrocity, nor are the officers who commanded his unit. Fuchs Richardson describes them as officers of the old school, regarding ill treatment of civilians and prisoners as unsoldierly and immoral, as well as harmful to discipline and morale. 134. We do not know how unusual the 7th Panzer Division was. We have at least one report of the commanding officer of a tank unit ordering the shooting of a captured Soviet political commissar. The quick and routine manner in which this execution was carried out suggests that this was not the only violation of the law of war of its kind. The officer in question was an ardent German nationalist and anti-communist who personally participated in the shooting of the commissar. 135. During the early months of the war against the Soviet Union, hardly any Wehrmacht officers had expressed misgivings about the systematic annihilation of Jews, and many participated in this crime. The swift victory in the Blitzkrieg, lightning war, against France had created a wave of admiration for the Führer and silenced any criticism of his orders. This mood of acquiescence appears to have changed in the fall of 1941, which began with a long period of rain, changing the earth into mud, and ended with ice and snow. The result was a serious decline in morale, the consequence of the severe Russian winter, for which the troops were unprepared, as well as a result of the stalling of the German advance before Moscow. 136. The change in mood is said to have affected the attitude of Wehrmacht officers toward the harsh mode of warfare ordered by Hitler. A report about an inspection of the front, composed by Major Rudolf Christoph Freiherr von Gersdorf on December 9, 1941, noted, "I have gained the impression that the shooting of the Jews, prisoners of war, and also of commissars is rejected by the officer corps almost everywhere. The shootings are regarded as a violation of the honor of the German army." 137. On March 21, 1943, von Gersdorf attempted to assassinate Hitler by a suicide bombing at a display of captured Russian flags and arms in Berlin. The attempt failed when Hitler left earlier than expected by the military plotters. Von Gersdorf was a resolute opponent of Hitler, and it is possible that the impression of a growing alienation in the officer corps conveyed in his report of December 1941 was colored by wishful thinking. It is a matter of record that throughout the years 1942 and 1943, Wehrmacht units continued to participate in anti-Jewish actions. Disagreements between Wehrmacht and German occupation authorities occurred here and there over the issue of holding on to skilled Jewish artisans. The SD conceded in an undated report, probably from early 1942, sent to Berlin, that while the Jews represented a very cheap source of labor, they continued to be the most reliable carrier of the Bolshevik ideology. The Wehrmacht therefore considered an early solution of the Jewish question imperative for the maintenance of security. 138. Needless to say, this disagreement involved simply the timing of the annihilation of the Jews. Significantly, here it was the Wehrmacht that advocated a more radical course. An agreement of October 7, 1941, between Heydrich and the High Command of the Army, OKH, provided that the commanders of prisoner of war camps were to allow special units of the SD to seize unacceptable elements, a category that included Communist Party functionaries and intellectuals, political commissars, and Jews. The liquidation of these captives was to take place outside of the camps, and knowledge about these killings was to be kept from the other prisoners and the general population. 139. A typical order regarding the treatment of Jewish prisoners of war ran, "German soldier always consider where Jews still live, there is no security behind the front. Jewish civilians and partisans do not belong in the prisoner of war camps, they are to be shot." 140. EGC reported a temporary dispute with regard to the treatment of Jewish prisoners of war. In a report dated November 3, 1941, The Einsatzgruppe praised the excellent concord that existed between it and all elements of the Wehrmacht, but complained that at times they had experienced difficulties in searching the POW camps for Jewish captives. At the end of July, the OKH had ordered that Jewish prisoners be segregated, and from early on, some commanding officers of POW camps had shot the Jewish prisoners. In several instances, however, the Einsatzgruppen fretted their men had not been admitted to the POW camps. All too often, the Einsatzkommandos had been subjected to more or less hidden complaints on account of their firm attitude in the Jewish question. The report noted that a new order issued by the High Command of the Wehrmacht was expected to clarify the issue. 141. A completely different situation was reported by SK4A of the same Einsatzgruppe on November 12th. The unit boasted that, due to its collaboration with the Sixth Army, it had been able to execute 55,432 men, most of them Jews, and a great part of these Jewish prisoners of war who had been handed over by the Wehrmacht. For example, in a POW camp at Borispol, east of Kiev, they had shot 752 Jewish prisoners on October 10th and 357 captives on October 18th, among them several commissars and 78 wounded Jewish prisoners who had been turned over to them by the camp doctor. The smooth completion of the action in Borispol can be attributed to the energetic support of the officers of the Wehrmacht at that location. 142. It has been estimated that the Germans shot at least 50,000 captured Red Army soldiers solely because they were Jewish. 143. Since the killing of Jewish prisoners of war began right after the invasion of the Soviet Union, captured Jewish soldiers have been called the first de facto Jewish victims and the first victims of the Holocaust. 144. Wehrmacht commanders were little troubled by the repudiation of well-established conventions of the international law of war contained in Hitler's orders for a new kind of warfare against the Bolshevik Jewish enemy. However, they were concerned that the unauthorized killing of civilians could lead to a drastic decline of discipline. Hence, some commanders gave orders that such killings were to be regarded as insubordination and punished accordingly. 145. Yet when such prosecutions took place, the courts imposed entirely inappropriate light penalties. Thus, Franz H. was charged with killing a Jewish woman in Zwenigorodka, Russia, in November 1941, probably because the killing had taken place while he, together with several comrades, had been engaged in ransacking a house. When the woman sought to protect her possessions, the accused ordered her daughter to dig a large hole in the garden, made the woman stand next to this pit, and then shot her with an explosive bullet that tore away half of her head. After a military court had made sure that a prosecution was desirable, on July 24, 1942, it convicted the killer of homicide and sentenced him to 6 months' imprisonment. 146. In another case of the murder of a Jew without authorization, the legal proceedings were halted because they threatened to expose the systematic annihilation of the Jewish population in the East. Karl Schuh was a senior non-commissioned officer in the organization TOD, OT, which, among other tasks, carried out building and engineering projects for the Wehrmacht. During the serious manpower shortages that developed from 1942 on, the OT employed large numbers of foreign forced laborers and prisoners of war. A colleague of Schuh, charged with murder and theft of property in Russia, alleged that Schuh had ordered the killing and that he had also commanded the shooting of a Jewish prisoner of war. During an interrogation on March 9, 1942, Schuh admitted freely that he had ordered the shooting of the Jewish prisoner. He had done so, he testified, because he had come to know that all Jews in the East have been knocked off. In all larger towns, more than 10,000 Jews have been knocked off. There now arose the unwelcome possibility that, in order to excuse his misdeed, Schuh might name names and try to provide proof of his assertion that Jews in Russia were being systematically killed. At that point, the charges were dropped. 147. The Waffen-SS, one of the most murderous branches of the Nazi war machine, was formerly part of the Wehrmacht, but also enjoyed considerable autonomy. From 1944 on, some army units operated under the command of Waffen-SS officers and vice versa, and there developed complex linkages between Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS 148. At first, most members of the Waffen-SS were volunteers with a strong commitment to the National Socialist ideology. 149, according to one investigation, 75% of a sample of Waffen-SS men were members of the Nazi Party, as opposed to only 10% in a sample of regular soldiers. 150 during the war, the Waffen-SS greatly expanded, eventually reaching 38 divisions. By the end of the year 1943, the Waffen-SS had 501,000 men. 151. Its peak strength is estimated at about 600,000 men, 152, and in 1945 it included about 200,000 foreign volunteers. 153. This growth somewhat diluted the ideological homogeneity of the Waffen-SS, but its units remained at all times a willing instrument and participant in the destruction of the Jews. One of the first explicit orders for the killing of all Jews was issued by the commanding officer of the 1st SS Cavalry Regiment on July 29, 1941. No male Jew is to remain alive, and no Jewish family is to remain in any location. Thus instructed, on August 2nd, the SS unit murdered about 2,000 men, women, and children in the Belarus town of Chomsk. 154. On July 31st, Himmler directed a similar order to the 22nd Cavalry Brigade of the Waffen-SS before its sweep of the Pripyat marshes on the border between Belarus and Ukraine. All Jews must be shot. Drive the female Jews into the swamp. 155. As far as is known, not a single member of the Waffen-SS ever declined to participate in the killing of Jews. 156. Portraits of killers. The men who carried out the mass shootings of Jews came from different parts of German society, and not all of them were Germans. There was no typical perpetrator. The shooters were much like the personnel of the concentration camps. There were sadistic types motivated by the basest instincts, committed Nazis who regarded the murder of the Jews as an ideological imperative, opportunists who hoped to better their status, ordinary men who followed orders or killed so as to not break ranks with their comrades, and finally those who, for a variety of reasons, sought to avoid this unpleasant assignment. 1. It is impossible to determine the exact proportion of these different groups. According to one estimate, the number of excess perpetrators, men who acted on their own impulse rather than simply following orders, was about 50%. 2. Another author believes that no more than 20% fit this category and considers 60% to have been Bialystok, perpetrators who acted pursuant to orders. 3. Christopher Browning found that between 10 and 20% of the members of Police Battalion 101 sought to escape participation in the killing. 4. The fact that not a few individuals were able to evade participation in the massacres shows that there was some room for maneuver and choice. The perpetrators were not at the mercy of irresistible pressures to obey. The excuse of having to follow orders or risk one's own life is invalid both legally and morally. Finally, the diversity of perpetrators belies Daniel Goldhagen's argument that the Holocaust was the result of a German demonological anti-Semitism. 5. There is ample evidence of a wide spectrum of attitudes toward the Jews that existed during the entire Nazi era, a factor that resulted in a range of behaviors even during the killing operations in the East. 6. The participation of Ukrainians, Romanians, and citizens of the Baltic states in the murder of the Jews, many of whom exceeded their German counterparts in their cruelty, further undermines Goldhagen's thesis. The number of sadistic guards in the concentration camps who actually enjoyed the brutal treatment of the inmates was small, and the same can be said about the killers who carried out the mass shootings. The horror of these episodes was the result of the very essence of these executions, and was not caused by particularly brutal individuals. Yet such sadists did exist. Many of these men had engaged in plenty of violence before becoming Nazis, and killing Jews was merely a continuation of a long career of brutality. Whether their hatred of Jews was genuine or merely a pretext, such individuals could now indulge in bloody rampages. They were given absolute power over the Jews, and they relished it. The SS officer Johann Demand, for example, was known as an individual who mistreated Jews whenever he could. Most of the Jews of Hrubieszów in southeastern Poland had been sent to the extermination camp Sobibor in June 1942, but several hundred had been held back for forced labor. At Demand's trial in 1968, witnesses testified that inmates of the ghetto hid whenever they heard his steps to escape his sadistic cruelty. Demand personally supervised the murder of the remaining Jews in October 1941. Some 200 of them were lined up next to a ditch and shot, but several victims were merely wounded. Nevertheless, Demand ordered a work detail to cover the ditch with earth, burying the wounded alive. The German court sentenced Demand to life imprisonment. 7. Born in 1895, Oskar Dirlewanger, a PhD in economics, was an early member of the Nazi Party and notorious for sexual escapades and alcoholic orgies. Repeatedly jailed for various offences, Dirlewanger was given the chance to redeem himself in May 1940 by serving at the head of the newly formed SS Sonderformation Dirlewanger, SS Special Unit Dirlewanger, attached to the Waffen-SS. The unit was originally composed of poachers and other petty offenders, but eventually included all kinds of violent criminals, including convicted murderers. Dirlewanger set the tone for his unit. Assigned to fight against partisans in Poland and later in Belarus, the Dirlewanger unit became known for its gang rapes and the torturing of captives, including women and children. Detailed to the suppression of the Warsaw Uprising in the summer of 1944, Dirlewanger's men did what they were good at: massacres, rapes, and plundering. After the collapse of the Warsaw Uprising, Dirlewanger received the Knight's Cross, the highest award in Nazi Germany, for extreme battlefield bravery and outstanding military leadership. The unit went on to fight in Slovakia in October 1944. At war's end, Dirlewanger was taken prisoner and killed by his guards. 8. Karl Schulz was second in command of a post of policemen in the Mir region of Belarus. He too was well known as a beast in the form of a man. Oswald Rufison, who served the policeman as an interpreter, regarded Schulz as a brutal man, a sadist, who took great pleasure in torturing people in general, and Jews in particular. For example, when faced with two prospective victims, a mother and a child, he would kill the child in front of the mother, and only after a day or two execute the mother. He was a heavy drinker, and drinking only increased his cruelty. 9. A sizable percentage of the killers were devoted Nazis who murdered out of ideological conviction. Their zeal was not the result of sadistic inclinations, but was based on their strong commitment to the Nazi ideology. Many of these men had developed their radical right-wing ideas during the 1920s. A large number were alte Kampfer, literally old fighters, long-time members of the Nazi Party, who had been socialized into a climate of violence, brawls at political meetings, street fights with political opponents, and political assassinations. 10. A high proportion were well-educated. One recent author speaks of an anti-Semitism of reason. 11. They harbored no hatred toward Jews as individuals, though they considered them distinctly inferior. The Jewish issue had to be solved to satisfy the needs of the German people for Lebensraum and to build the 1,000-year Reich. From this perspective, it was but a small step to the readiness to commit mass murder once the opportunity presented itself, and their higher-ups had let it be known that the time for the final solution of the Jewish problem had arrived. In many of the Einsatzgruppen, officers were required to participate in at least one shooting, but this was not generally a problem. A good example of these technocrats of terror was Otto Ohlendorf, the head of Einsatzgruppe D. Born in 1907, Ohlendorf studied economics and law and achieved the degree of Doctor of Jurisprudence. He became known as a highly gifted National Socialist academic. Ohlendorf joined the Nazi Party in 1925 and the SS in 1926, and he eventually advanced to heading the domestic operations of the SD, the intelligence arm of the SS. He viewed his service as the commander of an Einsatzgruppe as another way of proving his readiness to serve the Nazi state in any matter deemed necessary. Ohlendorf served in the East for a full year, longer than any other leader of an Einsatzgruppe. As he told the military tribunal trying the Einsatzgruppen case in 1946, he had carried out his duties in the Soviet Union to the best of his ability and with a clear conscience. 12. In practice, this meant that between June 1941 and March 1942, his unit in southern Ukraine and the Crimea killed more than 90,000 people, the great majority of them Jews. Ohlendorf personally supervised at least 2 mass executions. At his trial, Ohlendorf tried to minimize his anti-Semitic views, but he acknowledged that he had regarded the extermination of the Jews, including children, as a necessary measure. From being a desk perpetrator, the gifted Nazi had become an active participant in mass murder. 13 Ohlendorf told the Nuremberg prison psychiatrist Leon Goldenson that in his view, the bombing of German cities with phosphorus had been at least as bad as the shooting of those Jews. Moreover, he had merely followed orders coming from Berlin. 14. After lengthy appeals, Ohlendorf was executed by hanging at Landsberg prison on June 7, 1951. Ernst Bieberstein was another SS officer convicted at the Einsatzgruppen trial. Born in 1899, Bieberstein had for a time been a Protestant minister. He joined the Nazi Party in 1929 and eventually renounced the church and his ecclesiastical garb. A committed National Socialist, Bieberstein joined the Reich Ministry for Church Affairs in August 1935, served in the Wehrmacht for several months in 1940, and became head of the Gestapo in Oppeln, Silesia, in June 1941. He was made head of EK6 of Einsatzgruppe C in July 1942. He admitted having been present for at least 2 mass killings, one of which he described as follows. I personally superintended an execution in Rostow which was performed by means of a gas truck. The persons destined for death, after their money and valuables, sometimes the clothes too, had been taken from them, were loaded into the gas truck, which held between 50 and 60 people. The truck was then driven to a place outside the town where members of my commando had already dug a mass grave. I have seen myself the unloading of the dead bodies. Their faces were in no way distorted. Death came to these people without any outside signs of spasm. 15. Bieberstein showed no regret for what he had done. At his post-war trial, the former theologian declared in his closing statement, "As to the charge of the prosecution, I do not feel guilty before God and my conscience." Bieberstein was condemned to death, but his sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. As with many other convicted Nazi criminals, Bieberstein was a free man by 1958.16. General Gustav Freiherr von Bechtelsheim, commander of the 707th Infantry Division in Belarus, is representative of an army officer whose vehement anti-Semitic convictions made him into an ardent pursuer of the Jews. Bechtelsheim viewed the Jews as dangerous communists who had to be destroyed. He is considered responsible for the death of more than 20,000 Jews. Born in 1889, Bechtelsheim served in the First World War and later in the Freikorps Epp, one of several right-wing paramilitary groups that arose at the end of the war and fought the newly formed Weimar Republic. In 1919, Bechtelsheim participated in suppressing the abortive Räterepublik, Soviet Republic in Munich. An assessment of his political outlook by his superiors in 1939 rated him as having a positive disposition toward the National Socialist state. In an early 1942 report, he wrote, "Without exception, Jews are identical with the partisans." His conduct as a murderer of Jews in the East fully confirmed this appraisal. He has been called one of many Holocaust perpetrators in military garb. 17. Correspondence from the Eastern Front shows us how successful Nazi propaganda had been in spreading anti-Semitic teaching. Most of the writers of these surviving letters were lower-ranking officers or common soldiers who expressed their loathing of Jews in simple but graphic language. These sentiments undoubtedly were genuinely felt rather than produced on demand. Nazi censorship was concerned with incidents of criticism, not with the absence of Nazi phraseology. The letters reflected the conviction that the Jews represented a dangerous subhuman lot, and this demonization legitimized their murder. The missives also revealed the great faith most of these men had in the Führer as the savior of Germany. 18. There is no way of knowing how many other German soldiers shared these ideas. However, given the large number of such letters, it is not unreasonable to assume that such sentiments were widely held. 19. Many of the letters spoke of Germany as being under assault from the Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy. The great task of the struggle against Bolshevism lies in the destruction of eternal Judaism. In Russia, observed Corporal H.K., the Eastern Jew now reveals himself in all his brutality. 20. The Jews, wrote another non-commissioned officer, are swine in human form, and we will free mankind from this pest. You can be sure, one soldier assured his family, that the Jews are being sent to the right place where they can no longer oppress any people. 21. An NCO called the Jews the parasites of the human race, who, like other parasites, have to be extirpated. 22. They ooze filth, wrote another, and looking at them, one can only conclude that they have no right to live on God's earth. As of now, bragged one writer, we have sent 1,000 Jews to Kingdom Come, but that is much too little for what they have done. Still another informed Der Stürmer, the viciously anti-Semitic tabloid-style newspaper published by Julius Streicher, that after more than 2 years in the East, he and his comrades had come to fully appreciate the danger presented by the Jews. Extirpation and annihilation are the only appropriate remedy, and we hope that the hour is not far when the last Jew will have dug his own grave. During a supper conversation, reported one writer, much to my surprise, we were unanimous in our conviction that the Jews have to be removed from this world. 23. The diary of a soldier assigned to the Minsk ghetto shows the same vehement anti-Jewish sentiments. It is now 3 p.m. For the last hour, all Jews still living here, 962 persons, women, old men and children, are being shot. Finally, a detachment of 20 policemen carries out the operation. 2 men take turns in shooting. The Jews pass in single file through 2 huts near the pit. In the first, they hand over their valuables. In the second, their head coverings, their furs and their boots. Heartrending cries are being heard. Those who try to escape are shot on the spot. First, it is the turn of the children, then the old men and women. Those who refuse to comply are worked over with rubber truncheons. Children who have been hidden are discovered. Tomorrow, the operation will be concluded. In the nearby town of Tchkoven, the same detachment will finish off 1,200 Jews. In this way, the pest is being eradicated. From the window of my place of work, the ghetto is 500 meters away, and I can hear well the cries and the shooting. Too bad that I am not there. 24. Soldiers at times volunteered for the shooting of Jews. A 36-year-old police officer from Vienna, the father of 2 infants, happily reported such an opportunity to his wife. For tomorrow I have volunteered for a special operation. For the first time I will have the opportunity to use my pistol. I will take 28 bullets. Most likely that will not be enough. What is the importance of 2,200 Jews who once again are too numerous in a town and have to be finished off? 3 days later, he described what it had been like. With the first truck of victims, my hand shook a bit while shooting, but one gets used to it. By the 10th truck, I calmly took aim and shot comfortably at the many women, children, and infants. Infants were flying in big sweeps through the air, and we blew them away while they were still flying, and before they hit the pit and the water. Away with this brood, who have plunged all of Europe into war and now even stir up America. 25. Another police officer recalled that at a certain operation, so many men volunteered that there was no need to assign shooters. 26. The same situation appears to have existed in Police Battalion 322. An officer reported that it was never a problem to form shooting detachments, since there were always enough volunteers, and it was usually the same men who stepped forward. He surmised that some of these men did so for the opportunity to organize something, that is, to get hold of some of the valuables the victims had to hand over. 27. Standing orders forbade members of the Wehrmacht to participate voluntarily in executions carried out by the Einsatzgruppen, but several soldiers stated that they had asked for and received permission to do just that. 28. Peer pressure may have been a factor when men volunteered for a shooting detachment in their own unit. However, this element would not explain why Wehrmacht soldiers went out of their way to join executions carried out by the mobile killing squads. Soldiers and occupation officials, and occasionally also their wives, were at times spectators at the killings. The phenomenon became known as Hinrichtungstourismus, execution tourism. 29. Christopher Browning has posited that genocidal anti-Semitic killers constituted a small minority, and that the majority of those engaged in the murder of the Jews were passively complicit. They were indifferent to the fate of the Jews. 30. The court verdicts and other materials I have examined support this view. The largest group of killers was made up of individuals who carried out this unspeakable work because they had been ordered to do so. That these orders constituted a crime by ordinary standards of morality mattered less than the fact that these actions had been commanded by their superiors. Obeying orders and doing one's duty was part of their patriotic credo. Members of the Wehrmacht had sworn to render unconditional obedience to Hitler, their supreme commander. After the end of the war, a high-ranking officer invoked this oath as the explanation why he had participated in the massacres. At the time, I took it for granted that orders issued by the government of the day had to be obeyed. 31. A good German soldier respected the oath he had taken. As a company commander of Police Battalion 322 declared before shooting Jews in Pinsk, "Comrades, today we have to fulfill a task which is unpleasant for a German soldier. However, orders are orders, and we are used to obeying. Others, not we, carry the responsibility." 32. For many officers and rank-and-file soldiers, obeying and carrying out the unpleasant assignment they had received was made easier by the fact that the victims were Jews, whom they had been taught to despise. Still, the reaction of the police officer quoted above was not unusual. For many of these men, the killing of defenseless men, women, and children did not come easily, and yet it was a job that had to be done. We read in a typical letter, "Murdering is not what we like," but when we realize that this is necessary for the survival of the German people, we carry out even this task with pride and conscientiousness, everybody doing their assigned task. 33. In a time of war, one had to support the fatherland, no matter what, and this attitude led to a suspension, or at least a weakening, of a critical stance toward the massacres they were asked to carry out. To maintain their psychological equilibrium, they convinced themselves that the killings were righteous. In post-war testimony, many of the defendants used words like Schweinerei, swinish mess, for what they had experienced. Yet with the passage of time, the killing became routine and begat a new normality. Some may still have felt sorry for themselves, but they no longer felt guilty. 34. The defendant R., formerly a member of a police battalion attached to EGB, had participated in the mass shooting of Jews in Mogilev, Belarus, in October 1941. At his trial in 1963, he testified that because at the time the killings had been ordered by a legitimate authority, his superiors, he had not considered them wrong. A conflict between what is ordered by the state and what is right, between Gesetz and Recht, he had considered impossible by definition. 35. This kind of attitude was widespread and allowed these men to quash whatever hesitations to kill they may have had. Paul Johannes Zapp had been the commanding officer of SK-11A and was convicted of murder in 13,449 cases in 1970. Zapp, the court found, had fully known that taking the life of men, women, and children merely because they belonged to an allegedly inferior racial group was wrong. However, he had believed that these measures were based on an order of the Führer, and that he was obliged to carry out this order with unconditional obedience. 36. Albert Rapp, the head of another Sonderkommando, was convicted of multiple murders in 1965. He had recognized, he stated at trial, that the mass killings he had participated in were contrary to the accepted principles of European ethics and morality. However, he had believed that these maxims had to yield to the National Socialist political and racial ideology. 37. Kurt Drey had been a lieutenant in a reserve battalion and in 1972 was found guilty of having been an accessory to the murder of 1,800 Jews. The court concluded that the officer had played down the clear requirements of right and wrong in order to carry out the murderous commands he had received. He had considered it his duty to conduct himself in accordance with the demands of his superiors. 38. As Germany's military campaign against the Soviet Union got bogged down, leading Nazis sought to galvanize the fighting spirit of the troops by talking of the horrors that the German people would suffer from the Jewish archenemy in case of a German defeat. In such a case, Goering declared in a speech delivered on October 5, 1942, the Jew would achieve his hateful goal of annihilating Germany. The victims thus had become the potential perpetrators against whom Germany had to protect itself. By making the destruction of the Jews appear as a defensive measure, made necessary by the alleged Jewish aim to destroy Germany, Nazi propaganda probably helped make the task of the killers somewhat easier. 39. And yet, despite the different rationalizations employed to facilitate the routine of killing, the psychological toll was heavy. Himmler was aware of this problem and gave orders to organize evening get-togethers that would divert and entertain the troops. At these gatherings, comrades would eat together in the best German familial style and listen to music, lectures, in order to be introduced to the beautiful subject of German intellectual and emotional life. 40. These gatherings took place, accompanied by plenty of alcohol, but they failed to alleviate the problem of stress. There were nervous breakdowns, men running amok, and other manifestations of a deep-seated unease. Hence Himmler, himself not unaffected by the sight of dead bodies, encouraged the pursuit of a mode of killing that would be easier on his men. The employment of explosives did not work out, but the use of gas turned out to be promising. Clad in striped camp uniforms, prisoners stand at roll call in the Buchenwald concentration camp. Exhausted from work and regardless of the weather, inmates at times had to stand in formation for hours. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of Robert A. Schmuel, 10105. An SS officer at Buchenwald presides as prisoners are hung from their wrists. Most of the inmates undergoing this torturous punishment incurred permanent injuries, and not a few died. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of Netherlands Instituut voor Oorlogsdocumentatie, 48063. Women survivors lie on stretchers in the liberated concentration camp Bergen-Belsen in April 1945. Some 13,000 of the freed inmates died during the days after liberation, despite medical efforts to restore their health. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of Ulla Knowles, 33767. When it was liberated, Bergen-Belsen held thousands of naked and unburied corpses in various stages of decomposition. A correspondent for the London Times called the scene something beyond the imagination. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of Hadassah Bimco Rosensaft, 78259. The door of the gas chamber in the Dachau concentration camp was marked, in large black letters, Browserbad, shower bath. Although Dachau was not an extermination camp like Auschwitz, the gas chamber may have been used for medical experiments on inmates and for executions. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of National Archives and Records Administration, College Park, 00276. This map of Jewish executions carried out by Einsatzgruppe A in the Baltic states was part of a report sent by the killing unit's commander, SS Brigadier Walter Stahlnecker, to Berlin. The report documented the killing of more than 220,000 Jews between June 22 and October 15, 1941. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of Thomas Wartenberg, 80190. During a mass execution in occupied Soviet Union, the victims kneel by the side of a mass grave. Others are seen lying dead in the pit. Some of the soldiers stand on the side, for the shooters took turns in carrying out the killing. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of National Archives and Records Administration, College Park, 89063. German soldiers look on as a member of an Einsatzgruppe prepares to shoot a Ukrainian Jew. Previously killed Jews lie in the pit that served as a mass grave. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of Sharon Paquette, 64407. Jewish women from the Mizotz ghetto stand in line before their execution by Ukrainian auxiliary police. Prior to being shot, victims usually had to take off their clothing, and these garments were sent to Germany. Their killers found time to take pictures of the naked women. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of Instytut Pamięci Narodowej, 17877. A German police officer shoots Jewish women from the ghetto of Mzotz who were still alive after a mass execution. The coup de grâce was not always administered, however, and there were reports of wounded victims pleading to be put to death. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of Instytut Pamięci Narodowej, 17878. The SS rounds up a group of Jewish men in Plonsk, Poland for deportation. About 12,000 Jews from Plonsk and its vicinity were sent to the Auschwitz death camp between November 1st and December 5th, 1942. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of Instytut Pamięci Narodowej, 18772. SS officers perform the infamous process of selection on the ramp at Auschwitz-Birkenau. It is estimated that some 74% of the Jews who arrived there, women, children, and the old and infirm, were sent to the gas chambers, while the rest were kept alive to perform forced labor. As a result of abuse and inadequate nourishment, the average lifespan for those selected for work was 3 to 4 months. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of Yad Vashem, 77234. Smiling female auxiliaries of the SS pose with the adjutant of Auschwitz, Karl Hocher, at a retreat near Auschwitz. Some of the female guards became known for their extreme cruelty. Irma Gries, for example, was called the Beast of Bergen-Belsen. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, courtesy of anonymous donor 34762. Serving in a death factory. On August 15, 1941, Himmler witnessed a mass shooting in Minsk. All but 2 of the victims were men. After the shooting, which left Himmler visibly moved, SS Obergruppenführer Erich von dem Bach-Zelewski, one of the 3 senior SS and police officers in charge of the killing operations in the newly occupied Soviet territories, told Himmler that these mass executions were a terrible psychological burden on the men doing the shooting. Himmler thereupon suggested to Arthur Naber, the head of EGB, who had arranged the demonstration, that other more humane killing methods be found, that is, methods that were easier on the executioners. A bit later, Naber arranged for a killing with explosives. 24 mental patients were put into a wooden bunker, but the explosion failed to kill the patients. Several of them emerged from the bunker covered with blood and screaming loudly. That left the use of carbon monoxide, a gas that already had been used extensively during the so-called euthanasia program, which involved the murder of the handicapped and mentally disabled. A room on the ground floor of the insane asylum of Mogilev was bricked up, and the exhaust of a passenger car and a truck was directed into the room. 5 patients who had been brought into the room were dead after about 15 minutes. Finally, it seemed, the Nazis had found a more bloodless method of mass killing. 1. This promising new means of murder was employed in several killing centers in the East. The sole purpose of these camps was annihilation. They were factories of death. A small number of victims were kept alive to help operate the camps, but all other inmates were killed immediately upon arrival. Some of the camps also murdered Soviet prisoners of war and gypsies. The first such site was in Chelmno, northwest of Lodz. Beginning on December 8, 1941, an SS unit under the command of Herbert Lang employed a gas van, a mobile gas chamber disguised as a truck. Since early 1940, Langer had led a Sonderkommando, special detachment, to carry out euthanasia killings of mental patients in East Prussia and nearby sites by means of shooting and a gas van. In the face of popular unrest, Hitler officially had to end the euthanasia program on August 24, 1941, though it in fact continued on a reduced scale. The expertise of Langer and his men was now employed to kill Jews. The victims were led to believe that they would be resettled. Instead, they were asphyxiated by the exhaust of the gas van. One estimate puts the number of Jews murdered in this way at Chelmno between 1941 and 1943 at 225,000.2. It had been expected that the use of gas vans would spare the nerves of the executioners, but this turned out to be wrong. The victims took longer to die, and their cries of despair could be heard before the vans gradually turned quiet. Even though much of the dirty work of unloading and burying the corpses and cleaning out the van was done by work Jews, the view of the soiled and entangled bodies and the distorted faces of the hapless victims once again traumatized the killers. 3. The driver of a Sonderkommando stated that the use of the gas vans was the most horrible thing I have ever seen. The bodies, when unloaded, were covered with vomit and excrement. It was a terrible sight. 4. A member of EGD in the Crimea, which also for a time employed a gas van, related that the men who took part in such actions said they would rather have shot those people than be on duty during the use and emptying of the van. 5. In each of the death camps of Bialystok, Sobibor, and Treblinka, no more than 20 to 35 Germans supervised some 700 to 1,000 Jewish inmates and 90 to 130 Ukrainians. 6. The fact that much of the work in the extermination factories was done by others served as an excuse by German defendants at post-war trials. For example, Gustav Munzberger, deputy commandant at Treblinka, who was in charge of moving the victims into the gas chambers, maintained that he had not played any significant role. There really was nothing much for us to do. We simply had to be there. That was all. The court did not accept this plea and sentenced him to 12 years imprisonment as an accomplice to murder. 7. Jewish labor was highly organized. There was the platform detail that removed the bodies of those who had died on the way and cleaned the railroad cars, the sorting team that collected the victims' luggage and clothing and prepared the booty for shipment, the hair cutters who cut the hair of the women to be used for insulation, the gold Jews who collected the valuables from the undressing area and also carried out body searches of women, including in their genitalia. This operation always attracted onlookers from the SS, the gas chamber disposal team that had to take away the dead bodies for burning, the forest team that cut wood for heating and cooking in the camp, as well as for the burning of corpses, and many others. The groups of work Jews were themselves liquidated periodically and replaced by new arrivals. 8. The death camp of Belzec began operating on March 17, 1942, when the deportation of the Jews of Lublin began. This action was part of the larger plan of killing the more than 2 million Jews packed into crowded ghettos in the general government, the part of Poland not incorporated into the Reich. Already back in September 1941, Hans Frank, the governor of this territory, had talked of the need to destroy the Jews under his rule, whom he called exceptionally harmful gluttons, to whom one should show no pity. 9. The killing operation, code-named Operation Reinhardt, got underway in the spring of 1942. It was commanded by the SS and police leader Odilo Globoknik, the former Gauleiter of Vienna, who acted on verbal orders given to him by Himmler. Goebbels noted in his diary on March 27th, "Beginning with Lublin, the Jews in the general government are now being evacuated eastward. The procedure is a pretty barbaric one and is not to be described here more accurately. Not much will remain of the Jews." 10. The victims themselves, for the most part, had no idea what awaited them. Even when ominous rumors trickled back to the ghettos, people were reluctant to believe them. Secrecy and deception were the cornerstones of this evacuation. When a train carrying the Jews stopped, they believed that they had arrived at a transit camp. The gas chamber resembled an ordinary bath. At the entrance were large pots of flowers. Men entered first and women and children followed. Then the doors were shut, the engine that supplied the gas was started, and after a few minutes everyone was dead from asphyxiation. After the chamber had been ventilated, a group of Jewish workers entered and removed the bodies. Then the corpses were taken to the place of burning. Here the burning detail arranged the bodies in layers. One member of this group remembers that the SS expert on body burning instructed them to put fat women on the first layer. Sometimes as many as 3,000 bodies would be piled up on the roaster, which then was ignited. Another survivor recalls that from a distance the fire looked like a volcanic eruption. The stench and heat were unbearable. 11. In addition to Jewish work details, much of the physical work in the Nazi extermination camps was done by so-called Trauniki, an auxiliary force recruited primarily from Red Army prisoners of war. Their name was derived from the village of Trauniki near Lublin, where they were trained. The Germans employed Trauniki primarily for those tasks that required close contact with their victims, such as unloading and cleaning the trains and driving the Jews toward the gas chamber. 12. But of course there also was a German staff. There were the SS men and doctors who manned the ramps of the railroad stations and selected a few of the arriving Jews for work, while the majority, sometimes all, were sent to the gas chambers. Others supervised the undressing of the victims, packed them into the shower rooms, and handled the gas. There were those responsible for overseeing the different Jewish Sonderkommandos and the inmates who sorted the looted property, and finally, a commandant and his administrative staff. The normal routine of death by asphyxiation in the gas chamber was bad enough, but at times there were problems with the machinery that prolonged the agony of the victims. Kurt Gerstein was a mining engineer and a member of the Confessing Church who volunteered for the SS in order to find out about the destruction of the Jews and alert the outside world. He witnessed one such snafu at Belzec. Heckenholt was the driver of the diesel truck whose exhaust gases were to be used to kill these unfortunates. SS Sergeant Heckenholt was making great efforts to get the engine running, but it refused to start. Captain Worth came up. He was obviously frightened because I was watching a disaster. Yes, I saw it all, and waited. 50 minutes, 70 minutes ticked away on my stopwatch, but the diesel would not work. Inside the gas chambers the people waited in vain. Furious at the delay, Captain Worth lashed out with his whip at the Ukrainian assisting Heckenholt. It was 2 hours and 49 minutes, all recorded by stopwatch, before the diesel started. Right up to that moment, the people had been shut up alive in those 4 crowded chambers, 4 times 750 people in 4 times 159 cubic feet of space. Another 20 minutes dragged by. Many of those inside were already dead. They could be seen through the small window when an electric lamp inside went on for a few moments and lit up the chamber. Finally, at the end of 32 minutes, all were dead. 13. During 11 months of 1942, the Belzec death factory gassed between 600,000 and nearly 1 million Jewish victims. 14. At Sobibor, which began operation in June of 1942, at least 250,000 were murdered. 15. The most efficient camp was Treblinka, some 6 miles from Warsaw, which had 8 gas chambers and where close to 1 million were killed. Given the large number of Jews to be killed, the use of gas vans, with their limited capacity, would not have worked. Some Jews never made it to the death camps. The railroad cars transporting the Jews were overcrowded, it often was hot, and there was no water. Many died from heat exhaustion or suffocation. One survivor recalls that those who managed to reach an opening to breathe and stuck out their heads were shot dead by the guards accompanying the train. 16 Richard Glazar, who was selected for the work Jews and spent 10 months in Treblinka, mentions that some committed suicide upon arrival. 17. Chil Reichmann, who worked as a barber and later in the removal of bodies, describes the state of the victims after the doors of the gas chambers had been opened. There was a difference in the appearance of the dead from the small and from the larger gas chambers. In the small chambers, death was easier and quicker. The faces often looked as if the people had fallen asleep, their eyes closed. Only the mouths of some of the gassed victims were distorted with a bloody foam visible on their lips. The bodies were covered in sweat. Before dying, people had urinated and defecated. The corpses in the larger gas chambers, where death took longer, were horribly deformed, their faces all black as if burned, the bodies swollen and blue, the teeth so tightly clenched that it was literally impossible to open them, and to get to the gold crowns we had sometimes to pull out the natural teeth, otherwise the mouth would not open. 18. By late 1943, Operation Reinhard had run its course. About 1.7 million Jews had been gassed to death, and in the general government few Jews were still alive. Sobibor, which had experienced an uprising of its courageous inmates in October 1943, was the last of the 3 Operation Reinhard death camps to be closed down. But this was not the end of the killing of Jews in the German-occupied East. During the fall of 1943, Himmler decided to liquidate all Jews still kept alive for forced labor, an action codenamed Aktion Erntefest, Operation Harvest Festival. As part of that action, on November 3rd to 4th, 1943, some 17,000 Jews were shot at Majdanek on the outskirts of Lublin, at first a concentration camp, but from 1943 on also an extermination camp. The total number of Jews who lost their lives in Majdanek is estimated at 90,000.19. The second camp that had the double function of serving as both a concentration camp and a death factory was Auschwitz, near Krakow. In time, this site became the largest killing facility, and the name Auschwitz, more than anything else, has come to symbolize Nazi depravity. Auschwitz has been called not only the scene of unparalleled factory-style mass murder, but also a break with Western civilization itself. 20. In the summer of 1940, a concentration camp for Poles was established on the grounds of a former army camp outside the town of Oswiecim, Auschwitz. In anticipation of the German attack on the Soviet Union and the expectation of large numbers of prisoners of war, the camp was expanded. In October 1941, construction started at Birkenau, less than 2 miles away, of a large camp for 100,000 prisoners of war that was named Auschwitz II. Wooden structures originally built as stables for 52 horses became living quarters for more than 400 prisoners. It was at Birkenau in early 1942 that the first gas chambers were constructed. About 2,000 victims could be squeezed into them at any one time. By March 1943, 4 gas chambers and crematoria specifically designed and built for mass murder were in operation. At their top capacity, they could process 4,416 victims in 24 hours. 21 trainloads of Jews arrived in Auschwitz from all over Europe, the Netherlands, Belgium, France, Slovakia, Norway, and as far away as the islands of Crete and Rhodes. The high point was reached during the summer and fall of 1944, when some 426,000 Hungarian Jews, previously outside the clutches of Eichmann, were deported to Auschwitz. During this peak period, some 24,000 people were killed every day. At a time when the German war effort suffered from a serious shortage of rail stock, 2 to 3 cargo trains filled with Hungarian Jews reached Auschwitz daily. The last train, with Jews from Theresienstadt, a transit camp in Czechoslovakia, arrived on October 30th, 1944. Poles, Soviet prisoners of war, and gypsies also were killed at Auschwitz, but Jews made up about 90% of the victims. Incomplete sources make it impossible to establish with any precision the total number of Jews murdered. But according to the best calculations, at least 1.1 million Jews were killed or died in Auschwitz. 22. On arrival, the deportees were told to leave their luggage on the ramp and line up in rows of 5, men on one side and women and children on the other. The two formations stood only a few yards apart, but anyone who tried to leave his or her place was hit by SS guards and returned to the appropriate column. According to the recollection of one of the SS men on the ramp, there were heartbreaking scenes of adieus. Husbands were separated from their wives, mothers were for the last time waving goodbye to their sons. 23 SS doctors then began to select those fit to work. Muscular men up the age of 40 had the best chance of being chosen for slave labor. Mothers with babies were unfit as a rule, and the same held for those appearing to be weak and sickly. A former guard recalls that in November 1942, a crying baby was found amid trash discarded by arriving prisoners. The baby's mother had evidently abandoned it in hopes that she would then be chosen for a work crew and not sent to the gas chamber. A fellow SS member, angered by the cries, beat the infant to death. 24. Those selected to be gassed often were loaded on trucks. Those fit for work were marched to the camp for men or for women, where they were tattooed with a number. 25. From here on, they were not human beings, but a commodity to be used. At regular intervals, those no longer able to work would be killed by an injection or sent to the gas chambers. The selection quotas on the ramp varied from month to month. Sometimes entire transports were sent straight to the gas chambers. The majority of women and practically all children were selected to be killed. On the basis of 329 transports whose numbers can be reconstructed, one scholar calculates that on the average 74% of the arriving Jews were sent to be gassed, while about 26% were kept alive for forced labor in industrial enterprises such as IG Farben. 26. Their lifespan, too, was short. It is estimated that after 3 to 4 months, most of those selected for work were dead, having perished as a result of hunger, exhaustion, or abuse. 27. We have the testimony of surviving members of the Jewish Sonderkommando as well as of SS men who worked in the gas chambers and crematoria about what happened next. The victims selected to be gassed were taken to a large undressing room. Here they were told in a friendly voice that they would now bathe and be disinfected to prevent epidemics in the camp. After that, they would be taken to their barracks and be given hot soup. Members of the Jewish Sonderkommando instructed them to hang their clothing and to remember the number of the hook so that they would find their clothing after they came out of the shower. The Jewish helpers rationalized their forced cooperation in the machinery of destruction with the argument that they spared the victims unnecessary fear and suffering. Women, children, and the old and sick undressed first, and they also were the first to be led to the room, which had the name shower room written in several languages on a large sign. The shower room could hold up to 2,000 people. The men followed, and then the thick door was shut. Those inside heard the heavy bolts being secured. It was at that point, with naked men and women squeezed closely together, that the hapless victims must have realized that something was not quite right. There were screams and beatings on the door. Several victims usually noticed that covers had been removed from vents in the ceiling. Into these holes, SS men with gas masks emptied the content of cans of Zyklon B. The granules of this pesticide, prussic acid usually used for fumigation, dissolved into gas and did their deadly work. 28. Zyklon B was supposed to work more quickly, and with greater certainty than carbon monoxide. It had been tried out on Soviet prisoners of war and had shown itself to be effective. Moreover, to accomplish the mass killing taking place in Auschwitz, the use of exhaust from internal combustion engines was hardly feasible. Rudolf Höss, the commandant of Auschwitz, is supposed to have expressed the view that the use of Zyklon B resulted in a practically instant and painless death. 29. However, in his memoir, Höss writes that only those very close to the vents through which the poison was thrown, about 1/3, died straight away. The remainder staggered about and began to scream and struggle for air. Those who screamed and those who were old or sick or weak, or the small children died quicker than those who were healthy or young. 30. The reports of witnesses are similar. A Jewish Sonderkommando member who worked on removing the bodies relates that you could see on their faces the pain that the asphyxiation had caused. 31. Another work Jew described the terrible sight when the Sonderkommando opened the door. You could find people whose eyes hung out of their sockets because of the struggles the organism had undergone. Others were bleeding from everywhere or were soiled by their own excrement or that of other people. Some bodies were all red, others very pale, as everyone reacted differently, but they had all suffered in death. 32. Miklos Niesli, a Jewish physician who attended to the personnel of the crematorium, also viewed the scene after the door had been opened. I felt it my duty to my people and to the entire world to be able to give an accurate account of what I had seen, if ever, by some miraculous whim of fate, I should escape. Dr. Niesli reported that bodies were lying on top of each other. The gas first inundated the lowest layers of air, and that made the victims trample on one another in order to get a few feet higher and try to escape the gas. What struggle for life it must have been, he wrote. 33. Other Jewish detachments took over at this point. The dentists pried open the mouths of the dead to extract or break off any gold teeth or gold bridgework. Together with the other valuables like necklaces and wedding rings, they collected some 18 to 20 pounds of gold daily. Next, the barbers cut off the hair of the women and bundled it into sacks. Finally, the incineration detail loaded the bodies on metal pushcarts and pushed these into the ovens of the crematoria. Eventually, there were 4 crematoria, each with several ovens. This meant that several thousand corpses could be cremated each day. It took 20 to 30 minutes to incinerate the bodies. The ashes were loaded on trucks and used for fertilizer or dumped into the Vistula River and nearby ponds. 34. During the summer and fall of 1944, the annihilation of several 100,000 Hungarian Jews overloaded the system. It was hindered by a shortage of Zyklon B, and the crematoria could not cope with the huge number of corpses. Hence, several open-air pyres were set up to burn bodies. According to the survivor Hermann Langbein, who served as clerk and became a key witness at the Auschwitz trial in 1963 to 1965, there was at least one instance in 1944 when Jewish children were thrown alive into the huge fires. Another witness testified to having seen several trucks with about 500 children driving up and dumping the children into the burning pit. There were screams and then silence. 35. The Jewish inmate doctor, Ella Lingens, also saw how small children were thrown alive into the pyre. 36. The order for this time and gas-saving measure is said to have been given by Camp Commandant Höss. 37. After Höss once again had taken command of Auschwitz in 1944, he made the entire camp personnel sign the following declaration. 1. I am aware of the fact that I will receive the death penalty if I appropriate any Jewish property. 2. I will maintain strict secrecy with regard to the measures necessary for the evacuation of the Jews, even with my comrades. 3. I will enlist my entire person and my ability to work for the quick and smooth carrying out of these measures. 38. During the course of post-war trials, most of the Auschwitz defendants claim not to have known of the wholesale murder of the Jews at Auschwitz. This declaration is one of many pieces of evidence that this claim was false. Medical experiments on prisoners, treating them like guinea pigs, were carried out in many concentration camps, but those that took place in Auschwitz have received special notoriety because of the participation of the infamous Josef Mengele. Holding doctorates in both anthropology and medicine, Mengele had a special interest in identical twins, and he used his experiments to try to prove the genetic origins of racial and social differences. In May 1943, Mengele was posted to Auschwitz and became chief physician to the Gypsy family camp. 39. In addition to these duties, Mengele had plenty of time to follow his research interests. He had measurements made of about 250 pairs of twins and also conducted morphological and X-ray examinations. Many of the subjects were then killed by injections of phenol to the heart, and their bodies were dissected. Another of Mengele's research projects involved the study of hereditary factors in eye color. Miklos Nicely, a Hungarian pathologist who worked in the crematorium but also had to assist Mengele in his experiments, recalls that in one instance an entire family of 8 was killed so that their heterochromatic eyes could be sent to the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Anthropology in Berlin for further study. 40. Mengele, who held the rank of an SS Hauptsturmführer, was a typical Nazi scientist, a man with no moral scruples. Mengele's willingness to kill subjects in order to gain access to their organs is in line with his reputation as one of the most fanatical and ruthless SS doctors doing duty on the selection ramp. Paradoxically, Mengele also could show kindness, in particular to gypsy children. He established an elaborately equipped kindergarten and personally brought them toys and sweets. A German gypsy survivor testified at a legal proceeding in 1973 that Mengele had arranged special rations for some patients with diphtheria and thus saved their lives. Several other inmates gave similar testimony at the Auschwitz trial. 41 other Nazi killers are said to have displayed the same mixture of cruelty to most of their victims and kindness to a chosen few. Compassion and brutality, it appears, could coexist in the same individual. Tsvetan Todorov calls this kind of behavioral inconsistency a trait common to all guards. 42. Rudolf Höss served in the Dachau and Sachsenhausen concentration camps before assuming his post as commander of Auschwitz in May 1940. He stayed in Auschwitz until November 1943, and after several months of work at the SS Economic Administrative Main Office in Berlin, Höss resumed command in mid-1944. In his autobiography, written in 1947 in a Polish prison, Höss described growing up in a family with a deeply religious atmosphere. His father was a devout Catholic who raised his son on strict military principles. He was taught to be obedient to all grown-up people, and from early on fought any sign of tenderness. After serving as a soldier in World War I, Höss joined one of the Freikorps, paramilitary units who fought the communists in the Baltic region, the Ruhr and Upper Silesia. I found a home again and a sense of security in the comradeship of my fellows. Höss was also involved in the killing of a traitor within the ranks, as a result of which he was sentenced to a prison sentence of 10 years in 1924. As a member of the Nazi Party since 1922, Höss enlisted in the SS in 1934, and soon thereafter was posted to Dachau. To me, it was just a question of being an active soldier once again, of resuming my military career. And from there, his career took off. 43. Höss was not a sadist, his biographer Joachim Fest stresses. Among his most outstanding characteristics were strict attention to duty, and finally a marked hankering after morality, an abnormal tendency to submit himself to strict imperatives and to feel authority over him. It was this moral longing, as powerful as it was undirected, that made Rudolf Höss suitable material for the demands of the totalitarian ethic, because it contained everything he was seeking: simple formulas, an uncomplicated schema of good and evil, a hierarchy of normal standards oriented according to military categories, and a utopia. At first it was difficult for him to be harsh or watch executions, However, it was through a continual process of hardening that he became the type of passionless, fundamentally disinterested murderer to whom, beyond the given objective purposes, murder meant nothing. In 1944, he told a comrade, he had long since ceased to have any human feeling. 44. Hoss managed to separate being in charge of mass murder from his private life. He was devoted to his family, especially his children. The psychiatrist Robert J. Lifton speaks of the existence of two selves, or a doubling personality in such situations. There was the Auschwitz self, which enabled people like Hoss to function psychologically in an environment so different from the values of their upbringing, and secondly, the prior self he needed in order to continue to see himself as a humane husband and father. 45. Doubling thus served as a guilt avoidance mechanism. It is likely that the continual alternation between his off-duty emotions and the vexations of daily routine, between the idyll of the quiet evening at home and the executioner's trade, was not possible without occasional complications. Occasionally, his subconscious mind may have rebelled against the imposed split in his personality. 46. But on the whole, he managed this split existence quite well. When the prison psychiatrist Goldenson asked Hoss whether putting so many persons to death did not upset him, he answered, "I thought I was doing the right thing. I don't know what you mean by being upset about these things because I didn't personally murder anybody." To the question of whether the gassings and burning of corpses did not haunt him, Hoss replied, "No, I have no such fantasies." 47. When in the summer of 1941 he was ordered by Himmler to prepare the installations for mass executions, Hoss recalled, "The reasons behind the extermination program seemed to me right. I did not reflect on it at the time. I had been given an order and I had to carry it out. Whether this mass extermination of the Jews was necessary or not was something on which I could not allow myself to form an opinion, for I lacked the necessary breadth of view. The basic orders received from Himmler and issued in the name of the Führer were sacred. They brooked no consideration, no argument, no interpretation. What the Führer, or in our case his second-in-command, the Reichsleiter SS, ordered was always right." 48. Hoss took pride in running his death factory with efficiency. With the satisfaction of the successful planner, he pointed out that the gas chambers of his own camp had a capacity 10 times greater than those of Treblinka. 49. Hoss was an able engineer of death. He regarded the Jews as enemies of our people, but as he emphasized, "I have never personally hated the Jews." He looked with disgust on the sensationalism of Stryker's hateful rag, Der Stürmer. This paper caused a lot of damage, and far from serving serious anti-Semitism, it did a great deal of mischief. 50. Indifferent to the fate of the hundreds of thousands who were put to death during his watch, Hoss felt sorry for himself, having to bear the stress of being the chief executioner. He had to look at death itself through a peephole of the gas chamber. Believe me, it wasn't always a pleasure to see those mountains of corpses and smell the perpetual burning. 51. This kind of sentimentalism did not save him from the gallows. Tried by the Poles, Hoss was hanged at Auschwitz, the scene of his crimes, on April 16, 1947. His body was cremated and the ashes scattered into the Solar River, adjacent to the camp. 52. Hoss's adjutant, Robert Mulker, was a man of a more robust nature who appears to have had no qualms about doing his job in the Auschwitz death factory. He had volunteered for the Waffen-SS in 1941 at the age of 46. The German court that tried him concluded that Mulker had served as a reliable member of the Auschwitz team. On 4 occasions Mulker had done service on the ramp, and he therefore was found guilty of being an accessory to the murder of at least 3,000 people. Once, when Mulker was in charge of the ramp operations, it was reported to him that this pig, a member of the Jewish ramp detachment who handled the luggage of the new victims, had spoken to the arriving Jews. Mulker thereupon gave the order, "Finish him off, it is late." Two SS men then bludgeoned the inmate with their truncheons until he was dead. Moltke was given a prison sentence of 14 years. 53. Franz Stangl served as commandant of Treblinka during Operation Reinhard in 1942 and 1943. Born in Austria in 1908, Stangl became a police official and a secret member of the illegal Austrian Nazi Party. Stangl was a conscientious and efficient organizer of mass murder. In an interview with the journalist Gitta Serini in 1971, he claimed to have been upset by the killing, but he acknowledged that he had been dedicated to his work. "I had to do as well as I could. That is how I am." 54. In 1943, Himmler ordered the promotion of those camp officers who had contributed significantly to the success of Operation Reinhard, and Stangl was among those whose performance was considered especially praiseworthy. 55. After the war, Stangl escaped to Brazil, but he was tracked down by Nazi hunter Simon Wiesenthal and extradited to Germany. The post-war court that sentenced him to life imprisonment on December 22, 1970, held him responsible for the murder of at least 400,000 Jews. Stangl died of heart failure in prison in June 1971. Kurt Franz, the deputy commandant of Treblinka, was by all accounts an exceptionally violent man. A member of the SS, Franz worked early on in the euthanasia program. He volunteered to be a guard in the camps and served in Buchenwald, Belzec, and finally for almost 14 months at Treblinka. He vilified the Jews working in the camp by referring to them as assholes, filth, and shit. Franz showed himself to be a sadist who always found an opportunity to abuse and torture. He killed Jews upon impulse and had his dog tear inmates to pieces. Franz ordered inmates to be whipped and personally carried out this brutal punishment. At his trial, witnesses related that in early 1943, Franz saw how an SS man killed a Jewish infant by repeatedly hitting his head against the wall of the barracks. Franz exclaimed that he could do this much better. He seized another infant and banged his head against the wall with such force that the infant died instantly. When Franz was arrested in 1959, police searching his home found an album of photographs, including photos taken at Treblinka. The album had the inscription, "Schöne Zeiten," good times. 56. At his post-war trial, Franz was found guilty of the murder of 35 people and of being an accessory to the murder of 139 additional individuals. A large part of the streams of blood and tears that flowed in Treblinka, the court concluded, was due to his role. Franz's cruelty and the reign of terror that he imposed on the camp, the court ruled, showed that he pursued the destruction of Jewish life with zeal and conviction. 57. Otto Moll supervised the burning of the corpses at Auschwitz. Philipp Müller, who served in the burning detachment under Moll, described him as cruel, brutal, and unscrupulous. For him, Jews were subhuman creatures, and he treated them accordingly. He gloated over the suffering to which he submitted his victims and constantly thought of new torments and novel methods of torture. His sadism, his callousness, his bloodthirstiness, and his lust to kill knew no bounds. 58. Other witnesses confirm this appraisal. He was half crazy, a sadist. Moll killed for the flimsiest of pretexts or for no reason at all. For him, murder was a children's game. 59. Moll, concludes one historian, was no ordinary man. 60. Heinrich Arthur Mattes was responsible for the Jewish work crews at Treblinka between August 1942 and September 1943. He also supervised driving the new arrivals into the gas chambers, gave the command for closing the doors of the shower, and was in charge of disposing of the corpses of the victims. The court trying him for murder noted that he worked efficiently, ensuring that the entire process proceeded with dispatch so as to accommodate the next shipment. Mattes was found guilty of the murder of 4 inmates and being an accessory in the murder of at least 100,000 Jews. 61. Also on trial in the Treblinka case was Willy Mentz, who came to Treblinka in the summer of 1942 and stayed there until November 1943. His main assignment was overseeing the camp hospital, which actually functioned as another execution site. Arriving sick Jews who could not walk were taken there because they would have impeded the smooth flow of the victims into the gas chamber. Ill Jews assigned to work crews were also killed there. The victims were forced to line up naked at the rim of a pit dug for the burning of corpses, and Mentz killed them with a shot in the back of the neck. The court noted that Mentz made no effort to ascertain whether those shot were really dead. The fact that he omitted such checks and allowed the merely wounded to be burned alive indicates the cruel and ruthless attitude of the defendant toward his victims. 62. Josef Erber joined the SS in 1939 and came to Auschwitz in late 1940. He served in various capacities there, including in the political department, the Gestapo, until the evacuation of the camp in January 1945. Erber participated in at least 50 selections on the ramp and also decided on the gassing of female work Jews who were no longer able to work. In one instance, he made women inmates jump over a ditch. Those who fell in were sent to the gas chamber. A German court established that Erber was responsible for the death of at least 261 female inmates, and it sentenced him to life imprisonment. 63. When Ebbo Dumant interviewed Erber for his film Lagerstrasse, Camp Street, Auschwitz, he claimed to have been unjustly convicted. He had, after all, experienced very difficult times. High officials had visited Auschwitz at regular intervals, but none of them, he said, had ever pointed out to him that what was happening there was wrong. 64. Ernst Zierke was of a similar type. He participated in the euthanasia program and from June 1942 until March 1943 served in the Belzec extermination camp. Zierke supervised the undressing of the victims before they were led to the gas chamber. According to the testimony of one of his comrades, he was not a brutal man and, like many others in this position, simply did his duty at the post he was assigned. Moreover, working in a death factory was relatively lucrative. There were supplements in pay, good food, plentiful allocations of liquor, and regular home leave in addition to the right to receive visitors. Many of these men found opportunities to appropriate gold or other valuables that had belonged to the victims. Doing one's duty in such a place was certainly safer than serving as a combat soldier. 65. A Jewish survivor of Auschwitz described Johann Gorges in a similar manner. Although he carried out his orders obediently, he never did more than he had been bidden. Neither did he indulge in sadistic tortures. No doubt he would have led a normal and uneventful life had not fate taken him to Auschwitz as a member of the SS. 66. The Auschwitz survivor Ella Lingens calls such persons drab little people who would never have been conspicuous if no occasion for extraordinary behavior had been offered to them. 67. According to the veteran prosecutor Adalbert Ruckel, hardly any of those serving in the Polish extermination camps would have turned criminal in a constitutional state. 68. Yitzhak Arad, who researched the background of the personnel of the Operation Reinhard death camps, has noted that the great majority of the SS personnel who ran the camps and supervised the extermination activities were absolutely ordinary people. Under the regime of Nazi Germany, these perfectly ordinary people were turned into something extraordinarily inhuman. 69. Most of these men were opportunists who followed the path of least resistance, and the very same opportunism that had induced these men to turn criminal within the moral vacuum of Third Reich Germany enabled them to reconvert without much difficulty to their role as law-abiding citizens once this vacuum was refilled with the ethical guidelines of the post-war democratic state. 70. It appears that most of the subordinate camp staff shared their superiors' hostility toward the Jews. While the SS men in the concentration camps varied somewhat in the way they handled inmates, those who manned the extermination machinery for the most part carried out their deadly assignment conscientiously and often eagerly. Their treatment of the Jewish work details employed in the camps was often cruel. Some of these men were sadistically inclined, Others probably became brutalized by the routine of serving in a death factory. Brutalization, Raoul Hilberg has suggested, often was an expression of impatience. Guards standing in front of gas chamber doors would use whips or bayonets to drive the victims inside. 71. One German witness puts it thus: "One could react like a normal human being in Auschwitz only for the first few hours. In that camp, everyone was sullied. You were caught and had to go along." 72. Few SS men were able to elude the brutalizing effect of the death factories, but Jewish survivors recalled 2 such men in Treblinka who not only did not mistreat inmates, but at times helped them. Erwin Hermann Lambert was in charge of a building detachment. He treated his Jewish workers well and at times brought them food from the German staff kitchen. Karl Ludwig also treated Jewish prisoners humanely and helped save the lives of several inmates. For a time, Ludwig served at Sobibor, where he brought bread to the Jewish detail repairing shoes. Another SS man in Sobibor, J. Clare, provided bread to work Jews as well. 73. Unfortunately, such good SS men were the exception. A very large share of the personnel in the death camps of Operation Reinhard were veterans of the euthanasia program known under the code name Action T4. The gassing facilities of the camps were built and inspected by experts from T4.74. The number of SS personnel directly involved with the machinery of extermination was relatively small, and our knowledge of them is limited. It is reasonable to assume that many of them were similar to those involved in the mass shootings, that is, killers out of a sense of duty. Many had dealt with dead bodies during the euthanasia program, and they were accustomed to mass murder. Even those who initially were shaken by the mass murder eventually fell into line. After his first selection on the ramp, the young SS physician Hans Delmotte is reported to have experienced a nervous breakdown, but with some encouragement from his colleagues, Delmotte soon settled into his job. 75. Dick de Milt, a professor of law at the University of Amsterdam, has suggested that for these men no additional incentives or preparations beyond their marching orders were needed to turn them from mercy killers into the field workers of the final solution. They would not have acted differently if they had been ordered to kill as enemies of the Reich all those having blonde hair or wearing spectacles. 76. I regard this inference as speculative and probably incorrect. Although they were not ideologically obsessed, all of these men had been exposed to anti-Semitic agitation, and most of them had come to regard the Jews as outliers about whose fate nobody cared. Alf Lütke has coined the term Alltagsrassismus, everyday racism, for this attitude. 77. Their willingness to follow orders probably would not have been sufficient to make them kill the blonde-haired and bespectacled. Indeed, as the post-war Einsatzgruppen trial would demonstrate, even the officers of these murder units were unwilling to carry out just any orders to kill. Plunder was an integral part of Nazi policy toward the Jews. The Reich confiscated economic enterprises, and as Jews were deported, the state took over their apartments and buildings. By early 1943, the proceeds from auctioning these possessions amounted to 7.2 million Reichsmarks. 78. The final plundering phase took place in the killing centers. 79. Here even body parts were taken and processed for industrial use. The factories of death not only snuffed out the lives of about 3 million Jews, but also created a rich source of booty for the Nazi state and the murderers. It was common knowledge that all echelons of the killing machinery appropriated whatever valuables they could get hold of. Himmler regarded such unauthorized enrichment as irreconcilable with the decency he expected from his men and repeatedly tried to end the widespread corruption. This endeavor failed, and the killers continued to seize Jewish gold, fur coats, and other valuables for their personal gain. Yet enough was left for the national treasury and the German people. Guidelines issued in 1942 listed the goods that should be seized. The list included blankets, umbrellas, baby carriages, pants, women's underwear, shaving utensils, pocket knives, scissors, fountain pens, and the like. 80. On January 5, 1944, Odilo Globoknik reported to Himmler that Operation Reinhard had yielded the equivalent of 180 million Reichsmarks, $72 million, consisting of currency, gold jewelry, diamonds, clocks, and other valuables. A total of 1,901 train cars, loaded with clothing, towels, tablecloths, and textiles, had arrived in Germany. 81. These effects were distributed to needy Germans or sold at auctions for the benefit of the state. In Auschwitz, in the summer of 1944, and at the peak of the extermination process, as many as 1,600 male and female prisoners worked in 2 shifts to dispose of the possessions of the killed. According to Hoss, 20 train cars per day were loaded with confiscated property. The facilities where the loot was stored and sorted became known as Canada, a country that symbolized riches. When Soviet troops liberated Auschwitz in January 1945, they discovered 293 sacks of human hair, weighing a total of 7 tons. There were also piles of shoes, spectacles, and much more. The murder of the Jews at Auschwitz yielded 6 tons of dental gold, most of which was deposited at the Reichsbank. 82 Oswald Pohl, the head of the SS Economic and Administrative Office, through whose hands much of the gold was channeled, was asked by the prison psychiatrist Goldenson whether it ever had occurred to him that this gold had human blood on it. He replied that he never brought the gold articles to the Reichsbank personally. He knew that it came from the exterminated Jews, but I didn't touch it. 83. After the war, Pohl went into hiding, disguised as a farmhand. He was found eventually, tried, and hanged at Landsberg prison. Evading participation and opposing the killing. On December 12, 1941, Himmler issued directives regarding the importance of providing entertainment for the units carrying out the final solution of the Jewish question. The order spoke of the difficult task and the difficult duty with which the killing detachments were charged. It was imperative, Himmler went on to say, that those members of the SS and the police who felt unable to carry out this assignment be relieved in a timely fashion and sent on leave or transferred to a different type of duty. 1. This directive may not have been the first such instruction, for the principle that weak-natured individuals could be excused from the killing was adhered to by practically all units from the start of the invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941. We know that not a single person who asked to be relieved on grounds of psychological difficulties was tried by a military court and severely punished. The first careful study confirming this fact was carried out by Hans Buchheim of the Institute for Contemporary History in Munich for the Auschwitz trial in 1964.2. Herbert Jäger, professor of criminology at the University of Frankfurt, undertook an even more comprehensive examination of the subject in 1967 and came to the same conclusion. Among 103 cases of individuals who asked to be excused from participation in the mass killings, not one suffered a harsh punishment for making this request. 3. Himmler and his subordinates did not want to rely on weak natures for carrying out the difficult task. Moreover, the fact that the trial of such a person would have required a court to confront the killing innocent men, women, and children was undoubtedly one of the reasons why such trials never took place. Other sources convey the same message. Shortly before the beginning of the war against the Soviet Union, Heydrich is said to have told a group of SS and Gestapo officers that they could expect difficult orders. Those who believed that they could not follow such orders were to say so, and they would be assigned to other duties. At post-war trials, SS officers who had served in the killing units confirmed the possibility of being reassigned and freed from further participation in the killing. Franz Six, the commanding officer of Volkommando Moscow, EGB, testified at the Eichmann trial that several SD officers successfully applied to the RSHA for transfer. Another officer told the Einsatzgruppen trial that the head of Einsatzgruppe B had allowed the transfer of those too weak to carry out the mass killings. All witnesses mentioned that such men usually were shifted to frontline duty or similar assignments. 4. One of the first Nazi leaders to mention the psychological burden of participating in mass executions was Hans Frank, the governor of the General Gouvernement, German-occupied Poland. The occasion was a meeting on May 30th, 1940, convened to discuss Hitler's order to murder the Polish intelligentsia. "Gentlemen," Frank declared, "we are not murderers. For the police official or SS man who is required to carry out the execution as part of his official duties, this is a terrible task. It is easy to sign hundreds of sentences of death, but carrying them out is a terrible burden for German men, decent German soldiers and comrades." 5. The campaign against the Jews during the war against the Soviet Union greatly increased the psychological burden described by Frank. "We know that there exists an inverse relationship between distance and killing. Taking life is easier as the distance between perpetrators and their victims increases." 6. This relationship was observed in a follow-up to the study on obedience carried out by the psychologist Stanley Milgram in the early 1970s, and it is evidenced in real warfare. 7 dropping bombs from a high-flying plane is less taxing on one's psyche than thrusting a bayonet into an enemy combatant. The way in which the annihilation of the Jews was carried out during the first year of the war involved precisely the kind of close contact between killer and victim that is known to be difficult. Hence, it is not surprising that the practice of wholesale murder exacted a heavy emotional toll. One study of the subject estimates that about 20% of the members of the Einsatzgruppen had major psychological difficulties. 8. The majority of those who requested reassignment from this nasty job were not necessarily morally opposed to the murder of the Jews, but were simply unable to take part in it themselves. The massacres made them physically or emotionally sick, and the killing of women and children was especially trying. Participants experienced nervous breakdowns, and there were suicides and episodes of men running amok. Robert Lifton interviewed a German psychiatrist who had treated members of the Einsatzgruppen. He reported having encountered severe anxiety, nightmares, tremors, and numerous bodily complaints in his patients. 9. Today, we call these reactions post-traumatic stress disorder. The highest-ranking SS officer to suffer a nervous collapse as a result of his role in the mass killings was the higher SS and police leader Erich von dem Bach-Zelewski, who was in charge of EGB and other units engaged in anti-partisan warfare and the murder of Jews in central Russia. Von dem Bach attended mass executions and on at least one occasion participated in the shooting. 10. He had developed the reputation of being an enthusiastic Nazi and tough street fighter during the 1920s, and once in Russia, he continued to pursue the elimination of all ideological opponents with efficiency, brutality, and zeal. 11. Yet in March 1942, Bach had to be hospitalized with a serious intestinal disorder and a nervous breakdown. Ernst Robert Grawitz, the chief medical officer of the SS, reported to Himmler that Bach suffered from nervous exhaustion and from hallucinations concerning the shootings of Jews he had overseen and other grave events in the East. 12. Bach himself refused to acknowledge that he had shown weakness. He accused his doctors of having poisoned him emotionally and talking him into a nervous collapse. "As your veteran fighter," he wrote Himmler, "whose energy is improving daily, I reject such a distortion of the facts." He went on to say that he would prove within the year that your old warhorse will not let himself be kept down by such matters. 13. Bach was as good as his word, and a few months later he was back at the job of killing Jews and conducting anti-partisan operations. In August 1944, Bach was given command of all troops fighting the Warsaw Uprising, and he again distinguished himself by his brutality. In exchange for his testimony at the Nuremberg trial of his former superiors, Bach was never accused of any war crimes, but in 1961 he was convicted of the murder of several German communists in the early 30s, and he died in a Munich prison on March 8, 1972. The case of Alfred Filbert, an SS officer in charge of an Einsatzkommando, confirmed that being an ardent Nazi and hater of Jews proved to be no protection against nervous collapse. The jurist Filbert led EK9 of EGA and distinguished himself in exterminating the Jewish community of Vilnius. In 1962, a German court sentenced him to life imprisonment for being an accessory to the murder of at least 6,800 people. In his defense, Filbert argued that he had asked to be transferred to another duty in Berlin, but the court concluded that he had not done so for reasons of conscience. Quite the contrary, Filbert had ordered the shooting of as many Jews as he could seize and had conducted himself toward his victims in a most inhuman manner. Filbert, the court determined, had requested to be relieved because of the nervous strain that resulted from leading EK 9.14. The record showed that Filbert was sent to Berlin because he suffered from a nervous disorder and severe depression after doing killing duty for 4 months. One can infer from this failure of nerve that the traditional moral condemnation of killing the innocent persisted to some degree in the minds of even the most fanatical Nazis. Despite their belief that the Jews represented an inferior species, their old values and conscience had not died completely. 15. A considerable number of soldiers and others involved in the killing of Jews experienced similar psychological problems. At a shooting of some 2,000 Jews in Belarus, a member of a police unit suffered a nervous breakdown and had to be removed from the scene screaming. The experience was so shattering for another member of this unit that he deserted. 16 others experienced less severe symptoms of psychological stress. Some of these men overcame their problem and adjusted to the routine of murder. Others asked to be relieved, and most of their requests were granted. A member of EGC recalled that at the first execution, I only managed to shoot about 5 times. I began to feel unwell. I felt as though I was in a dream. I went and stood about 50 meters away from the firing squad. It was obvious that I was in no state to continue shooting. The nervous strain was too great for me. 17 testimony at the post-war trial of members of EK Tilsit revealed that a number of members of the unit, then 18 and 19 years old, became sick and vomited at the shooting of several Jewish teenagers. Some of the victims had been only wounded, and there were cries from the pit to end their suffering. 2 of the young shooters were in such bad shape that they had to be relieved, and the commanding officer had to take their place. 18. A member of another such unit described the scene at the shooting of nearly 400 Jewish men, women, and children. There was chaos at the place of execution. Several men felt sick. The victims fell into the ditch and some of them were still alive. I felt sick when I saw the bloody mass moving in the ditch and I turned round with my stomach heaving. I eventually drank a lot of schnapps. 19. Another shooter who became ill after he had killed 2 women and 2 children confessed, I could not eat or work for 2 days. On the first day, I stayed in bed. 20. A participant in a massacre at Mogilev recounted, after this event, I could neither sleep nor eat. The others reacted the same way. 21. Many more such occurrences are recorded. 22. As a rule, men who experienced these and other kinds of psychological problems were excused by their superiors from participation in the killing. Those known to have weak natures were often given escort or cordoning duties. We also know of cases when officers announced ahead of an action that those not up to the task could be exempted. Major Wilhelm Trapp made this offer to the men of Reserve Police Battalion 101 in July 1942, and some 10 to 12 men availed themselves of it. Several months later, Lieutenant Heinz Buchmann excused 4 men in his company, 23. The same policy prevailed in Police Battalion 32024 and in EGD, where the men were informed of the possibility of being excused at a training session, 25. Many of these arrangements were made discreetly. Christopher Browning points out that evasion was easily tolerated, but protest and obstruction most emphatically were not. He estimates that the share of those in the police units who sought to evade the killing was about 10 to 20%. 26. The practice of accommodating these requests was in line with Himmler's thinking, as he wanted the important task of annihilating the Jews be carried out by men of strong conviction. Moreover, the officers in charge of carrying out the killing operations were no doubt interested in minimizing complications and preferred to rely on volunteers, who were usually available. 27. Many of the men who asked to be exempted from the killing hated the Jews for making them participate in the odious assignment of killing them. Paul Blobel, the commander of EK-4A, EGC, was one of many who after the war expressed self-pity because of what they had had to do. The nervous strain was far heavier in the case of our men who carried out the executions than in that of their victims. From the psychological point of view, they had a terrible time. 28. A 43-year-old non-commissioned Wehrmacht officer likewise blamed the victims. He called the executions a Schweinerei, swinish mess, and added, "We were the ones who had to suffer." 29. We know of 85 cases of members of the Wehrmacht who actually refused orders to execute civilians or prisoners of war. 30. We can assume that the majority of these refusals were motivated by the desire not to have to kill defenseless human beings. Here are some examples. A member of the auxiliary unit told his superior, "I did not come to Russia to shoot women and children. I myself have a wife and children at home." The officer did not insist on his participation in the shootings. 31. A German forestry official who was detailed to a ghetto clearing operation objected to this assignment and complained to his superior that it cannot be my task as head of the forestry office to shoot Jews dead. 32. A driver in a Sonderkommando was reproached for not having participated in any of the shootings. He replied that he was a good Catholic and could not reconcile executions with his conscience. Word about this refusal spread, and the man was transferred to duty in the Netherlands in order not to undermine unit discipline. 33. A member of Police Battalion 322 had managed to evade the shooting of Jews. When his acts were discovered and his superiors asked him why he had failed to do his part, he replied that he did not want to shoot defenseless, innocent human beings. In this instance, the soldier thereupon was ordered to take part in the killing of 5 young Jews and a Jewish couple, and the commanding officer gave orders to make sure that the outlier did indeed hit his target. 34. In some cases, men seeking to avoid their assignment to murder pretended to be sick. In October 1941, a member of an Einsatzkommando feigned being mentally ill and was sent to a hospital in Germany. According to testimony at a post-war trial, he was visited there by Ohlendorf, the head of EGD, who reproached him for his weakness. The recovering mental patient replied that he had been raised as a Catholic and could not shoot defenseless human beings. 35. Rudolf Lorenz had volunteered for a parachute unit, but ended up in Russia killing Jews. After a while, he refused further participation on the grounds that his nerves were shot. The episode that brought him to this point was the shooting of 15 to 18-year-old Jewish boys and girls who were made to dig their own grave and then were executed. He was sent to a hospital, received electric shocks and other treatments, and was sent back to Russia. He tried to lodge a complaint with the commanding general of his unit, but was unable to get through to him. After a second round of treatments in a psychiatric hospital, Lorenz, together with 4 other soldiers, tried to desert, but they were caught. All 5 were condemned to death for their attempt. Lorenz survived because his mother, who had been a classmate of Hitler's sister Paula, persuaded her to forward to Hitler a plea to pardon her son. The war ended before this process had run its course. 36. Klaus Hornig was a first lieutenant in the police, and in October 1941 was sent to join Police Battalion 306 in Lublin. Hornig was a believing Catholic who had refused to join the SS. At the end of October, he was ordered to shoot 780 prisoners of war who were political commissars and Jews, but he told his commanding officer that he could not carry out this order because it violated both international law and Article 47 of the German Military Code. That article states that the person giving an order generally is responsible if an order violates a legal provision. The subordinate carrying out the order would also be punished as an accomplice if he knew that the order in question involved an illegal act. Hornig further stated that only SS Lummel, SS Lautz, would use brutal methods such as driving civilians from their homes. Hornig was transferred to Frankfurt and charged with undermining morale because he had told his men of the illegality of shooting prisoners of war. His trial before an SS and police court took place in May 1943, and he was sentenced to 2.5 years imprisonment. Hornig appealed this conviction, but he was subsequently charged with having listened to a foreign radio station in July 1944. For this offence, he was sent to the Buchenwald concentration camp. Here he was tried again for undermining military morale and sentenced to a jail term of 5 years and 7 months, as well as continued imprisonment in the concentration camp. Hornig was ultimately freed when Allied troops liberated Buchenwald on April 11, 1945.37. Even in the Auschwitz death camp, it was possible to be relieved of objectionable duty or be transferred out. Alexandra Lassig found several such occurrences in his research on the Auschwitz personnel for the period of 1940 to 1942. 38 Kurt Jurasek, an SS officer initially assigned to the camp pharmacy, was ordered to supervise the Jewish inmates who had to remove gold teeth from the dead victims. Passing the crematorium on the way, he decided that he would have no part in this process. Jurasek was exempted. His request to be transferred out of Auschwitz was granted, and within 3 weeks he was sent back to Germany. 39. There is also the case of Hans Wilhelm Munch, a bacteriologist who was drafted into the Waffen-SS and sent to the Auschwitz branch of the Hygienic Institute of the Waffen-SS. Munch refused to serve on the ramp to select victims for the gas chambers. When his superior insisted, Munch travelled to Berlin and obtained exemption from this duty from the head of the Hygienic Institute. 40. After the war, Munch was tried by a Polish court in Krakow, but he was acquitted on the basis of the testimony of former camp inmates whom he had protected. Several Jewish survivors report that at times soldiers and policemen guarding a column of Jews being led to the place of execution failed to shoot at those trying to escape or shot without aiming. 41. In a few cases, soldiers and officers not only refused to participate in the murder of Jews, but also actively tried to prevent it. In July 1942, First Lieutenant Albert Battle, the commander of a local Wehrmacht garrison in Przemysl, in southeastern Poland, was informed that the remaining Jewish workers in the town would be ausgesiedelt, that is, liquidated. Thereupon Battle, who had gained the reputation of being a friend of the Jews, used armed men to block the bridge leading into the town. After the intervention of higher echelons, Battle had to give up the blockade and he was reprimanded. On October 3rd, Himmler wrote to Bormann that after the end of the war, he would give orders to arrest the rebellious officer. 42. Trying the officer during the war might have burdened smooth relations between Wehrmacht and SS. Such a trial also inevitably would have provided undesirable publicity to the killing operations. For these reasons, Battle emerged from this episode unscathed. The German post-war court that dealt with this incident noted that this dispute between the Wehrmacht and the police unit tasked to carry out the liquidation attracted considerable attention, and in fact, Yad Vashem in Jerusalem named Battelle posthumously as one of the just of the nations. 43. The Feldwebel, deputy platoon leader, Anton Schmid, was a devout Catholic who considered it his Christian duty to save as many Jews as possible. Schmid ran a workshop in Vilnius where he employed 150 Jews, even though there was work for only 50. Members of the Jewish resistance were allowed to meet in his apartment. The Germans began to liquidate the Riga ghetto on November 29, 1941, and shortly thereafter, Schmid transported one of the leaders of the resistance, Mordecai Tenenbaum, to Riga in order to save the famous Jewish historian Simon Dubnow. Unfortunately, the attempted rescue came too late. Dubnow had already been shot. Schmid also issued false identity cards to endangered Jews and used his truck to convey them from the ghetto. He is said to have saved the life of about 350 persons in this way. Eventually, the courageous German soldier was caught. He was tried by court-martial and executed on April 13, 1942. He too was made one of the just of the nations, 44. Officer Wilhelm Hosenfeld, also a Catholic, joined the Nazi Party in 1935 but became disillusioned as a result of his experiences in occupied Poland. In a letter to his wife dated July 23, 1942, Hosenfeld expressed his disgust and his depressed state as a result of the mass murder of Jews he was witnessing. Is this what German soldiers die for at the front? Hardly anything like this has ever occurred in recorded history. Perhaps primitive men ate each other, but the slaughter of an entire people, men, women and children, in the 20th century is such a terrible burden of guilt that one wants to bow one's head in shame. Hosenfeld went on to say that he could not believe that Hitler wanted such abominations to take place. 45. The officer who thus dissociated himself from the enormities of the regime did more than use strong words. Stationed in Warsaw in September 1939, Hosenfeld issued false identity cards and provided employment for those endangered by the SS. As he declared in another letter, "I try to save everyone who can be saved." It was Hosenfeld who helped the well-known Jewish pianist Władysław Szpilman, who had taken refuge in a bombed-out house, in an act of bravery recreated in the film The Pianist. After the Germans had crushed the uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto, Hosenfeld recorded in his diary that "we are all cowardly and did not risk enough. The German people would have to pay for the horrible things that took place there." 46. Hosenfeld was captured by the Red Army in January 1945 and died in a Soviet prison in 1952. On November 25, 2008, in part as a result of the efforts of Władysław Szpilman, Hosenfeld was also chosen as one of the just of the nations by Yad Vashem. 47. Altogether, Yad Vashem recognized about 45 Wehrmacht soldiers as saviors of Jews. The actual number of such men may have been even higher. 48. On May 3, 1944, a German soldier whose name is not preserved made an attempt to save 13 Hungarian Jews by smuggling them to Romania hidden in a Wehrmacht truck. At a border checkpoint, the Jews were discovered hidden between barrels. 6 days later, the soldier was tried before a military court for treason in wartime, specifically for attempted Jew smuggling, and was sentenced to death. The general in command of all German army units in Romania ordered that the execution of the soldier be made known to his troops. The order mentioned that the smuggling had taken place in return for a payment of money, but leaves open the question of whether humanitarian sentiments may also have played a role. 49. Trying to save Jews was dangerous. After the start of the deportations of German Jews to the east in the fall of 1941, all contact with the Jewish population was declared to be a punishable offence. An RSHA decree of October 24 of that year threatened imprisonment in a concentration camp for any display of sympathy for the Jews. As the fortunes of war turned against Germany, discipline in the Wehrmacht became deadly. During the first year of the war, military courts handed down 29 death sentences every month. By November 1944, that number had increased to 526.50, hence the freedom of action of soldiers seeking to help Jews was strictly limited, and such actions carried a high personal risk. 51. Help for Jews at times came from unexpected quarters. A former Gauleiter and the head of the civilian occupation of Belarus, General Commissar Wilhelm Kube, was involved in a series of morally ambiguous events, Hilberg has referred to it as one of the strangest episodes in the history of the Nazi regime. 52 Kuba was an early member of the Nazi movement, and his anti-Semitic credentials were impeccable. In an article published in 1934, he declared the Jews to be as dangerous for white people as the plague, consumption, and syphilis are for the human race. The carrier of the plague must be eradicated and isolated. He had no objection to the murder of the Jews of Belarus, and in one instance even requested such a killing. Yet he was troubled by taking the lives of the German Jews whom he had earlier vilified. Observing that some of them carried medals for outstanding service in World War I, he concluded that these people, after all, were part of our cultural heritage and should not be treated like the debased Eastern Jews. 53. Kube also took exception to the manner in which the policy of annihilation was carried out. One of his subordinates reported to him about a 1941 operation conducted by Police Battalion 11 in the town of Slutsk that bordered on sadism. During the action, the city itself presented a horrible picture, with indescribable brutality by the German policemen as well, but especially by the Lithuanians. The Jews were dragged out of their lodgings and driven together. There was shooting everywhere in the city, and bodies of Jews who had been shot piled up in the streets. Altogether, the entire scene was more than ghastly. Moreover, the men of the police battalion had plundered in an outrageous way, taking with them anything useful, such as boots, leather, textiles, gold, and other valuables. Watches and rings were torn from the Jews in the most brutal way. 54. When Kube conveyed this information to his superior, Reichskommissar Hinrich Lohse, he mentioned as an example of completely unacceptable methods the fact that wounded Jews had been buried alive and eventually had worked their way out of the mass grave. Such occurrences represented eine bodenlose Schweinerei, a fathomless swinish mess that should be reported to the Führer and Reichsmarschall Göring. 55. The tension between Kuba and the SS engaged in implementing the final solution continued for the next 2 years. In addition to intervening on behalf of individual Jews, Kuba tried to protect some 4,000 German Jews by employing them in ghetto factories. These endeavors drew an angry response from Eduard Strauch, the SS officer in charge of the security police, and the SD in Belarus. In a memo dated July 20, 1943, Strauch summarized a telephone conversation he had had with Kuba earlier that day. This conversation took place after Strauch had arrested 70 Jews employed by Kuba's office and had taken them away for Sonderbehandlung, special treatment. I stressed my lack of understanding of the fact that Germans would make an issue over a few Jews. Time and again my men have been accused of barbarism and sadism. While I am simply doing my duty, even the fact that Jews selected for Sonderbehandlung have had their gold crowns removed by dentists has been made the subject of conversations. Kuba replied that this kind of conduct was unworthy of a German and of the Germany of Kant and Goethe. It would be our responsibility if our conduct sullied the reputation of Germany all over the world. Men were allegedly slobbering all over. I protested energetically against this description and expressed my regret that in addition to performing this disgusting work, we were being made the target of mudslinging. 56. Strauch sent this memo to Berlin, but Kuba remained in his position. He was killed on September 22, 1943, by a bomb planted in his bedroom by a Russian woman. Strauch was sentenced to death by 2 post-war courts and died in prison while awaiting execution. Kube's conflicted attitude toward the destruction of the Jews was not unique. We know of others in the East who objected to the manner in which the killings took place, even though they did not deny the rightness of annihilating the Jews. After the men of SK-10B and the attached Police Reserve Battalion 9 had executed 100 Jews in Czernowitz, they discussed the operation in their quarters. Several of the men described the way in which the Jews had been shot as a Sauerei, mess, but they did not question the deed itself. 57. A Protestant minister wrote his wife in 1941 that the Latvians' killing of Jews with spades had caused general disgust. Everyone was agreeable to lining up the Jews up against the wall, but not to such disorderly knocking down. 58. Nekema Tek writes of a police officer in a town in Belarus who opposed what he regarded as chaotic and haphazard executions. He called it a Schweinerei and insisted that the Jews be shot in an orderly fashion. The same officer refused to participate in the hunting down of Jews who had gone into hiding. 59. Even the manner in which the Jews of Berlin were deported inspired criticism. The editorial office of Das Schwarze Korps, the official publication of the SS, happened to be situated next to the location where Jews were assembled prior to being deported. The editor of the paper complained to Rudolf Brandt on Himmler's personal staff that both his employees and foreign visitors had been subjected to what he called a degrading and shameful sight: Jews being brutally lashed by a Gestapo official in the course of deportation. Such treatment was termed intolerable and sheer madness. The writer stressed that his complaint had nothing to do with humanitarian feelings, but with his sincere conviction that things had to be done in a properly German manner. After all, we do not want to look like frenzied sadists. 60. Another morally ambiguous event arose in the early days of the invasion of the Soviet Union. At the beginning of August 1941, a German division occupied Bialystok, south of Kiev, and its commander asked the SK-4A EGC to kill the town's Jews. Within 10 days, a company of Waffen-SS attached to the Sonderkommando shot some 850 Jews, but it left a group of 90 children under the age of 5 alive, abandoned without food or water. The screams of the children caused Wehrmacht soldiers to call in 2 military chaplains, who found them half naked, covered with flies, and lying in their own excrement. All this was reported to the first staff officer of the division, Lieutenant Colonel Helmuth Groskirth. After Groskirth had been told that the Waffen-SS unit intended to kill the children, he used armed men to block the departure of a truck filled with children. He also contacted his superiors to try to postpone the killing. The issue was discussed at several echelons of command, and Field Marshal Reichenau, the commander of the Sixth Army, personally decided that the operation had to be completed in a suitable way. 61. That left open the question who was going to undertake the disagreeable assignment. August Hafner, an officer of the Sonderkommando, pointed out that the men of the Waffen-SS unit, 18 to 20 years old, were too young, and the men of the Sonderkommando were married men who had their own children and thus were equally unsuitable. Hence, the murder of the 90 children was carried out by a group of Ukrainian auxiliaries. At his post-war trial, Hafner described how the children were lined up at the edge of a pit and then shot. The wailing was indescribable. 62. The above facts are uncontested, but Groskirth's role in this episode remains equivocal. In a letter to his wife dated November 21, 1939, he wrote that the actions of the SS in Warsaw left him ashamed to be a German. 63. He also had links to the resistance group around Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, the head of military intelligence. A deeply religious Protestant, Groskirth in his diary testifies to his strong anti-Nazi feelings. He did indeed try to prevent, or at least postpone, the killing of children. In a report on the affair he wrote, "Measures against women and children were undertaken, which in no way differed from atrocities carried out by the enemy, about whom the troops are continually being informed." And yet, as Saul Friedlander argues, it appears that his actions with regard to the Jewish children were motivated less by humanitarian sentiments than by concern for the reaction of his men. The execution, Groskirth wrote, could have been carried out without any uproar if the field and local headquarters had taken the necessary steps to keep the troops away. Both infants and children should have been eliminated immediately in order to avoid this inhuman agony. 64. On the other hand, the historian Nicholas Stargard has suggested that Groskirth had no choice but to couch his argument against killing the children in terms acceptable to his superiors. 65. All of these cases involved individuals who, to varying degrees and for different reasons, managed to avoid participation in the murder of Jews, or who even attempted to prevent it. Others voiced criticism, sometimes even in public. After the invasion of Poland in 1939, General Johannes Blaskowitz, commander of the Eastern Territories, condemned the conduct of the SS and the slaughter of Jews and Poles. He also took exception to illegal executions, a complaint that Hitler dismissed as childish. 66. In a memo dated November 27, 1939, he noted the tremendous brutalization and moral depravity which is spreading rapidly. High-ranking SS and police officers demand and openly praise acts of violence and brutality. 67. This attitude, Blaskowitz argued, constituted an unbearable burden for the Wehrmacht. 68. Hitler was outraged by this characterization, and Blaskowitz learned his lesson. In a presentation made on February 6, 1940, the general labeled Poles and Jews as our arch-enemies in the East and pleaded for a more systematic strategy against them. 69. In the summer of 1943, the military physician Christian Schoen mentioned the killing of the Jews in a chain letter to the next of kin of missing soldiers and demanded an end to the massacres for reasons of morality and honor. The good doctor was court-martialed, but he got away with a prison sentence of 1 year. 70. Those responsible for ordering the final solution knew that there would be negative reactions here and there, but they were determined to disregard them. After a meeting with Hitler on June 19, 1943, Himmler noted in a memo that the evacuation of the Jews would be carried through with iron determination, despite the restiveness, Unruhe, that was to be expected. 71. The overall number of German soldiers and officers who demurred at murdering Jews was small, and the share of those who did so on moral grounds was smaller still. David Kitterman analyzed 85 cases of unwillingness to kill in Russia and found that about 1/4 of these were based on reasons of conscience as opposed to weakness. 72. Kitterman's findings are not the last word on the subject, but the overall picture is probably correct. It appears that not a few of those who objected to the murder of the Jews and actively tried to help them were believing Christians, but we know that being a Christian did not prevent numerous others from participating in the killing. Virtually all Nazis were the baptized children of Christians, and the continued adherence of the great majority of the German people to the Christian faith did not constitute an effective bulwark to the relentless process of destruction. Almost 18,000 Catholic priests, theology students and lay brothers served in the Wehrmacht as military chaplains, but not one of them voiced dissent from the policy of annihilation. 73. The record of Protestant military chaplains has not yet been examined in detail, but it appears not to be any different. 74. For all these men, dedication to the fatherland and promoting the salvation of Christian souls was more important than challenging the genocidal practices of the Nazi regime. These policies were antithetical to everything their faith stood for, but this theoretical conflict failed to prevent their deportment of accommodation and compromise. The fact that there were men willing to opt out shows that acquiescence to the Nazis' goals was not the only possible course of action. 75. Even if not everyone was prepared to face the risks involved in outright refusals, it was possible to be excused for having a weak nature. As von Dembach-Zalewski testified at Nuremberg, at issue was not life and death, but the willingness to incur damage to one's career. 76. The often invoked imperative of absolute obedience turned out in practice to be less than categorical. The perpetrators on trial, flawed justice. The historian who seeks an answer to the question, why did they do it, can find valuable assistance in the legal proceedings against Nazi criminals. In order to impose an appropriate punishment for these individuals, German courts had to establish the circumstances surrounding the crimes of the Nazi regime and to probe the motives of the perpetrators. The cumulative record of these investigations has thus contributed important historical knowledge. Moreover, what appear to be mere legal issues also assist inquiry into the role played by individual killers and the reasons for their readiness to engage in mass murder. The way in which the courts handled the distinction between perpetrator and accomplice, or the concept of superior orders, for example, helps us understand the dilemmas faced by participants in the program of murder. At the same time, it must be acknowledged that this process of retribution often failed to serve the ends of justice. The courts applied a crude version of the concept of totalitarianism, according to which only Hitler, Himmler, and Heydrich and their immediate entourage were the real perpetrators of the Holocaust, while most others were judged, at worst, to be accessories to murder. 1. In many ways, Germany's record in facing up to its Nazi past has been exemplary. It stands in sharp contrast to the disappointing way in which countries such as Japan have dealt with their unsavory record in World War II. The horrors committed by the Nazi regime between 1933 and 1945 have been fully acknowledged. Large sums of money have been paid to its victims. Almost 2,000 informative memorials have been established at the sites of former concentration camps and other war-related venues, and scholars continue to conduct significant research on why and how these crimes could occur. A generation of younger historians, in particular, has dedicated itself to the task of making sure that these terrible events will not be forgotten and that their lessons will be learned. On the other hand, the legal accounting by German courts for the unprecedented violations of human decency and morality by the Nazi state has drawn criticism both inside and outside Germany. The German Jewish survivor and highly regarded public intellectual Ralph Giordano has spoken of this flawed record as a second guilt. 2. The failure of the German judiciary to provide for timely and just retribution for Nazi crimes has been recognized at the highest levels of the German government. On June 10, 2013, the German Ministry of Justice released the text of a symposium organized to investigate the role that the retention of former Nazi judges after 1945 may have played in the adjudication of Nazi crimes. 3. One of the featured speakers on that occasion was Giordano, who argued that in spite of sincere efforts at many levels of the legal profession for more than 50 years, the great German effort to bring Nazi perpetrators to the bar of justice remains a farce. 4. The fact that these strong words could be uttered at an official gathering of government officials indicates how seriously the issue of punishing Nazi criminals is taken in today's Germany. One can begin the discussion of this subject by looking at some key statistics. The number of personnel serving in the concentration camps by early 1945 had reached about 40,000 men and women. Some 6,000 men rotated through the Einsatzgruppen, and they were assisted by an estimated 15,000 men in police battalions and 25,000 Waffen-SS troops. The number of members of the Wehrmacht involved in Nazi crimes can only be guessed. In all, then, we reach a figure of at least 100,000 men and women potentially implicated in various offences, especially the Holocaust. Through 2005, West German authorities had investigated 172,294 individuals, but brought charges against only 16,740 alleged wrongdoers, fewer than 10% of all suspects. The death of some defendants and several amnesties eliminated 2,045 of the accused, and 13,952 defendants were brought to trial. 6,656 of these individuals, about 48%, were convicted. 5. This less than impressive record gets worse when we consider the kinds of offences involved in these convictions. The largest number involved crimes against political opponents during the early days of the Nazi regime, malicious denunciations, and the events of Kristallnacht. Only 9% comprised crimes committed in the concentration camps, and a mere 7% related to the Holocaust, the most heinous of Nazi crimes. Only 981 of the convictions were for acts of killing. 6. Obtaining convictions against defendants implicated in the murder of the Jews in the East undoubtedly was fraught with many difficulties. When survivors, traumatized by the horrific experiences they had gone through, testified at these trials, they often found it difficult to recall events with the precision demanded by the courts. SS members, for the most part, refused to testify against their former comrades. But the small number of defendants tried and found guilty for involvement in the Holocaust remains striking. Still more surprising, in view of the serious nature of these offences, are the light sentences imposed. Most of those directly involved with the murder of the Jews, more than 2/3 of the members of the Einsatzgruppen, were convicted merely of being accomplices to murder. 7. Before the death penalty was abolished by the Basic Law of 1949, the German Constitution, the courts imposed 16 sentences of death. Thereafter, only 166 defendants were sentenced to life imprisonment, the most severe punishment possible for those convicted of murder. 8. In other words, of the 981 individuals accused of killing, only 182 individuals, or fewer than 20%, received the maximum penalty allowed under German law for these crimes. According to one study, of a sample of 1,770 former members of the Einsatzgruppen, only 136, or 7.5%, were successfully prosecuted, and only 8 of these received the maximum penalty of life imprisonment. Moreover, not a single Wehrmacht officer was convicted for crimes against Jews. 9. It is no doubt true that to try some 100,000 suspected Nazi criminals would have constituted an enormously difficult undertaking. At the end of the war, the legal apparatus for such an endeavour simply did not exist. It has also been suggested that an important part of the problem was the difficulty of finding the perpetrators after 1945. One researcher has demonstrated this arduousness with the example of a police battalion involved in the mass murder of Jews. Of 889 former members of this battalion, whose names could be ascertained, some 400 had been killed in the course of the war, had been declared missing and dead, or had died between the end of the war and the beginning of such trials in the 1960s. 30 held Austrian citizenship and were therefore immune from German prosecution, and another 271 could not be located. Some of them had probably fled abroad. Since 130 men, as investigators established, had had no share in the massacres, this left 58 who could be tried, but by the time attempts were made to bring them to justice, many of them were no longer fit to stand trial. 10. And yet this line of argument is less than convincing. The number of possible defendants may not always have been as small as in the above example. For instance, in the 1965 proceedings against members of Police Battalion 303, which was involved in the murder of about 50,000 Jews, it was possible to interrogate 376 men out of a total strength of 883 soldiers. 11. Moreover, we know that many of those who submitted medical certificates of incapacitating illness had obtained these attestations fraudulently from doctors who sympathized with the former Nazis. This way of avoiding punishment came to be called biological amnesty, and many judges readily accepted these certificates even when their bogus character was obvious. 12. Finally, the number of those who escaped trial by death or being too old and ill would have been far smaller if the trials of members of the killing units had started soon after the end of the war, rather than in the 1960s. The far more serious impediment than locating the criminals was the fact that many of the judges trying these cases found ways to minimize the terrible wrongdoing of which these men stood accused. It was not that the post-war judiciary could not achieve appropriate retribution for these crimes, but that many of the judges taking on this task would not do what justice required. This failure is brought into focus when we compare the record of the German courts with that of the Allied tribunals. After Germany's defeat in 1945, many of the leading figures of the Nazi regime committed suicide. Besides Hitler, this list included Himmler, Joseph Goebbels, Philipp Bouhler, Bernhard Rust, and Otto Tierach. Göring killed himself shortly before he was to be executed. The International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg, October 20th, 1945 to October 1st, 1946, tried 24 defendants and condemned 12 of them to death, 3 to life imprisonment, and 4 to prison terms ranging from 10 to 20 years. All of these men were desk murderers, that is, they were deeply involved in organizing the murder of millions, but did not themselves soil their hands with the actual killing. We have no reliable figures for trials of Nazi criminals in the Russian zone of occupation. The East German communist regime, known as the German Democratic Republic, tried 1,642 defendants. Of these, 216 individuals received the death penalty or a term of life imprisonment, while the remainder were given lengthy prison terms. 13. The extent to which these defendants were tried with due process of law remains the subject of controversy. In the 3 western zones of occupied Germany, some 35,000 defendants were found guilty by military tribunals, and about 6,500 sentences of death were carried out. 14. Many of these trials involved the kind of criminals with which we are dealing in this book. Between August 17th and November 17th, 1945, a British military court tried 45 men and women who had served in the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, including its commandant, Josef Kramer. 11 of the accused were given the death penalty, and 14 were acquitted. Significantly, and in contrast to the trials of Nazi criminals by German courts in subsequent years, the defendants were charged not only with specific acts of abusing and killing inmates, but also with being part of a conspiracy to ill-treat the persons who were under their care. They were part of a body of people who acted like a lynch mob, members of an organization engaged in common action. 15. It was at the Dachau trial of 1945 that this doctrine of common action was fully developed. On November 15th, 1945, 40 men who had served in the Dachau concentration camp faced an American military court that tried them for killing, mistreating, and starving individuals incarcerated there. The precise number of inmates subjected to inhuman treatment could not be determined, but it amounted to many thousands. William Denton, the young American lawyer who prosecuted the case, noted at the outset that the defendants were not charged with killing, beating, and torturing inmates, but with participating in a common design to kill, to beat, to torture, and to subject these subjects to starvation. The operation of such a camp required that a number of individuals act together. Irrespective of a defendant's specific position in the camp, each of the accused constituted a cog in this wheel, or machine of extermination. Hence, a prima facie case of guilt arose once it was shown that an individual had served at Dachau and consequently had participated in the common design. It was the very system of the concentration camp, with its attendant practices of killing and mistreating inmates, that was criminal. 16. The doctrine of common design was derived from American criminal law and is similar to the concept of conspiracy. Unlike the case of conspiracy, however, the doctrine of common design does not require the joint planning of the criminal conduct. It merely provides that all participants in an unlawful act are to be considered principals. If A and B go out to rob a bank, and in the course of the robbery A kills an employee of the bank, both A and B are responsible for the murder, even if B acted only as a lookout. When applied to the situation of the concentration camp, this meant that it was not necessary for each defendant to have committed all of the crimes that the prosecution had shown to have taken place. The individual defendant's guilt was proven by his membership in the staff of the camp and by his knowledge of the common design. Such knowledge of the deadly purposes of the camp was established by the actions performed by individuals in the camp. Each was an essential part, great or small. Many had volunteered for their grim employment, and none had made any serious effort to abandon it. Most of them had acted with zeal, and this fact eliminated the excuse of having been constrained by superior orders. Only in cases where a guard had acted in a more humane manner did the doctrine of superior orders provide for mitigation of punishment, and indeed 12 of the defendants received prison terms rather than the death penalty. 17. American military courts continued to apply the legal concept of common design at subsequent trials of Nazi criminals. The trial of 61 SS personnel of the Mauthausen concentration camp began on March 29, 1946. The court concluded that the running of this camp, the second largest concentration camp, was a criminal undertaking, and that it would have been impossible for anyone serving on the staff there not to recognize this fact. Whether a member of the General SS or the Waffen-SS, a guard, or a civilian employee engaged in the operation of Mauthausen or its subcamps, all were guilty of having violated the laws and customs of civilized nations by shooting, gassing, hanging, starving, and variously killing innocent human beings. The exact names and numbers of the victims remain unknown, but they reached many thousands. 58 of the defendants were condemned to death, and the remaining 3 were sentenced to life imprisonment. On review, 9 of the death sentences were commuted to life imprisonment. The remaining 49 were carried out. 18. The Mauthausen trial was followed by 121 other American trials of Nazi criminals, with some 500 defendants. In all of these proceedings, the courts concluded that the mass atrocity was criminal in nature, and that the participants therein, acting in a common design, subject to being rebutted by appropriate evidence, knew of the criminal nature thereof. The only issue in these trials, therefore, was to determine the manner and degree of participation of each defendant. It would require appropriate evidence to rebut the presumed guilt of the accused. 19. On September 29, 1947, an Allied military court began the trial of Einsatzgruppen officers. The principal charge was crimes against humanity committed by being part of an organization that murdered thousands of innocent civilians. There was no attempt to charge individual crimes. 20. As Chief Prosecutor Telford Taylor put it in his closing statement, any member who assisted in enabling these units to function, knowing what was afoot, is guilty of the crimes committed by the units. The defendants indeed had known exactly what was expected of them. They were not peasants drafted into the Wehrmacht, but educated men who fully understood the sinister program they embarked upon. The trial resulted in guilty verdicts against 22 defendants. 14 received the death penalty. 21. When the defendants pleaded that they had merely followed superior orders, Judge Michael Musmano asked Willie Seibert, who was eventually condemned to be hanged, whether Seibert, if ordered to do so, would shoot his parents. Seibert was unwilling to answer this question, and Musmano refused to allow the trial to proceed until he did. The court recessed until the following day. The next morning, Seibert looked exhausted and worn out, and the judge, after giving the defendant a moment to compose himself, repeated the question, "Would you kill your parents if ordered to do so?" After another agonizing silence, Seibert replied, "Mr. President, I would not do so." Next came the following exchange. Musmano: "Then there are some orders which are issued by the chief sick of state which may be disobeyed?" Seibert: "It is inhuman to ask a son to shoot his parents. I would not have obeyed such an order." Musmano: "Now suppose the order came down for you to shoot the parents of someone else, let us say a Jew and his wife. It is established beyond any doubt that they have not committed any crime. The only thing that is established is that they are Jews, and you have this order. Would you shoot the parents?" Seibert: "Your Honor, I would not shoot these parents." Musmano: "Yes, so therefore, this order issued by the Führer to kill all Jews indiscriminately did not have to be obeyed by the German soldiers in your estimation." Musmano asked each defendant the same question. Some, like Seibert, acknowledged that they would have refused such an order, a response in conflict with how they had actually conducted themselves while serving with the Einsatzgruppen. Others refused to answer. Nevertheless, Musmano had established that obedience to orders has its limits. The defendants could not hide behind the concept of superior orders. 22. The Einsatzgruppen trial was able to deduce the huge number of victims from the reports sent by the various killing units on a regular basis to Berlin. We have 195 such daily Erlebnismeldungen event reports, and after May 1, 1942, a total of 55 weekly Meldungen aus den besetzten Ostgebirgen, reports from the occupied Eastern Territories. The defense tried to call into question the accuracy of these reports, but this attempted exculpation failed. Here and there mistakes may have occurred in the tabulation of the victims. There were also instances where a unit claimed the dead Jews of another unit in order to enlarge its contribution to the task of wholesale murder. However, the well-known German concern for accuracy militated against any significant distortion of the number of reported victims. The editors of the definitive edition of these reports have concluded that there can be no doubt about the basic trustworthiness and significance of the EM event reports as a source. 23. Some of the early trials of Nazi criminals carried out by German courts were rigorous. Of 30 former stormtroopers who in 1933 to 34 had terrorized inmates of the Chemner concentration camp, the Landgericht Wuppertal in 1948 sentenced 5 defendants to death, and the others received lengthy prison terms. 24. Until 1950, more than 40% of those tried for Nazi crimes by German courts were sentenced to life imprisonment. 25. In several decisions that involved service in death camps, such as Chelmno and Sobibor, the courts used the concept of the common design as developed by Allied military tribunals. Josef Hirtenreiter had served in Treblinka, a camp that, as a court noted in 1951, had the sole purpose of murdering Jews. He had several times personally killed Jews and was known among the work Jews as one of the most brutal guards. However, his guilt did not depend on these murders. It did not matter, the court ruled, whether a member of the Treblinka staff supervised the undressing of the Jewish victims, led others to the hospital, or worked in the kitchen of the camp. It was decisive that all these activities guaranteed the smooth operation of Treblinka as a death factory. Hirtenreiter was found to have been the perpetrator of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. 26. The Bundesgerichtshof, BGH, Germany's highest court, in a decision handed down on November 25, 1964, ruled that guards in the Chelmno extermination camp were guilty of being accessories to murder simply by virtue of their service in a Sonderkommando tasked with the annihilation of the Jewish population of Poland. The kind of assignment given them for the implementation of these actions is without significance in this regard. 27. Even a bookkeeper in Sobibor was convicted of being an accessory to murder in 1966 and given 4 years in prison. The SS officer Alfred Ittner had been sent to Sobibor in April 1942 and was in charge of keeping accounts, including those of the valuables seized from the arriving Jews. His willingness to assist in these murders, the court declared, showed an unfeeling outlook. He had not killed a single person, but by virtue of his position in the administration of the death factory, Sobibor, he had made possible the mass murders of the Jews. 28. The BGH upheld this conviction. It was not necessary, the High Court ruled, to prove a direct causal role on the part of the defendant. It was enough to show that he had supported and facilitated the actions of the main perpetrator. 29. German public opinion, however, sympathized with the perpetrators, and legal proceedings soon began to reflect a social climate in which Nazi crimes were often seen as mere mistakes. Not coincidentally, 1950 was also the year when German courts began again to use lay judges, Schoffen, individuals drawn from the community and close to the public pulse. When Martin Bormann Jr., a moral theologian and the son of Martin Bormann, Hitler's powerful chief of staff, was interviewed about how he judged the role of his father, he replied that his father had not necessarily been brutal or without conscience. Human beings are prone to error. This kind of error can happen to anyone. 30 prosecutors had neither the interest nor the resources to initiate and pursue lengthy investigations of crimes in distant places. It is noteworthy that the valuable collection of German court cases involving Nazi defendants who had committed acts of killing, Justiz- und NS-Verbrechen, had to be published in the Netherlands because no German publisher was willing to bring out this compendium of Nazi crimes. 31. The German people, declared Cardinal Joseph Frings of Cologne in August 1945, were far more victims than perpetrators of Nazi crimes. And this affirmation of victimhood continued for several years. After suffering under the Nazis, the Germans felt that they were now being persecuted and deprived of their rights by the victorious Allies. 32. For many Germans after 1945, the Allied trials of Nazi criminals constituted victor's justice. The horrors of the Nazi regime were held to have been committed by a small clique of culprits. Until the end of the war and until the occupation authorities informed them, a German court ruled in 1953. The overwhelming majority of the German people did not know of these events. 33. A claim discredited and disproven by a large body of scholarship. Information about the mass murder of the Jews was widely known in the German population. 34. The denazification program carried out by the occupation authorities was highly unpopular. Since most Germans had something in their past that they preferred to forget, all but a small minority of intellectuals and journalists were opposed to stirring up old events. The wholesale vetting of some 5 million Germans was soon denounced not only by those directly affected, but also by the government of the New Germany, the Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, which was composed of the former 3 Western zones of occupation and came into being on May 23, 1949. Denazification, declared Chancellor Konrad Adenauer on September 20, 1949, had caused much harm and much mischief, and it was now time to let bygones be bygones. Adenauer also promised to plead with the Allies for an amnesty for those convicted by the military tribunals. 35. When, on June 7, 1951, after a lengthy legal review process, the Allies carried out the last death sentences against Nazi defendants found guilty in the killing of tens of thousands of innocent persons, there erupted a storm of public indignation. The Vice-Chancellor of the FRG and a member of the Liberal Free Democratic Party, Franz Blücher, filed an official protest against this act of injustice. There prevailed a deeply rooted unwillingness among the German population to face up to the vilest aspects of a political system they had so enthusiastically supported. Only very few Germans had any appetite for confronting the question of the responsibility of German society as a whole for what had taken place during 12 long years of Nazi rule. 36. The start of the Cold War following Soviet expansion into Eastern Europe created a changed political landscape, both in Germany and in the United States. In the eyes of many Germans, the Cold War confirmed what they had known all along, that is, that Germany had always been on the right side, though the Western Allies had not realized it. The new focus on the communist enemy also led to a new Allied policy toward the defeated Germany, which now was seen as an important ally. The Adenauer government supported German rearmament. Indeed, already back in 1946, in a letter to a friend in the United States, Adenauer had sounded the alarm about the threat of communism. The danger is grave. Asia stands on the river Elbe. Only a healthy Europe, under the guidance of England and France, and joined by the free part of Germany, could stop the advancement of Asian ideology and power. 37. In the eyes of many Germans, it was unacceptable for them to serve on the side of the Allies as long as German soldiers who had valiantly fought against Soviet communism were still held in prison by these same Allied governments. Hence, in return for German political and military support against the Soviet Union, the Western Allies gradually ended their pursuit of Nazi criminals. They also reduced sentences and released others in successive amnesties. For example, of 21 sentences of death pronounced at the Buchenwald trial, 17 were changed in amnesty proceedings. By 1951, all but 4 of the convicted Einsatzgruppen defendants had been released from prison. The last defendants convicted by Allied tribunals obtained their freedom in 1958.38. It was the 1958 Ulm trial of members of Einsatzkommando Tilsit that revealed the extent of crimes committed in the East and helped bring about a change in the German attitude toward Nazi crimes. As a result, in November 1958, the Ministers of Justice of the German Länder, states, now established a central investigative office, the Zentrale Stelle der Landesjustizverwaltungen zur Aufklärung nationalsozialistischer Verbrechen, Central Office of the State Administrations of Justice for the Investigation of National Socialist Crimes, to speed up legal redress for these offences. Located in Ludwigsburg, near Stuttgart, the central office at first was forced to operate with a limited number of personnel, but by 1965, it had about 50 judges and prosecutors and was able to pursue the investigation of Nazi crimes vigorously. The central office did not have the right to indict, but its recommendations led to an increasing number of prosecutions in the German states during the following years. 39. The military tribunals of the Western Allies had made use of crimes against humanity, a new formula for an old concept. International law, as for example in the preamble to Hague Convention No. 4 of 1907, had long acknowledged that even in the absence of specific provisions, civilians and belligerents remain under the protection of the principles of the law of nations, as they result from the usages established among civilized peoples, from the laws of humanity, and the dictates of the public conscience. The Allied military courts included among crimes against humanity, atrocities, enslavement, torture, rape, or other inhumane acts against any civilian population, irrespective of whether these acts violated the domestic law of the country where perpetrated. The German judges objected to the use of this legal standard on the grounds that it violated the principles of the German Rechtsstaat, a state under the rule of law, especially ex post facto retroactive law, which was forbidden by Article 103 of the Basic Law. For the same reason, German prosecutors did not make use of the concept of genocide, even after the FRG on August 9, 1954, had incorporated the Genocide Convention of 1948 in the Criminal Code, Article 220A. None of these decisions on the part of the German judiciary is persuasive or compelling. Both crimes against humanity and the crime of genocide have long been part of international law. The Genocide Convention recognized this fact when it declared in its preamble that, at all periods of history, genocide has inflicted great losses on humanity. These crimes were not specifically codified before 1945 because the kind of mass murder that took place during the Nazi era had been unimaginable. Thus, the crimes of the Nazi regime could and should have been punishable according to prevailing international law. Applying this law violated neither the principle of nullum crimen sine lege, no crime without law, nor the concept of ex post facto law. 40. The Western Allies did not appreciate what seemed to them to be legalistic technicalities, but they yielded in 1951 and allowed the German courts to rely on German law. This meant that Nazi criminals accused of killing could be convicted only if they had violated the regular provisions of the German Penal Code. According to this law, the statute of limitations for crimes with possible sentences of 15 years or less was 15 years after the crime had been committed, so no charges for manslaughter could be brought after 1960. After lengthy debates in the Bundestag, the Parliament, in 1964 to 1965, 1968 to 1969, and 1978 to 1979, the statute of limitations for murder was repeatedly extended, although these extensions were far from popular. During one of these emotion-laden discussions, Gunter Lewy, the government's press secretary, referred to the men who had murdered under orders as victims of the Nazi system. 41. It was not until January 1979, when the American film Holocaust was shown in Germany, that a majority of Germans came to understand and accept the scope and brutality of the Nazi era. The film had an impact far beyond what documentaries and other teaching on the murder of the Jews had been able to achieve, and on July 3, 1979, the Bundestag finally abolished the statute of limitations for murder altogether. 42. Theoretically, prosecutions of Nazi murderers could now take place as long as these men or women were still alive and could be located. Article 211 of the Criminal Code of the FRG, a reformulation of the 1871 version, defined murder as the killing of a human person out of thirst for blood, for the satisfaction of sexual desires, for greed or other base motives, in a cunning or cruel manner. The penalty for murder was initially death. After the abolition of the death penalty by the Basic Law of 1949, the maximum penalty became imprisonment for life. The mass murder of the Jews certainly constituted killing for reprehensible motives, and it was carried out in an inhumane manner, though proof of base motives on the part of individuals was often difficult. The motives of the killers varied and were not always base. More fundamentally, though, this definition of murder did not fit the realities of the Holocaust. The final solution of the Jewish question was not the result of a series of personal criminal actions. It constituted instead state-sponsored mass murder. It was legal according to the jurisprudence of the Nazi state. The attempt to punish these crimes according to the standards of individual wrongdoing was bound to fail. The Holocaust was a crime that could be apprehended only in its totality. The Allied military tribunals had recognized this fundamental truth and had applied the principle of a common design encompassing both systematic state-organized collective action and individual responsibility. Differentiating the perpetrators of the Holocaust on the basis of presumed motivation meant fragmenting the Holocaust into a series of distinct, often disconnected offenses, none of which begins to add up to the whole crime of genocide. This led to absurd consequences, such as punishing more lightly the SS man who, as part of his official duties in a factory of death, killed tens of thousands by throwing the gas pellets into the gas chamber, than the guard who on his own initiative killed one inmate. It also meant that, as in proceedings involving ordinary cases of homicide, the courts applied the distinction between perpetrators and accomplices, a differentiation completely unsuitable for the factories of death, and a distinction that quite literally allowed some defendants to get away with murder. American courts established the crime of murder on the basis of objective circumstances. The reasons why a murderer killed his victim, the psychological makeup and personal peculiarities of the defendant, are largely irrelevant. Moreover, all the participants in an act of killing are guilty of the crime, whether they fired the lethal bullet or merely acted as lookout. 43. German jurisprudence, by contrast, applies what is called the subjective theory. A person who wills a criminal deed is a perpetrator. If this will is absent, or if he carries out the act on behalf of another, the individual in question is a mere accomplice. 44. The Military Criminal Code of October 10, 1940, which applied not only to the armed forces but also to members of the SS and police units serving in Russia, followed similar legal principles. Article 47 provided that the responsibility for the execution of an order that violates the criminal law is borne by the officer who issued the order. The subordinate obeying the order is subject to punishment only if he willfully went beyond the order or if he knew that it involved a criminal act. 45. And yet the line between a perpetrator and an accomplice is often difficult to draw. It involves complex issues of motivation and intent. The inner disposition of an accused is not easily ascertained. 46. The question whether a person acted on the basis of his own will or merely in support of another individual generally is difficult to resolve. Hence, the subjective theory often leaves the finding of the line of demarcation between perpetrator and accomplice dependent upon the discretion of judges who themselves are subject to the political and social environment in which they live. The subjective theory leads to a jurisprudence of feeling on the part of judges that lacks an objective standard. It undermines the rule of law. The distinction between perpetrator and accomplice has been used by German courts to avoid pronouncing a harsh sentence. For example, in the so-called Badewannenfall bathtub case of 1940, the highest German court had to deal with the mother of an illegitimate child who, right after the birth, had prevailed upon her sister to drown the newborn baby in a bathtub. The Landgericht Trier had convicted the sister of murder, which would have meant a sentence of death, but the Reichsgericht reversed this judgment. Feeling sympathy for the sister and reasoning that the real culprit was the mother, the High Court ruled that the sister, while the agent of the killing, had not carried out the deed in her own interest, but rather in support of the will of another. She thus had lacked Täterwille, the will of a perpetrator, and therefore was a mere accomplice to be punished with a lesser sentence. 47. This ruling was not universally accepted, and in 1956 the Bundesgerichtshof, the highest court of appeal for civil and criminal cases, explicitly repudiated it. The person who with his own hands kills another individual is to be considered a perpetrator, even if he carries out the deed in the presence of or in the interest of another. 48. However, in the Stasziński case of October 19, 1962, the BGH once again affirmed the subjective theory, and it has reigned ever since. Bohdan Stasziński was an agent of the Soviet Secret Service who, on orders of his superiors, had killed 2 Russian emigrants living in the Bundesrepublik. Even though Stasziński had killed with his own hands, the BGH ruled that he should be treated as an accomplice, and he was sentenced to 8 years' imprisonment. The court found that Stasziński had spent years under Soviet rule and had been incessantly indoctrinated in the communist way of thinking. He had had no interest in the death of his victims and had not committed the murders as his own, but merely as a tool of his superiors. A person who accepts the criminal designs of a lawless state, shows zeal in putting them into practice, and silences his conscience, the court stated, is a perpetrator. However, under certain circumstances, criminal orders issued by a state can lead to a mitigation of punishment. In the view of the court, those who oppose such orders and carry them out because they are weak and unable to stand up to the superior strength of the state, or those who lack the courage to resist and do not have the intelligence to find a way out of this predicament, are in a different situation. Even if they make use of political slogans in order at least temporarily to silence their conscience, they are to be regarded as accomplices. It was wrong to equate such individuals with those who planned these killings or with those who carried them out willingly. In a totalitarian state, the court suggested, the average person cannot be expected to resist criminal orders. Indeed, the court explicitly referred to Germany under National Socialism when it described how certain modern states planned political murders and other mass killings. 49. It is no coincidence that this formulation of the role of an accomplice reads like a description of the alleged dilemma of Nazi criminals, whom the courts had come to see as pawns of their superiors, and who therefore were entitled to indulgence and a relatively milder sentence. One will not go wrong in assuming that the BGH was well aware of the usefulness of this decision, and knew that the decision would work in favor of Nazi criminals facing the charge of murder. 50. Indeed, in subsequent cases, trial courts as well as the BGH regularly invoked the reasoning of the Stasziński case. Adalbert Rückel, the longtime head of the Ludwigsburg Investigative Office, puts it thus: there can be no doubt that the propensity of the courts to consider all but excess perpetrators, dedicated killers, accomplices rather than perpetrators, is the result of the fact that in cases of a conviction as a perpetrator of murder, the courts are required to impose life imprisonment. 51. Or, as one author has derisively characterized this process, German jurisprudence lies firmly in the Stasziński bathtub and creates perpetrator types, artificial Nazis, that defy all reality. 52. The case affirmed the great power of judges, on whose determination the differentiation between perpetrator and accomplice depends. But the BGH did not consider this a problem, and indeed stressed the right of the courts freely to exercise this judgment. 53. According to the Stashinsky decisions, a defendant could be convicted as a perpetrator only if he or she had an interest in the successful outcome of the deed. In the case of an ordinary murder, this stake is easy to establish, for such crimes are usually committed for reasons of personal vengeance or enrichment. However, such proof is difficult in the case of the wholesale murders of the Nazi state, which often were carried out by large groups of individuals. This resulted in an absurd outcome. The killing of one inmate in a concentration camp led to the maximum penalty for murder, while the killing of thousands of victims in organized mass shootings was judged to be merely aiding and abetting the crime of murder. The consequence was paradoxical. The greater the number of victims, the lesser the punishment. 54. When Otto Bradfisch, the head of an Einsatzkommando, was tried for murder, he testified that he heard from Himmler that the order for the annihilation of the Jews had come from Hitler personally. If so, even Himmler might have to be considered a mere accomplice. Applied to the Holocaust, the reasoning of the Stashinsky case came close to assuming that there had been only one real perpetrator, Adolf Hitler, who had reigned over the will of 60 million accomplices. 55. The punishment of accomplices became even more difficult in 1968 when the legislature adopted a replacement for paragraph 50 of the Criminal Code. According to the old version of Articles 49 and 50, now Articles 27 and 28, the imposition of a lighter punishment for an accomplice was optional, ostensibly to prevent excessively harsh penalties for minor offences such as traffic violations. The imposition of an easier sentence for accomplices was made mandatory unless there were special aggravating factors. This meant that crimes of violence by accomplices could no longer receive the penalty of life imprisonment unless it could be proved that the defendant had shared the base motives of the perpetrator. The absence of such motives changed the charge of abetting murder to abetting manslaughter, and the statute of limitations on manslaughter had expired by that time. For these reasons, prosecutions for being an accessory to murder now could be started only if the person had acted with eagerness, zeal, or other special factors. 56. The authors of this change in the Criminal Code asserted that they sought merely to provide redress for an unintended gap in the law and did not aim at Nazi crimes. Others, however, pointed out that the main impetus for this revision had come from Eduard Dreher, a former judge of a Sondergericht, special Nazi courts that operated outside the regular judiciary and imposed the death penalty for the slightest offences. Regardless of the reasons for the change, it had the effect of making the prosecution and meaningful punishment of violent Nazi crimes more difficult. 57. Fritz Bauer, the prosecutor who played a leading role in bringing about the Auschwitz trial, urged the German courts to adopt an approach similar to the concept of the common design. In an extermination camp, he insisted, everyone, whatever his or her position, was part of the killing machine, because everyone knew the purpose of the camp. 58. Hence, all these individuals had to be considered active participants in the final solution and be judged accordingly. 59. By dissolving the organized mass murder of the Jews into separate deeds, the courts distorted the reality of the Holocaust, which was not merely the sum of discrete individual events. 60. However, the Auschwitz court did not accept this reasoning, and the Bundesgerichtshof explicitly rejected it. In defending the acquittal of the SS dentist Willi Schatz, the High Court maintained that being a dentist for SS personnel of Auschwitz did not support the camp's machinery of destruction, and therefore did not make Schatz an accomplice to murder. Even the fact that Schatz had regularly collected the gold melted down from the teeth of gassed victims did not constitute a punishable offence, since, as Schatz maintained, he had lacked awareness that this action supported the criminal lethal design of the SS leadership. 61. In the following years, and until the Demjanjuk case of 2011, which involved a guard in a death factory, other prosecutors and courts followed this reasoning and likewise insisted on making a conviction dependent on a defendant's specific causal role in the killing process. 62. From the 1950s on, Most of the courts dealing with murder in the East used formulaic language that resulted in the overwhelming majority of defendants being judged mere accomplices. The difference between perpetrator and accomplice, stated a court in 1968, does not depend on the objective circumstances of the deed, but rather on a defendant's inner disposition. He who commits the action as his own is a perpetrator. He who participates merely as a tool or accessory to the deed of another is an accomplice. 63. The policy of killing the Jews, the final solution, was held to have been devised by Hitler, Himmler, Heydrich, and their immediate entourage. These men, therefore, had been the perpetrators of the mass killings, had acted cruelly and out of base motives, and they were to be regarded as murderers, even though they were no longer alive. A small number of members of the killing units who had initiated acts beyond their orders and had acted with zeal were likewise seen as murderers. They were called excess perpetrators. In the trials of members of the Einsatzgruppen, 92% were convicted merely as accessories to murder. 64. Even the commanders of these units were often held to have been accomplices, mere cogs in a machine steered by others. They had followed orders and had acted not with the will of a perpetrator, but with the obeisance of an accomplice. They had merely aided and abetted deeds planned and ordered by the Nazi state, and were therefore punished at most as accessories to murder. Instead of being sentenced to mandatory life imprisonment for murder, they received relatively short prison terms as accomplices. The courts were correct in locating the origin of the final solution with Hitler, Himmler, and their close associates, but they were mistaken in assuming that most of those involved in implementing the annihilation of the Jews were merely following orders. Especially the officers who organized the killing operations had considerable freedom of action, and many of them carried out their duties with enthusiasm. They hunted down their victims and were the ultimate judges of who would be killed. The same held true for those doing selections of Jews arriving on the ramps at extermination camps. The notion that they were mere accomplices in actions ordered by their superiors, tools rather than independent actors, was seriously flawed. Equally unfortunate was the emphasis on the inner disposition of the defendants. Apart from the difficulty of ascertaining this frame of mind with any kind of certainty, the approach facilitated the denial of personal responsibility. It made it possible for an accused person to argue that while carrying out certain crimes, his essential inner self had remained decent. The moral bifurcation inherent in this conception was made explicit by the well-known words of Himmler, who praised his men for having carried out the destruction of the Jews while having preserved their decency. 65. The claim that the defendants had not really willed the deeds of which they were accused was often in conflict with the description of the horrible events, which the courts laid out accurately and in great detail in the early part of the verdicts, but which they ignored a few pages later during the legal assessment of these deeds. Here are some examples. Victor Kapos, for example, was an SS officer and camp physician in Auschwitz from the end of 1943 until Christmas of 1944. His duties included service on the ramp. According to the verdict of the Auschwitz trial, Kapos knew that he had to determine the ability of Jewish men and women to work, that only those he selected for the work camp would remain alive, and that those he sent to the other side were killed by Zyklon B in the gas chambers. His presence on the ramp was confirmed for at least 4 arriving transports, and his decisions led to the death of at least 2,000 people. For about 3 months in 1944, Dr. Kapos was also in charge of the camp pharmacy, and the court acknowledged that during this time he had done service at the gas chambers by supervising the delivery of Zyklon B. On several occasions, the court found Kapos had appropriated property of Jewish victims, including entire suitcases filled with suits and valuables such as watches. He also obtained melted down gold from the teeth of murdered Jews. However, the court ruled that since Kapos viewed these items as already belonging to the German state, these seizures did not establish that the SS doctor had sought the death of the Jewish owners. The court concluded that Kapos had carried out his duties on the ramp with conviction and deceit, as was indicated by his telling the arriving Jews that they would be taken to a good place. Yet despite these serious offences, Capesius was found guilty only of being an accessory to murder, and on August 20th, 1965, he was sentenced to 9 years imprisonment. He was a free man by January 1968.66. Willy Frank was a dentist and an early member of the Nazi Party. Frank joined the SS in 1935 and volunteered for the Waffen-SS in 1940. After falling sick in Russia, he saw service as a camp dentist in Dachau and later in Auschwitz. The Auschwitz court considered it as proven that Frank had carried out selections on the ramp on at least 5 occasions, and that he was therefore responsible for the death of at least 6,000 Jews. On at least one occasion, Frank had also served as supervisor of a gassing, personally giving the signal to drop the gas pellets, and had watched the effect of the gas through an observation window. After assuring himself that everyone was dead, he had given the signal to open the door of the gas chamber and remove the bodies. But the court noted that Frank had not distinguished himself by special zeal. It also could not be proven that he had had a personal interest in the death of the transports. Hence, Frank was found guilty only as an accomplice to murder and sentenced to 7 years in prison. He was released from custody in 1970.67. Otto Bradfisch studied political economy and law. In January 1931, he became a member of the Nazi Party, and in 1937 he joined the Gestapo. In the spring of 1941, he was appointed head of Einsatzkommando 8, EGB, and he served in this capacity until April 1942. The Landgericht Munich I established that in this role, Bradfisch had organized and carried out a large number of mass shootings. He had explained to his subordinates that, following an order by Hitler, Russia had to be made judenfrei, free of Jews, and that other racially inferior elements, as well as communist functionaries, had to be liquidated. The court noted that Bradfisch was known as a reliable and efficient officer who showed initiative in finding his victims. In at least 2 instances, he personally participated in the shooting by providing the coup de grace to Jews lying wounded in the pit. There was no evidence, the court noted, that Bradfisch had made any attempt to escape this assignment. His conduct was that of a faithful follower of Hitler. The will of the Führer for him was law irrespective of its content. 68. At an execution in Minsk, a member of his unit testified, Bradfisch had pointed out that the Jews were not to be regarded as human. 69. And yet, in 1961, Bradfisch was convicted merely for being an accessory to murder, having caused the death of at least 15,000 people and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. Ignoring Bradfisch's career in the Nazi state and his declared commitment to destroy the non-human Jews, the court concluded that Bradfisch had not acted with the will of a perpetrator, but had been merely a tool of his superiors. He had carried out the orders to kill because he had been a convinced National Socialist. Even the fact that he had personally fired shots did not establish that he had acted in any other way than to loyally follow Hitler's orders. In the words of the court, there is no indication that he expressed a hostile attitude or hostile remarks regarding the Jewish question. 70. The court did not explain how one could be at one and the same time a convinced National Socialist and an efficient killer of Jews and not have a hostile attitude toward the Jews. One author concludes that this decision stretches the legal definition of the accomplice ad absurdum. 71. Hans Graufs had joined the SS in November 1933 and became a platoon leader of Einsatzkommando 8, EGB, in 1941. In 1964, the Landgericht Kiel charged him with having been in charge of at least 3 shootings of Jews, in which 760 lost their lives under the most horrible circumstances. Graufs had made sure that the victims lay down in an orderly fashion by personally jumping into the ditch and using kicks with his boots to force the wretched Jews into the correct position. He personally shot any people who changed their position. On one occasion, when his men had difficulty in shooting children, Graufs himself undertook the killing. Members of his unit testified that it was possible to avoid participation in the killings by feigning nervous strain or emotional upset, but Grafs had made no attempt to escape his deadly assignment. Ignoring this evidence, the court convicted him as being a mere accomplice to murder and sentenced him to 3 years' imprisonment. Grafs told the court that he had had a half-Jewish acquaintance, that he had once allowed a Jewish woman to enter an air raid shelter, and that his wife had worked for many years in a Jewish household. On the basis of this information, the court accepted his claim that he had harbored no hostile feelings against Jews and had merely acted in fulfillment of a duty. During the Third Reich, the court noted, the National Socialist rulers, relying on the power of the state, had their numerous crimes carried out by subordinates, bound to them by military or similar obedience, and used these persons like tools. For this reason, the attitude of the subordinates to these deeds cannot as a rule be regarded as the will of a perpetrator. 72. Rolf Joachim Buchs was a police lieutenant who joined the SS in 1938. He had done so, he later explained, in order to further his career, because Himmler at the time sought to unite the police and the SS. Taking up membership in the SS was common. The court that tried Buchs in 1973 noted that the young officer had not been a fanatical National Socialist, and even had had a Jewish woman as a friend. On the other hand, his conduct as company commander of Police Battalion 309 had not reflected this lack of anti-Jewish sentiments. On June 27, 1941, 6 days into the campaign in the East, Police Battalion 309 had carried out large-scale killings in Bialystok and finally had locked about 700 Jews into the synagogue, where they were burned alive. Buchs heard the cries of the hapless victims for about half an hour, but had personally admonished his men to shoot anyone trying to escape from the burning building. In this way, Buchs had strengthened the willingness of his subordinates to kill. He had ordered an end to the shooting only after the building no longer exhibited any sign of life. At the same time, the court concluded, Buchs had not acted from base motives like racial hatred, but because of a weakness of character and the desire not to suffer damage to his career. Hence, he was convicted merely as an accomplice and sentenced to 4 years' imprisonment. In justifying this sentence, the court relied upon the 1968 revision of Article 50 of the Criminal Code, which in the absence of base motives on the part of an accomplice during a killing required a reduced punishment. 73. Gustav Munzberger was an SS official in the Treblinka death factory. Aided by Ukrainian helpers, Munzberger was in charge of pressing as many people as possible into the gas chamber. He screamed at them and used a whip in order to get his victims to stand as closely together as possible. It was said that he packed the gas chamber like a bulging piece of luggage. At times, Munzberger shot Jews for whom there was no more room in the gas chamber, for the rules forbade the use of the gas chamber for just a few individuals. The court saw it as established that Munzberger had participated in the killing of at least 300,000 Jews, but convicted him only as an accomplice. He had been merely a cog in the cruel machinery of extermination, and it could not be proved that Munzberger had internalized the intended mass annihilation of the Jews. He received a sentence of 12 years' imprisonment and was a free man after 6 years, released for good behavior. 74. In a few cases, the Bundesgerichtshof felt obliged to grant the appeal of the prosecutors and change the status of the defendants from accomplice to perpetrator. The SS officers Werner Schor and Karl Struve had selected hundreds of Lithuanian Jews for execution, had commanded the operations, and had themselves participated in the shooting. Both men, the High Court ruled, had acted well beyond their orders, and therefore had to be considered co-perpetrators rather than accomplices. As the court reasoned, those who are in charge of such actions are perpetrators even if they themselves are subordinated to a higher authority. Their punishment was changed, on appeal, from 10 and 9 years in prison to life imprisonment. 75. But in the great majority of cases, even defendants guilty of a large number of killings were convicted merely as accomplices. Responsibility for the wholesale murders was attributed to a small group of high-level leaders who had used their subordinates as tools. This approach was in line with the widely prevailing view that the German people had been victims, forced by Hitler, Himmler, and other Nazi leaders to do bad things. Between 1959 and 1965, for example, prosecutors charged defendants as perpetrators in 70% of the cases brought for Nazi crimes, but the courts convicted only 25% of them. In the case of members of the Einsatzgruppen, the ratio was 90% accomplices and 10% perpetrators. 76. All this would change in 2009, when a German prosecutor in Munich charged John Demjanjuk with being an accomplice to murder for having served in the death camp Sobibor. The case of the former Ukrainian Guard had occupied the legal authorities of 3 countries for several decades. Demjanjuk had been conscripted into the Soviet army and was captured by the Germans in May 1942. Like several thousand other Soviet POWs, Demjanjuk was trained to be a concentration camp guard at the Trauniki camp in the general government. From March to September 1943, Demjanjuk served in Sobibor and later in the concentration camp Flossenburg. Demjanjuk immigrated to the United States in 1952 and became an American citizen in 1958. But based on information obtained in the 1970s, he was stripped of his citizenship because he had concealed his wartime service for the Nazis. He was subsequently extradited to Israel, where he was tried for crimes against humanity in 1987. Testimony from survivors had identified him as Ivan the Terrible from the Treblinka extermination camp, and on April 25, 1988, Demjanjuk was found guilty and sentenced to death. As his appeal moved on to the Israeli Supreme Court, the Soviet Union collapsed, and new evidence became available from former Soviet archives that placed the former Trauniki in Sobibor rather than in Treblinka. On July 29, 1993, the Israeli High Court overturned his conviction, and Demjanjuk was allowed to return to the United States. His American citizenship was restored in 1998 after 5 years of litigation, but he lost it again in 2002 when the U.S. Department of Justice concluded that he had been a concentration camp guard from 1942 to 1945. After more appeals, Demjanjuk was extradited to Germany in May 2009.77. The Central Office for the Investigation of Nazi Crimes at Ludwigsburg had been looking into the Demjanjuk case since 1993, but had been unable to come up with evidence that the Ukrainian Trauniki had killed anyone at Sobibor, the burden of proof at that time. The former judge Thomas Walter, a member of the Ludwigsburg staff, was part of a new generation of prosecutors known as the grandchildren generation, who were resolved to hold Nazi criminals accountable for their horrible deeds. He was assisted by Kirsten Goetz, who framed the legal theory for a new approach to Nazi crimes. Walter, in collaboration with the Munich court, brought charges against Demjanjuk without evidence of a specific offense. In essence, the indictment harkened back to the doctrine of common design developed by Allied military tribunals, which the German courts had not used for more than 6 decades. Demjanjuk, the Munich court charged, had been a guard at Sobibor from March 27th until the middle of September 1943. During this time, 15 transports of Jews had arrived from Holland, some including German Jews. 2 of the transports had consisted of some 1,300 children between the ages of 1 and 16. Hence, Demjanjuk was accused of being linked to the death of at least 28,060 people. The only purpose of Sobibor was the murder of Jews, and everyone serving in this factory of death, irrespective of his specific function, knew it. Demjanjuk, the court ruled, had been part of the organization guarding the camp, and in this way had made a concrete, sustaining contribution to the death of the deportees. On December 5, 2011, he was convicted of being an accomplice to murder and sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. The short jail term was deemed to be justified by the fact that Demjanjuk was 91 years old. 78 released following a successful appeal, Demjanjuk died on March 17, 2012, and because of his death his case became moot. 79. The significance of the Demjanjuk case was considerable. The Ukrainian Troniki had been convicted of being an accomplice to murder without proof of involvement in a specific killing. Rather, he was found to have been part of a common murderous design, and this fact was held to be sufficient. This ruling was aided by the fact that Sobibor was an extermination camp par excellence, but the Ludwigsburg prosecutor Thilo Kurz argued in March 2013 that at the very least it was applicable also to the death factory of Auschwitz-Birkenau. 80. The following month, the Ludwigsburg office announced that it was preparing charges against 37 former Auschwitz guards. 81. On May 7th, authorities arrested the Auschwitz cook Hans Lipskis, during whose service more than 10,000 Jews had been killed. Using digital technology, the prosecution built a model that showed what camp personnel could have seen from a specific vantage point. This proved that the smoking chimneys of the crematoria were visible from the kitchen. But the wonders of modern technology could not overcome the human frailty of old age. Lipskis was 93 years old, and he was found unfit to stand trial on grounds of dementia. 82. In April 2015, the 93-year-old Oskar Groening, known as the Auschwitz accountant, went on trial before a court in Lüneburg. During his 2-year service in the death factory of Auschwitz, some 300,000 Jews had been murdered. The former SS man freely admitted that he had been responsible for collecting the cash of arriving Jews. "It is beyond question," he told the judge after the charges had been read, "that I am morally complicit. This moral guilt I acknowledge here before the victims with regret and humility." Groening added, "As concerns guilt before the law, you must decide." 83. Groening had not personally killed anyone, but based on the Demjanjuk precedent, he was found guilty of having been an accomplice to murder and was sentenced to 4 years imprisonment on July 15, 2015.84. The contrite SS man appealed his conviction, but the Bundesgericht rejected the appeal. On September 21, 2015, the prosecutor of the state of Schleswig-Holstein charged a 91-year-old woman with being an accessory to murder in 260,000 cases. The woman, under German privacy law, her name was not revealed, had served as a radio operator for the commandant of Auschwitz from April to July 1944. However, in July 2016, the woman was held to be unfit to stand trial. 85. The former SS man Reinhold Hanning went on trial in the city of Detmold early in 2016. Hanning served as a guard in Auschwitz from 1943 to 1944. He met Jews arriving by train and escorted them to the gas chambers. Hanning was accused of being an accessory to murder of at least 170,000 people. He surprised survivors and others attending the trial when, from his wheelchair, he declared on April 29 that he deeply regretted what he had done. "I am ashamed that I witnessed injustice and allowed it to continue without taking any actions against it." 86. The Detmold court pronounced a verdict of guilty on June 17, 2016, and sentenced the 94-year-old to 5 years imprisonment. The number of such prosecutions in the future is likely to be limited. The youngest of the suspects are now well into their 80s or 90s, and few of them will be found fit for trial. In the eyes of some, by going after cooks and accountants, the new proceedings are scratching bottom. Others insist that all those involved in the machinery of destruction deserve to be punished. They see this as a debt owed to the victims. According to Article 47 of the German Military Penal Code, Militärstrafgesetzbuch or MSTGB, in force during World War II, a subordinate had to carry out the criminal order of a superior, unless he knew that the order involved a common or military offence. 87. An authoritative commentary on the MSTGB explained that the duty of obedience ended only if the subordinate was fully aware that the order sought the commission of a crime. Knowing that fulfilling the order would result in a crime was not sufficient. 88. Indeed, in the interest of strengthening the duty of obedience, the soldier was held to have no duty to question the rightfulness of an order. 89, moreover, Articles 52 and 54 of the Civilian Penal Code in force during the Third Reich, now Articles 34 and 35, provided that a person who commits a criminal act in order to prevent a danger to life, limb, or liberty to himself or those close to him is innocent. Not surprisingly, a large number of accused Nazi criminals invoked these provisions of an alleged Befehlsnotstand, a crisis created as a result of following orders, in post-war trials, in order to support their claim of innocence. By disobeying the orders for the murder of Jews, they argued, they would have risked their own lives. The claim that their participation in the killings had been coerced also helped these defendants still their guilty consciences. German law and legal practice restrict the existence of a Befehlsnotstand by several limiting conditions. It is not available unless the danger to one's life resulting from the refusal to obey is immediate rather than just highly probable. The possibility of incurring a mere disadvantage, like the fear of demotion or damage to one's career, is deemed insufficient to invoke the defense. Furthermore, as applied to the Holocaust, the claim fails if the person in question has voluntarily joined a killing unit, or if his political career and conduct in the field showed that he was not opposed to the murder of innocents, or if he had made no effort to escape from the brutal environment of Nazi warfare. The more serious the crime involved in the order, the Bundesgerichtshof ruled, the more strenuously an individual had to seek ways to escape the criminal act. 90. To justify the plea of superior orders, it was necessary that the will of the perpetrator be bent by his fear of danger to life and limb. The law, a court declared in 1966, does not demand heroic self-sacrifice, but it expects that the individual will recognize the conflict of conscience in which the criminal order has placed him. The law will excuse those, and only those, who, finding themselves under unusually strong external pressure, yielded to weakness and committed a criminal act while being in conscience opposed to it. 91. A subordinate, another court ruled in 1970, did not have to investigate the rightfulness of every command. However, there existed a duty to question those orders that, if carried out, violated well-known principles of human social life and generally recognized ideas of right and wrong. This statement invoked the view of the German legal philosopher Gustav Radbruch, who, in an oft-quoted 1946 essay, had branded the Nazi state an Unrechtsstaat, a state founded on injustice. According to Radbruch, where there is not even an attempt at justice, where equality, the core of justice, is deliberately betrayed in the issuance of positive law, then the statute is not merely flawed law, it lacks completely the very nature of law. When the conflict between statute and justice reaches an intolerable degree, there arises a duty to disobey. 92. In the face of this obligation, the Landgericht Wuppertal court declared it was not enough for a defendant to argue that he had been educated to obey orders. The law of superior orders would not protect those who decided to subordinate their will to that of another, to obey their Führer unconditionally, and thereby suspended their consciences. Moreover, the court ruled, nobody can invoke the decline of respect for human life, caused by the rampages of the National Socialist rulers, in order to excuse a decline in his own awareness of what is right. 93. The factual findings of the courts revealed that many of the defendants had killed with abandon. Behind the alleged Führerbefehl, order of the Führer, emerged the initiative of men who often acted without detailed orders from above and with unseemly zeal. As Hannah Arendt pointed out in connection with the Auschwitz trial, no one in a high position had ever issued orders that infants should be thrown into the air as shooting targets, or hurled into the fire alive, or have their heads smashed against walls. There had been no orders that people should be trampled to death or become the objects of the murderous sport, including that of killing with one blow of the head. 94. The plea of superior orders as such was seldom accepted by the courts. It was the unanimous finding of all experts who testified at these trials that they had failed to find a single case where the endeavor to avoid the killing or even the disregard of superior orders to kill had led to serious harm. In view of these facts, the courts could have rejected the plea of superior orders out of hand. They did not do so because, as many judges saw it, they could not disprove the claim of defendants that they had genuinely feared for their life or liberty. Given the principle of in dubio pro reo, when in doubt, in favor of the accused, any doubt about guilt has to be resolved in favor of the defendant. Hence, the courts rather freely granted the existence of a putative or assumed to exist befehls not stand, a sincere if mistaken belief in the serious harm that would follow the disregard of orders to kill. The difficulty of disproving a putative crisis is one of the reasons why prosecutors generally indicted only those members of a killing unit whose hateful conduct made it easy to refute their plea of having obeyed superior orders. 95. Not surprisingly, this situation led to miscarriages of justice. Judges who regarded Nazi perpetrators as victims of a repressive regime found it easy to believe that the accused before them had killed not out of conviction, but rather as the result of a fear of deadly consequences. The case of 10 members of Police Battalion 316, accused of having participated in mass shootings of Russian Jews, is one of the crassest examples of such an unfortunate result. At the time of these massacres, the men ranged in age between 24 and 36. Expert testimony established that it was possible to escape the killing routine by volunteering for special training or similar assignments. But none of the defendants had taken advantage of this possibility. 2 of the defendants had refused to shoot women and children, and nothing was known of any subsequent punishment. There also was no evidence that the accused had carried out the shootings under threat of harm. One of the accused had attended a SS Junkerschule, a training school for officers in the Waffen-SS. To be accepted by such an institution, candidates had to undergo a stringent check on their political reliability, and indoctrination in Nazi ideology was an important part of the curriculum. Yet even such a background, the court ruled, did not prove that the person in question had agreed with the mass murder of the Jews. After a trial that lasted from December 1966 until June 6, 1968, all of the defendants were acquitted pursuant to an unrefuted defense of putative superior orders. 96. An SS doctor who had participated in at least 4 selections on the ramp at Auschwitz also benefited from the doctrine of putative superior orders. At the Auschwitz trial of 1963 to 1965, Franz Lucas had been convicted for aiding and abetting the murder of at least 1,000 people and was sentenced to 3 years and 3 months imprisonment. The court questioned Lucas's claim that he had carried out the selections because he had been forced to do so by the commandant of Birkenau, and to escape severe punishment. Lucas, the court concluded, had been too weak to oppose his participation in the selections for the gas chambers and had taken the easy way out. 97. On appeal, the Bundesgericht rejected this reasoning and ordered a new trial. It ruled that the Auschwitz trial court had ignored evidence that pointed to a case of putative superior orders, especially testimony about Lucas's friendly disposition to inmates. 98. When Lucas was retried, the Landgericht Frankfurt/Main ruled that it was impossible to disprove Lucas's claim that he had believed his life to be in danger and had carried out the selections for this reason only. The facts made it probable that this was a case of putative befehls not stand. Hence, Lucas was acquitted. 99. Some of those involved with the final solution may indeed have acted out of a mistaken belief that their life was in danger. We do know that officers at times uttered such threats. It is impossible to know or even estimate the actual number of such occurrences, because prosecutors generally did not charge individuals who argued a credible defense of superior orders. 100. In cases where defendants made this claim, the Deutsche Juristentag of 1966, the biennial convention of German lawyers, found that there are indications that courts have accepted it hitherto too freely. For this and other reasons, the lawyers expressed the hope that at least in the future Nazi crimes of violence be adjudicated in a manner that does justice to the seriousness of the crimes. 101. According to the German Penal Code, in determining the sentence of a guilty defendant, judges must weigh aggravating and mitigating circumstances. This calculation includes such matters as the personal background of the criminal, the reason for the crime, and the conduct of the convicted person after the crime. 102. In the case of Nazi defendants convicted for crimes of violence, it soon became apparent that most of the sentences were unusually mild, at the lower end of prescribed minimum penalties, and often inconsistent. Judges made great efforts to interpret the law in ways that benefited defendants, an attitude that reflected the mood of the German people in whose name they spoke. Holding Nazi defendants responsible for obeying an authority all had supported would have compelled post-war German society to scrutinize its own profound complicity with these crimes. 103. One of the most frequently allowed mitigating facts has been the argument that defendants had grown up and lived in a society permeated with National Socialist ideas. It is no doubt true that crimes committed in a quasi-totalitarian system cannot be treated in the same way as offences in a state committed to the rule of law, a Rechtsstaat. 104. At the same time, this difference much of the time has been given undue importance. In the trial of members of an Einsatzgruppe, the court noted that the accused had been children of their time. They had violated the law of a state that defied justice, while at the same time it claimed to be a Rechtsstaat. It was in this kind of setting that they had become criminals, and this required that they be granted mitigating circumstances. 105. In 1966, Alfred Karl Heinrich was accused of being an accessory to murder in several hundred cases. Even as a student, he had been drawn to National Socialist ideas, and in 1923 he had joined the Jungsturm, which later became the Hitler Youth. He enlisted in the Nazi Party in 1931 and became a member of the SD 2 years later. At that time, Heinrich took the oath of the SD, "I pledge allegiance to my Führer Adolf Hitler, to the SS, and all my superiors." In 1942, Heinrich was sent to Belarus, where he served as head of several SD offices and participated in the killing of Jews until the spring of 1944. The court considered itself unable to disprove Heinrich's claim that he had considered the operations against the Jews as unschön, not pretty, and that he had carried them out grudgingly. The judges considered it a mitigating fact that Heinrich had been caught up more and more into the maelstrom of the National Socialist reign of force and had become influenced by its propaganda. He had become a loyal supporter of the Nazi regime and had unfailingly upheld his oath of loyalty. It appears, the court declared, that he had carried out the criminal orders primarily because he had been a convinced supporter of the Third Reich and therefore had considered it necessary to obey his Führer. Rewarded for having been a good Nazi, Heinrich was given a prison term of just 5 years, 106. In a few cases, courts rejected the idea that indoctrination in Nazi ideology could be a mitigating factor. A court in Darmstadt declared that a defendant's commitment to National Socialist ideas could not lead to a reduction in sentence. Everyone who claims to be a decent person must be expected to have enough knowledge of right and wrong to recognize injustice, even if it is commanded by a reckless leader. 107. A Bochum court ruled that the accused had been a convinced Nazi who had identified himself with the final solution. Hence, the fact that he had participated as a declared enemy of the Jewish people in the shooting of Jews had to be considered an aggravating fact. 108. The Bundesgericht appeared to resolve this disagreement in a decision rendered in 1978. Wilhelm Eichhoff had been convicted by a Hamburg court of the murder of at least 50 Jews. He had chosen his victims and had participated in the shooting. For these crimes, he was sentenced to 12 years imprisonment. The High Court ruled that the Hamburg judges should have punished Eichhoff with life imprisonment. That the defendant had become entangled in a system of injustice was not a valid reason for not imposing the penalty required by the law. Members belonging to other groups that glorify and exercise violence could also make the claim that deeds of violence are approved in their circles. In the absence of valid mitigating factors, murder had to be punished with imprisonment for life. 109. This decision of the Bundesgericht made an important legal point. Just as a young man growing up in a mafia environment cannot excuse a subsequent murder on the grounds that he had been inculcated with a disregard for human life, Nazi criminals should not be allowed to plead indoctrination with Nazi ideology as an excuse for their criminal deeds. Presumably, adult individuals are not pawns or tools of their elders or superiors, but individuals who are responsible for their actions. However, this potentially significant decision had no practical consequences. The irrelevance of entanglement in an unjust system was considered by other courts a mere obiter dictum, an inessential argument not establishing a precedent. The crucial point had been the High Court's determination that conviction for the crime of murder required the penalty of life imprisonment. Hence, in subsequent years, judges continued to hand down conflicting decisions on the question of whether being a committed Nazi and thus lacking mens rea, a guilty state of mind, should be considered a mitigating fact. Article 17 of the Penal Code provided that a defendant who did not recognize that he was doing wrong was innocent if he could not avoid this error, and that he was to receive a lower sentence if he could have avoided the mistake. Even in cases where the criminal nature of the deed should have been manifest, as in the killing of children, some judges granted defendants the excuse that they had lacked mens rea. The SD official Walter Thormeyer had ordered the shooting of Jews and usually had conducted himself in an especially brutal manner. In one instance, he had given the order to throw a sick victim into the pit, since a bullet would have been wasted. Nevertheless, Thormeyer was convicted as a mere accomplice and given a prison sentence of 12 years. His brutality had not been an indication that he was an excess perpetrator. He had not knowingly done wrong, but had shared the attitude of the men then in power who considered Jews as inferior. 110. Instead of considering this posture an indication of base motives, it was seen as a sign of reduced responsibility. Many judges went out of their way to justify a reduced sentence. The Cologne Gestapo official Franz Sprins was held responsible for the deportation of more than 8,500 Jews to Auschwitz and other extermination camps. But after 1945, he had led an orderly life, and this was considered a factor reducing his guilt. It seemed to show that without entanglement in the Nazi system, he would not have become a criminal. Also mitigating was the long psychological burden he had suffered hiding for years in his apartment because he was afraid that he would suffer unjust punishment if extradited to a foreign country. 111. Would a murderer or thief in German post-war society have received a lighter sentence because, until caught, he had successfully hidden from the authorities? In another case tried in 1966, it was shown that a member of a police post involved in a large number of executions had a particularly high number of victims. Reliable testimony established that the defendant had been known as a particularly good shooter, and that many of those to be executed had asked to be shot by the accused because they thus would be spared additional suffering. The court considered these facts mitigating. 112 other factors seen as reducing guilt in such proceedings have been the facts that a defendant had been a prisoner of war, had been interned, had been wounded in the war, had been expelled from Eastern Europe, or had lost family members and property. 113. Many courts also concluded that the need for retribution had lessened with the passage of time and for this reason imposed a lower sentence. 114. Some judges ruled in ways that created win-win situations for defendants. Thus, the youth of a Nazi criminal at the time the offence had been committed could be a mitigating factor, but so could advanced age at a post-war trial. A prolonged prison term would unduly impinge on a relatively short remaining lifespan. Defendants who had not had much education and therefore had more easily succumbed to Nazi hate propaganda, a court ruled in 1966, deserved human sympathy. 115. On the other hand, for accused civil servants and professional officers, it was a relieving fact that they had shown eagerness to fulfill their duty as part of their professional standing. 116. Neither the mildness nor the inconsistency of sentences can be appealed. Unless a sentence involves a legal error, judges have wide discretion in deciding appropriate punishment. The mild and often inconsistent sentences handed down by the courts in Nazi crimes of violence have drawn criticism from various quarters. The Coordinating Council of the Societies for Christian-Jewish Cooperation addressed a letter to all German professors of law on March 12, 1963, in which it drew attention to the light sentences given to defendants convicted of the mass murder of Jews. The letter described 12 such cases and noted that the sentences averaged out to 10 minutes of jail time for each person killed. 117. The Governing Council of the Evangelical Church of Germany issued a statement on March 13, 1963, in which the churchmen expressed their concern about the disparity between sentences handed down for ordinary crimes of violence and those for Nazi killings. It was imperative to restore justice that had been violated so egregiously by the Nazi rulers. 118. A bill introduced by all four parties represented in the State Parliament of Württemberg on July 11, 1963, urged the state government, together with the governments of other Länder, to obtain a better juridical disposition of Nazi crimes. Public prosecutors were urged to work for punishments commensurate with the gravity of the offences and to appeal sentences that violated decisions of the Bundesgerichtshof. The bill was approved unanimously. 119. Likewise, the Deutsche Juristentag of 1966 drew attention to the fact that the sentences handed down in the punishment of Nazi murders were usually at the lower end of the recommended range. This was inappropriate, especially where the perpetrators had held positions of responsibility or where the number of killed was very large. 120. On the basis of 141 trial records, the Auschwitz survivor Hermann Langbein has noted numerous ill-considered verdicts. 121 other critics have used harsher language. Fritz Bauer called many of sentences a mockery of the victims. 122. The way in which many of the judges have justified their mild sentences has been called a trivialization of NS crimes. 123. Another writer has argued that many of the mild penalties represent mere symbolic punishment. 124. Before 1933, German jurists, especially those serving in the universities, had shared in the development of National Socialist legal theory. 125. Following the Nazi seizure of power, a large number of judges joined the Nazi Party and its affiliated formations. Many of the judges were conservatives who harbored anti-democratic and authoritarian sentiments, and this outlook predisposed them to accept Nazi ideology. If we add the widespread respect for authority and the lack of civil courage prevailing in Germany, it becomes evident why the German judiciary quickly and willingly carried out the repressive laws of the new regime. After the victory over the Nazi regime in the spring of 1945, the Allies suspended all German courts, but by the end of that same year, local, district and state courts were again functioning. The intention had been to allow only politically reliable judges and court personnel to serve, but that proved impossible. In Bremen, for example, only 2 judges with an untainted record could be found. By 1946, about 80% of Nazi-era judges again held office. 126A report issued in 1949 by the American Commissioner for Bavaria, entitled Some Aspects of Renazification in Bavaria, revealed that 752 of 924 judges and prosecutors, that is 81%, were former Nazis. Similar conditions existed in the other Western zones of occupation. 127. The reintegration of former members of the Nazi Party into German society continued after the German Federal Republic came into being on May 23, 1949. There was much talk of the need to utilize the knowledge and experience of all Germans. On May 11, 1951, the Bundestag adopted a statute, colloquially known as the 131 Law. Article 131 of the Basic Law had authorized the Parliament to regulate the status of all civil servants who had not been given back their old positions. The law now accorded all public servants, with the exception of members of the Gestapo and other major offenders, a legal claim to re-employment. The result was that fewer than 1,000 out of 345,000 Nazi-era civil servants failed to reclaim their former positions. 128. In the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, 20 of 33 leading positions in the criminal police were held by former SS officers. 129 even high officials of the Nazi state soon again occupied positions of seniority. Hans Globke, the man who had co-authored the Nuremberg race laws, headed Konrad Adenauer's chancellery office. In some Länder, 100% of Nazi judges were able to return to their former posts. 27 out of 40 judges, making up the Bundesgerichtshof in 1950, had served in the Nazi judiciary. 130. As of that date, 68% of all German judges had been Nazi-era judges. 131. The widespread mood to let bygones be bygones benefited some of the most tainted Nazi judges and prosecutors. It was one thing to forgive membership in the NSDAP, the Nazi party. Many Germans had joined the party not out of ideological conviction, but to further their careers. It was an entirely different matter to give a pass to men who had served on the special courts of the Nazi state and who were responsible for thousands of death sentences meted out for the slightest offences. The Nuremberg trial of some of these judges referred to these men as carrying the dagger of the murderer under the robe of the judge. 132, thus Kurt Bellmann, who, as head of the Sondergericht of Prague, was linked to at least 110 death sentences, now was a judge at the Landgericht Hanover. Eduard Dreher had served as prosecutor at the Sondergericht of Innsbruck, where he had argued for the death penalty for such minor offences as stealing a bicycle. After the war, Dreher became a high official in the German Ministry of Justice and took a leading role in the development of criminal law. 133. In the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, 24 former members of the notorious Volksgerichtshof, People's Court, the highest special court responsible for 5,243 death sentences, served as judges or prosecutors. Close behind were Baden-Württemberg with 19 and Bavaria with 15 former Volksgerichtshof officials. 134. Not one of the 106 judges and 179 prosecutors who served on the Volksgerichtshof was convicted by a German court for their regime of judicial terror, and the same holds true for the judges of the special courts. 135 of the 22 prosecutors and judges who had served at the Sondergericht Kiel by 1951, no fewer than 21, 95%, were back in various positions of the judiciary of Schleswig-Holstein, some of them at high ranks. 136. Extensive and highly damaging publicity about these men eventually led to a half-hearted redress. In 1950, the Bundestag adopted as Article 116 of a new law about the judiciary a provision that judges and prosecutors who had served between September 1, 1939 and May 9, 1945 could apply for their retirement within 9 months. The committee proposing this bill expressed the expectation that judges and prosecutors who, on account of a past role in death sentences, could expect justified complaints would be aware of their duty and retire. 137. Yet the great majority of affected judges either did not think that the law applied to them or regarded early retirement as a confession of guilt. At the end of the grace period, on June 30, 1962, only 149 judges had applied for early retirement. 138. The problem solved itself eventually because with the passage of time, additional judges reached mandatory retirement age. The tainted post-war judiciary has been held responsible for the many shortcomings in the prosecution of Nazi criminals. For example, on April 8, 1945, the Nazi judge Otto Thorbeck had condemned to death 6 members of the German resistance, including Wilhelm Canaris and Dietrich Bonhoeffer. But on June 19, 1956, the Bundesgerichtshof acquitted Thorbeck of the charge of having been an accomplice to murder on the grounds that, according to then prevailing law, the resistors had committed treason. 139. The fact that 4 of the 5 members of the BGH handing down this judgment had been judges or prosecutors of the Nazi regime was surely not an irrelevant factor in this miscarriage of justice. In later years, the German courts recognized that resistance against the Nazi Unrechtsstaat was not only not a crime, but a duty. 140. The mildness of many verdicts has been attributed to the fact that many post-war judges had been active in the Nazi judiciary. 141. A historian who studied 142 verdicts in such proceedings has concluded that the high ratio of former NS jurists is a principal reason for the retribution that failed to occur. 142. Another student of the subject has argued similarly that an important factor in the classification of so many Nazi criminals as mere accomplices was the attitude of the judges. Many of these judges had a personal stake in regarding Nazi offenders as accomplices without a will of their own, and as victims of criminal leadership. 143. Even the Bundesgerichtshof has finally rebuked the flawed record of earlier years. In 1995, the High Court upheld the conviction of a former East German judge for bending the law and imposing politically motivated death sentences. The court ruled that ideological blindness was no excuse for conduct that violated basic moral values, and it criticized the decisions of the BGH in the 1960s for not recognizing the necessity of applying this principle to Nazi judges. The Nazi regime had perverted the legal order with the result that one is justified to speak of Blutjustiz, blood justice. Yet, said the court, none of the judges responsible for these crimes had been convicted. 144. This finding is not fully correct, but it is true that only a handful of Nazi judges were ever convicted for their terror sentences, and these cases involved summary trials during the final days of the war. 145. The former Article 336 of the Penal Code, now Article 339, made it a criminal offence, punishable by a prison term of 1 to 5 years, for judges to engage in Rechtsbeugung, perversion of justice, literally bending of the law, to the detriment or favour of a party. In a decision handed down by the Bundesgericht in 1993, the High Court explained that such judicial misconduct would occur if, for example, there existed an unacceptable discrepancy between the gravity of the crime and the penalty imposed. 146. Applying this yardstick and the reasoning of the BGH in its 1995 decision, a very large number of Nazi-era judges were guilty of a perversion of justice and should have been charged with violating Article 336 of the Penal Code. Given the fact that many such tainted judges served at the highest level of the German judiciary, it is no surprise that such redress never took place. These judges acted in line with the well-known principle that one crow does not peck out another's eyes. The Ludwigsburg official Adalbert Ruckel has warned against blanket judgments. Not every judge or prosecutor who served during the Nazi era is on that account unfit to fill these posts in the democratic Germany of today. 147. It is also important to recognize that the attitude of the judges in the first 4 decades after the end of the war accurately mirrored the mood of the society of which they were a part. Yet whatever the many causes for this result, the fact remains that much of what transpired under the name of retribution for Nazi crimes in post-war Germany amounts to what the Holocaust survivor Ralph Giordano has called a farce and a second guilt. Herta Dabler-Gemelin, who served as German Minister of Justice between 1998 and 2002, viewed it as significant that not a single judge of the dreaded Volksgerichtshof has stood trial. The judiciary was successful in arranging for its own amnesty. According to appropriate standards of justice, Dabler-Gemelin concluded, the prosecution of Nazi crimes has not been a success story. 148. In 1995, the BGH spoke of a basic failure to condemn the NS system of justice. 149, and this assessment too would seem to be appropriate. Explaining the Holocaust. There have been many attempts to explain why so many seemingly ordinary Germans became willing participants in the murder of the Jews. One scholar has tallied 41 different theories. 1. These explanations include the potential for evil in human nature and the psychological characteristics of the perpetrators, as well as such situational factors as group pressure and the desire for conformity. Nearly all historical accounts also invoke the role of anti-Semitism in German society, ranging from mild prejudice to a strong hatred of Jews. Yet none of these alleged causal factors holds up under critical analysis. Many of these competing explanations are partly right, but none alone is sufficient to account for the phenomenon at issue. The explanation of the Holocaust that posits individual pathology is probably the oldest, yet it is also one of the weakest. As evolutionary psychology shows us, in order to serve survival and reproduction, natural selection endowed human beings with certain patterns of behavior, and these include the potential for aggressive violence and evil. The capacity for extraordinary evil of the kind that manifested itself during the Holocaust, one psychologist writes, is within us all. We have a hereditary dark side that is universal across humankind. 2. However, the universal capacity for evil does not explain why only some of us perpetrate extraordinary evil and why the great majority never do. There is no gene for genocide, and indeed we have an innate resistance to killing our own species. Moreover, human nature contains a mixture of good and evil. In addition to the proclivity for violence, we are able to learn to appreciate love and friendship, loyalty and cooperation, fairness, and even the capacity for self-sacrifice. Steven Pinker uses the phrase, the better angels of our nature, that subdue the demons of violence with which we are wired. 3. Finally, and most importantly, our behavior is not determined by our genetic programs. Our genetic makeup is not a straitjacket that triggers inevitable conduct. Genes do not cause behavior, rather they influence the way we live. As a result of the interworking of nature and nurture, we are able to, and do indeed, adopt a great variety of potential behaviors. 4. The historical evidence confirms this insight. The perpetrators of the final solution were not mentally ill in any clinical sense, nor did they represent one psychological type. There was no unique murderous Nazi personality. The killers came from various backgrounds, had different psychological attributes, and acted out of a variety of motives. Some indeed killed eagerly, enjoyed being masters of life and death, and developed a capacity for brutality. Others killed to advance their careers or followed orders to kill because it was the easy way out. Still others refused to murder, and a few paid dearly for this act of conscience. Individual cases show a gulf between the situation that offered an opportunity and the deed itself. A small, unpredictable factor remains, defying explanation, the freedom to act with violence or to refrain from it. 5. Attempts to locate the reasons for the widespread participation in the Holocaust in certain specifically German characteristics fare no better. It is no doubt correct, as psychologists such as Alexander Mitscherlich have stressed, that German education, family life, and schooling encouraged an attitude of discipline and obedience to authority. 6. German history, it can be argued, followed a path that was different from much of Western Europe by stressing the moral superiority of the state and a preference for strong authority. The majority of Germans followed an almost linear autocratic tradition that resulted in a relatively weak and dependent conscience in public affairs. 7. This tradition does not necessarily suggest a causal link between Martin Luther and Adolf Hitler, nor does it mean that Hitler's ascent was inevitable. However, cultural belief systems certainly contribute to the shaping of individual behavior. Nazi ideology capitalized on this specifically German posture by cultivating the duty of absolute obedience to the commands of the Führer, and many Germans were predisposed to embrace this outlook. Yet this theory too raises the question why only some Germans became the perpetrators of the final solution. As one scholar has put it, toilet training is not the key to genocide. 8. The same Germans who at best were silent bystanders to the persecution of the Jews expressed their anger at the euthanasia program, the killing of the physically handicapped and mentally ill. Their socialization in a culture of obedience did not prevent many of them from occasionally protesting a measure that they found morally unacceptable. While the majority culture supported authoritarian attitudes, the process of socialization did not automatically lead to genocide. A person could be an anti-Semite but decide not to participate in the murder of the Jews. The actions of individuals are not dictated by their history or culture. 9. Daniel Goldhagen's 1996 book, Hitler's Willing Executioners, did well with the German public, in part because the young American praised the German people for the exemplary manner in which they had come to terms with their Nazi past. However, scholars of the Holocaust, both in Germany and the United States, have harshly criticized the work. According to Goldhagen, the Germans under Hitler were possessed of a special racial eliminationist anti-Semitism, and this belief system, he maintained, constitutes a sufficient explanation of why individual Germans willingly killed Jews. 10. Goldhagen's argument is contradicted by the fact that Lithuanians, Croats, Romanians, and other ethnic groups in Himmler's killing squads murdered Jews as efficiently as, and often with more brutality than, the Germans. Ukrainians, for example, were often enlisted when Germans were unwilling to take part in the killing of children. Goldhagen's thesis also falsely assumes that a general eliminationist anti-Semitism prevailed in Germany. Even when the Nazi regime removed restraints on violent action against Jews, there were no spontaneous anti-Jewish eruptions. As the diary of the Holocaust survivor Victor Klemperer demonstrates, an uneven attitude toward the vilified Jews continued even during the war years, when the Jews had become complete outcasts. Goldhagen's argument also is unable to account for the differences in conduct that characterized the actions of the Germans in the East, and it revives the discredited notion of Germany's collective guilt. It leaves out the many different situational factors without which the conduct of ordinary Germans loses its context. By eschewing subtlety and nuance, writes a historian, Goldhagen is actually appealing to a public that wants to hear what it already believes. By doing so, he obscures the fact that the Holocaust was too murky and too horrible to be reduced to simplistic interpretations that rob it of its pertinence in our time. 11. The genocides of Cambodia and Rwanda are a reminder that mass killing is not the sole prerogative of Germans. 12. Theodor Adorno and several other former members of the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research undertook to locate a predisposition to anti-Semitic conduct in certain character traits. In their study, The Authoritarian Personality, the émigré German researchers argued that individuals high on the so-called F scale had an affinity for the fascist ideology. Such persons had a character often called the bicycle type. They buckled under those above them and trampled upon those below them. They also transferred their unconscious hate of dictatorial family members to hostility to Jews and other minorities. 13 critics have pointed out that authoritarian attitudes are not limited to the political right, and that at the left there is an authoritarianism impressively like the authoritarianism of the right. 14. More importantly, we know that the authoritarian character type has no predictive value. A study of the SS security personnel examined the socio-cultural environment from which these men had come. This included deprivation, considered conducive to the development of an authoritarian personality, such as a low level of education rural background, dogmatic religion, authoritarian family background, and more. The author of this study concluded that there was no single socio-cultural environment that characterized the majority of the security service, and that no particular personality, authoritarian or otherwise, was typical for what the author called Hitler's enforcers. The causes of their behavior could not be found in defective personalities, but rather in a situation that legitimized participation in mass murder. 15. The conduct of the perpetrators shows the great significance of the belief that the Holocaust represented state policy, allegedly ordered by Hitler himself, though this conviction does not provide either moral or legal exculpation. The importance of the context in which the mass killings took place is thus another reason why mere dispositional explanations that invoke specific psychological characteristics fail to account for the murders. Collective crimes under totalitarian rule cannot be explained by the usual reasons that account for the offenses committed by people in ordinary society. Individual acts of murder or mass shootings in Paris or Orlando inspired by radical Islamist ideas take place in violation of legal and societal norms, whereas the massacres of the Holocaust were organized, directed, and legitimated by the state. Ignoring this important fact leads to overdrawn conclusions from psychological experiments such as the Milgram study on obedience. The social psychologist Stanley Milgram asked a group of volunteers to administer what appeared to be increasingly more powerful electric shocks to a man tied to a chair. Even though no actual shocks were involved, the pretended victim cried and pleaded for relief. Yet the volunteers obeyed the instructor's command to ignore these pleas and continued applying shocks, even as the instrument indicated possible lethal consequences. Milgram concluded from this experiment that when an individual views himself as carrying out the wishes of a person in authority, he regards himself as no longer responsible for the action. Ordinary people can thus become agents of terrible destruction. 16. The Milgram experiment was repeated in many other countries, characterized by quite different histories, including Italy, South Africa, Australia, Spain, Germany, Jordan, and the Netherlands, and these replications appeared to confirm Milgram's conclusions. 17. Milgram's study seemed to prove that any person at any time can be transformed into a mass murderer and become a perpetrator of genocide. Milgram himself affirmed this conclusion. When he appeared on the television program 60 Minutes in 1979, he was asked whether the Holocaust could happen in the United States. Milgram replied that one could find enough personnel for a death camp in any medium-sized American town. 18 others have similarly maintained that the vice of blind obedience can make us all into criminals. In a book entitled Are We All Nazis?, the author Hans Askenazy argued that we would almost certainly have done the same things Milgram's subjects did. Potentially, we are all Nazis. 19. And yet this conclusion is not warranted by the Milgram study or any other psychological experiment. There are several important differences between the Holocaust and the circumstances of the Milgram study, and the evidence confirms the crucial importance of these discrepancies. First, Milgram's subjects were assured by the authority figure conducting the experiment that no permanent physical damage would result from their actions. The perpetrators of genocide had no such assurance and knew that they were destroying human life. Second, many of the perpetrators of the Holocaust did not kill simply as a result of obedience, but acted with anti-Jewish fervor. Milgram's subjects not only had no hostile feelings toward their victims, but probably were strongly opposed to harming them. Finally, Milgram's subjects exhibited anguish and conflict while administering dangerous electric shocks. Many of the killers of the Holocaust, by contrast, acted with conviction, cruelty, and sadism. 20. In all, then, both the laboratory setting and the historical facts of the Holocaust raise serious doubts about the relevance of the Milgram experiment. It fails to explain the many hate-driven cruelties that characterized the mass murder of the Jews. 21. There is no reason to believe that any participants in the Milgram study would have stood at an execution pit in the east and shot naked men, women, and children, or dropped pellets of poison into the gas chambers. Milgram draws our attention to the social and situational pressures that can lead ordinary people to commit extraordinary evil. 22. However, most individuals are not potential genocidal perpetrators, and the worst that can occur, fortunately, does not happen very often. The horrors of the Holocaust took place not because of the psychological dispositions of those who engaged in it, but because the Nazi state put at the disposal of its followers means of violence beyond the reach of other people, ordinary or not. 23. Other psychological experiments fail similarly to prove man's inevitable predilection for evil. The social psychologist Philip Zimbardo divided a group of volunteers into guards and prisoners and put them into a mocked-up prison wing. The guards were instructed to serve meals and ensure an orderly routine, but otherwise were free to act as they chose. As it turned out, many soon began to tyrannize the prisoners. Some of their victims, too, changed their behavior and abandoned all solidarity with each other. The experiment, planned for 2 weeks, had to be halted after only 7 days because of the sadistic conduct of some of the guards and the occurrence of depression and other disturbances among the prisoners. Zimbardo noted how easy it was for normal people to behave sadistically when put into an appropriate environment. 24. And the experiment certainly demonstrates how being in a certain situation influences persons to adjust their conduct. People indeed often do evil because of where they are, and not who they are. 25. Yet the circumstances of the study could not explain why not all of the subjects behaved in unexpected ways. As with the Milgram study, the artificial conditions of the Zimbardo experiment pose another problem. The subjects of the experiment knew that they were participating in a game and that things would not be allowed to get out of hand. The many different elements that made up the complex events of the Holocaust cannot be replicated in an experiment. The gap between the laboratory and real life is just too large to bridge. 26. Bearing in mind the inherent limits of experimental studies, social psychology can nevertheless contribute to our understanding of the dynamics of participation in the Holocaust. A large body of evidence based on observation and controlled studies shows that situational elements exert a powerful influence on human behavior. For example, the experiments conducted by Solomon Asch at Swarthmore College in the 1950s demonstrated the powerful human tendency to conform. Some of these factors, as Christopher Browning has shown, were at work in Reserve Police Battalion 101. Members of the battalion who had doubts about killing defenseless human beings took solace in the fact that others seemed to have no problem in carrying out these murders. At least initially, almost all of the men were horrified and disgusted by what they were doing. But for the great majority, to break ranks and adopt overtly nonconformist behavior was simply unimaginable. It was easier for them to shoot. 27. To refuse participation amounted to leaving the unpleasant assignment of murder to one's comrades, and that meant being seen as abandoning the solidarity and equal acceptance of burdens expected of all members of the unit. 28. Moreover, being in a group diffuses responsibility. Groups suppress dissent and provide a dominant moral authority that shields the individual. Comradeship in the East operated as a lubricant for the machinery of destruction and as relief from the burden of guilt. It meant joining in whatever the group deemed to be right and appropriate. 29 group members, it has been pointed out, may become capable of conduct of which they are incapable individually. 30 individually. 30 identification with a group also increases a judgmental attitude toward outsiders, which in extreme cases can lead to dehumanizing the other. For many men of Police Battalion 101, Browning writes, the Jews stood outside their circle of human obligation and responsibility. They were the enemy, and the commander of the battalion appealed to this notion of the dangerous Jew when he explained to his men why it was necessary to kill women and children. 31 Nazi propaganda regularly denounced Jews as parasites, vermin, and a plague, and this dehumanization made it easier for their killers. The dehumanized victim is deprived of his human status and is no longer perceived as a feeling or suffering person. Dehumanization creates psychological distance between the perpetrator and the evil doing. The victim becomes expendable. Dehumanization also implies that the victims deserve such extreme measures as death. When they are depicted as demons or other threatening types, whatever is done to them is justified. Seen against an imagined deadly menace, deportation and mass murder could become preemptive self-defense. 32. The best way of protecting us from the effect of witnessing the pain and suffering of others is to convince ourselves that the victims must have done something to bring it on themselves. 33. Still another psychological mechanism that influenced the conduct of the men of Police Battalion 101 was the fact that they acted on the orders of their superiors. Following orders strengthened the tendency to conform to the behavior of one's comrades. 34. When commanded to perform a certain act, the individual does not see himself as personally responsible. 35. The existence of superior orders becomes one of many possible rationalizations that help a perpetrator to reconcile killing with his other values. 36. And then there was the effect of cumulative killing. The violent milieu in which these men lived could not but have a brutalizing effect. As in combat, observes Browning, the horrors of the initial encounter eventually become routine and the killing becomes progressively easier. Habituation played its part. Like much else, killing was something one could get used to. 37 actions that are routine no longer invite moral deliberation. Killing is seen as part of one's normal job, all in a day's work. Normal inhibitions against violence weaken, helped along by euphemisms like Sonderbehandlung, special treatment, that hide the true meaning of murder. 38. As helpful as these psychological insights are, it must be remembered that situational factors no more than genes dictate or determine behavior. Different individuals react differently in identical circumstances. People sometimes do evil in the absence of specific external influences, and they sometimes refrain from doing evil when such influences are present. 39. As we have seen, even in the horrible circumstances of the killing units and death factories, there were those who refused to take life. The social context in which people live leaves them with a margin of discretion, within which perpetrators could exercise freedom of choice. These margins are expanded in the case of people who have a high degree of moral and social intelligence. 40. All this reminds us that the explanation of why some men succumb to outside pressures and others resist them successfully is highly complex. It should make us suspicious of monocausal constructs that simplify the human condition. The answer we seek can be found only in the interaction of many different factors. From early on, anti-Semitism was a major component of Nazi ideology. For tactical reasons, Hitler at times would change the severity of his anti-Jewish measures, but the strength of his hatred of Jews was never in doubt. When Hitler took power on January 30, 1933, a Germany without Jews became state policy. Those anti-Semites who during the days of the Weimar Republic may have hesitated to vent their hostile feelings toward the Jews publicly now felt free to do so. At that point in time, nobody yet envisioned mobile killing units or gas chambers. Yet from the moment that a world without Jews was contemplated as a reality, a decisive break with the most basic values of Western civilization had taken place. 41. Prior to 1933, the Germans arguably were among the least anti-Semitic people in Europe, though hostility to the Jews had existed for centuries. Christian anti-Judaism, it is generally recognized, provided a reservoir of loathing and contempt that facilitated the emergence of racial anti-Semitism during the 19th century. The demonological view of the Jews inherited from Christian theology easily merged with the new secular anti-Jewish sentiments. The New Testament mixed, however grotesquely, with Aryan myths and a Darwinian view of history in which the strongest were destined to win, by eliminating the inferior and impure. During the Weimar Republic, many Germans resented the Jews as economic rivals, be they doctors, lawyers, shopkeepers, or tradesmen. The Nazis knew how to tap into and encourage this animosity. 42. What had long been latent was now allowed to emerge into the open. The appeal from above, writes the German Holocaust survivor Ralph Giordano, met its counterpart from below. 43. The first anti-Jewish measures taken by the new government, Jewish civil servants and university professors lost their jobs, and Jewish businesses were boycotted, appeared to be not very drastic and dangerous. But along with these official actions, there began a steady drumbeat of hatred calling for the elimination of the Jews from German society. Anyone who heard Nazi stormtroopers chanting in the streets, Juda verrecke, Jewry perish, and wenn das Judenblut vom Messer spritzt, dann geht's nochmal so gut. When Jewish blood spurts from the knife, then all goes doubly well, should have realized that worse was to come. The Nazi hate rag Der Stürmer had at its height a circulation of 1.5 million readers, and it was posted in public places all over Germany. When this odious publication pronounced with every issue, Die Juden sind unser Unglück, the Jews are our misfortune, it should have been clear that the Nazis saw no place for Jews in German society. The Entscheidung, de-Jewification of Germany was seen as the precondition and basis of a racially homogeneous Volksgemeinschaft, people's community, limited to the Aryans. The Nazis had created a culture that made it possible to imagine a Germany without Jews and Judaism, and from here it was but a short step to the determination that the Jews had no place among human beings altogether and must be physically destroyed. 44. When specific anti-Jewish policies such as boycott, deprivation of citizenship, Aryanization, and emigration failed to solve the Jewish problem, more extreme measures came to be adopted. 45. This onslaught on the Jews took place in full public view, but no social group in German society openly opposed it. The view that the Jews exerted undue influence on German society appears to have been widespread. For most Germans, anti-Semitism may have gone no further than the belief that German Jews were not really German and that a reduction of the Jewish influence was desirable. But even such muted prejudice was enough to let Germans react with indifference as their Jewish neighbors were persecuted in the 1930s and deported and murdered in the 1940s. 46. Neither the Nuremberg laws of 1935, which in effect reduced the Jews to pariah status, nor the forced Aryanization of Jewish businesses in late 1938 caused much of a reaction among the German public. 47. Not a few Germans privately found fault with the burning of the synagogues and the plundering of Jewish businesses during Kristallnacht of November 9, 1938. And yet, on that day, writes historian Alon Confino, one could imagine a German world in which Jews and Judaism were terminated by fire and violence. 48 nearly 100 Jews were murdered during the violence of the Night of Glass, but the police did not interfere with these killings. The highest party court ruled subsequently that the men who, acting without or against orders, had killed Jews had believed that they were serving the Führer and therefore were not to be expelled from the Nazi Party. 49. In his speech on January 30, 1939, Hitler told the German people that in the event that world Jewry were to succeed once again in plunging the world into war, the result would be not the victory of the Jews but their annihilation. Even though neither Hitler nor any of his entourage at this point had a specific plan for the achievement of annihilation, the Holocaust had become imaginable. When war broke out in 1939, a majority of Germans had come to accept the belief that the Jews constituted a problem that awaited a solution, and that the best solution would be the disappearance of the Jews from Germany. The barrage of Jew-baiting had left its imprint on popular attitudes. A careful study of German public opinion concludes that by this time, a majority of Germans had become hostile to the Jews. The Nazi policy succeeded because it was anchored in deeply rooted anti-Jewish sentiments which permeated all classes. Because most Germans did not reject the persecution of the Jews on grounds of principle, their potential resistance to the genocidal means that were being prepared was low. 50. In some places, German onlookers applauded the deportation of the Jews. In others, they voiced disquiet. But the most prevalent attitude was unconcern. Evidence from Jewish eyewitness accounts and recollections, as well as the reports of the security service about popular attitudes, showed that the most widespread posture among the German population was apathy and indifference regarding the treatment and fate of the Jews. The Jews were out of sight and out of mind. But as Hitler's biographer Ian Kershaw has pointed out, this was not a neutral stance. It was a deliberate turning away from any personal responsibility. 51. It left the Jews at the mercy of a state that had no mercy. The German people embraced an anti-Jewish posture without being terrorized or brainwashed. The very idea of brainwashing a nation of 60 million people is, of course, entirely implausible. The notion probably gained acceptance because it helped coping with the full enormity of the fact that so many atrocities had been committed by, and with the support of, so many Germans. 52. Hitler always asserted that in fighting the Jews, he was doing the work of God, and many Germans indeed came to see in Hitler a messianic figure. 53. He was regarded as the God-appointed savior who, by fighting a cosmic struggle against Jewish evil, would redeem Germany. Ian Kershaw has called the bond between Hitler and the German people an example of charismatic authority. Hitler was endowed with heroic qualities. His leadership offered the prospect of national salvation and redemption. 54. Faith in the Führer created a situation in which the state could mobilize the consciences of a broad cross-section of citizens in the service of a moral catastrophe. Hitler's role as the sole source of law and political legitimacy dissolved moral norms, as well as any doubt about the rightness of the orders for the murder of the Jews. 55. The German soldiers who invaded Soviet territory in June of 1941 were primed to kill unarmed Jewish men, women, and children. They had been prepared to embrace racial murder by a 6-year campaign of relentless vilification that had depicted the Jews as Germany's misfortune and as a dangerous bacillus that threatened mankind. The readiness of the Germans to expel Jews from their universe of moral obligation evolved as a result of knowledge disseminated by institutions they respected: churches, schools, universities, and the scientific establishment. 56 eminent theologians such as Ethelbert Stauffer and Gerhard Kittel argued that every good Christian had the duty to support the National Socialist anti-Jewish policies. After the violent events of Kristallnacht in 1938, the Protestant bishop Martin Sasse distributed a collection of Luther's anti-Semitic passages with the triumphant announcement, "On November 10th, the birthday of Luther, German synagogues are burning." 57. In a book published in 1937, The Jew as a Criminal, 2 criminologists argued that just like the spirochete bacteria that carries syphilis, so the Jews are the carriers of criminality in its political and apolitical form. The Jew, they wrote, is the embodiment of evil that rises against God and nature. 58. A few years later, in the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, the SS doctor Fritz Klein took this argument to its logical conclusion. Out of respect for human life, I would remove a purulent appendix from a deceased human body. For the same reason, the Jews, a purulent appendix in the body of Europe, had to be eradicated from the body of the continent. 59. German participants in the final solution could do their dirty work without being fanatic anti-Semitic ideologues, though many were certainly that and worse. Ideological commitment varied, but the great majority of Germans had arrived at the conviction that the Jews were a menace that had to be countered. This view was part of a frame of reference that steered their perceptions and through which they interpreted the events they witnessed. This frame of reference at times made them criticize the way mass murder was taking place, but not the fact that it was happening. 60 years of anti-Semitic agitation had lowered the barriers to murder. 61. Most of the men serving in the East had internalized the Nazi morality that allowed the killing of racially inferior and subhuman individuals. They did not perceive the killing operations as atrocities, but as necessary brutal tactics against people who had been officially designated as Germany's dangerous enemy. 62. The starved Jews they encountered fit the image of Nazi propaganda. Equating Jews with Bolsheviks and partisans further facilitated their readiness to kill. A former member of a police battalion recalled in 1961 that at the time he fully believed the propaganda that declared the Jews to be criminal and subhuman. The thought that one should oppose or evade the order to take part in the extermination of Jews never entered my head. 63. Anti-Semitism can lead to pogroms, but in order to carry out mass murder on the gigantic scale of the final solution, the directing hand of the state was necessary. The Nazi regime provided this organization with deadly efficiency. The Nazis hunted down their victims over an entire continent with a persistence and fanaticism that has few parallels. During the 1980s, conservative German historians such as Andreas Hillgruber proposed that the Holocaust be treated not like a singular event, but as normal history. 64. The debate about this issue became known as the Historikerstreit, the historians' dispute, and those who shared Hillgruber's position talked of the need to historicize the Holocaust. But while the attempted destruction of the Jewish people was carried out by generally normal individuals, it was anything but normal history. The Holocaust was unprecedented because never before had a state undertaken to kill all members of a group, man, woman, and child, and hunt them down over an entire continent. In contrast to mass killings in earlier centuries, Nazi genocide was genocide with an ideological purpose. It served no pragmatic interests. The Holocaust evolved as part of the Nazis' vision of building a racially pure Aryan world in which the Jew had no place. 65 members of the SS, at all levels of this organization, were deeply involved in carrying out what the regime called the final solution of the Jewish question. The way in which these men rationalized the program of mass murder, their moral compass, was shared by other perpetrators of the Holocaust. Membership in the SS involved a way of life. The SS had its own worldview and system of values, a mixture of nationalism, racism, and a cult of youth and manliness. Considered an elite force, service in the SS afforded prestige. Himmler called the SS a knighthood, a new nobility. 66. We were the best and the toughest, Johannes Hassebrock, one of the commandants of the concentration camp Gross Rosen, declared after the war, still very proud. 67 others have called the SS the model citizens of a murderous regime, 68 with unconditional obedience being one of the most important virtues. 69. The oath of the SS declared, I pledge to you, Adolf Hitler, Führer and Chancellor of the Reich, my loyalty and bravery. I will obey you and those whom you have designated as my superiors until the death, so help me God. 70. A handbook of conduct expected from the SS man put it as follows. Obedience is based on the conviction that the National Socialist ideology will rule supreme. 71. The Nazi regime organized ideological indoctrination at all levels of society, and especially for those serving in the security services and the armed forces. A publication issued for the SS in 1943, entitled Der Untermensch, the Subhuman, characterized the Soviet people, and the Jews among them, as being on a level below animals. Pictures, allegedly taken in the occupied Eastern territories, showed monstrous-looking persons clad in rags and contrasted these to beautiful Aryan types. 72. It is difficult to know how effective this propaganda was, It may simply have strengthened already existing prejudice. Whatever the answer, it is clear that this indoctrination confirmed the hostility toward Jews and thus contributed to the readiness to murder them. It expanded the boundaries of acceptable and desirable behavior, and it weakened traditional views of right and wrong. 73. Not surprisingly, Himmler repeatedly called for a strengthening of ideological instruction. 74. The Jewish question was at the center of this schooling, and as the final solution unfolded, the destructive aim of this undertaking was acknowledged more and more openly. A police publication for ideological instruction issued in December 1941 stated, "What even 2 years ago appeared to be impossible is now being realized step by step. At the end of the war, Europe will be free of Jews." 75. Increasingly, Nazi rhetoric at the highest levels included references to the destruction of the Jews that was underway and praised it as an all-important historic deed, a cleansing operation against evil. In a message read at a ceremony marking the anniversary of the founding of the Nazi Party on February 24, 1942, Hitler declared, "My prophecy will be fulfilled, that in this war it is not the Aryans who will be exterminated, but the Jew who will be eradicated. Whatever the battle will bring, or however long it may last, this will be the ultimate legacy of this war. And then finally, after the elimination of these parasites, a long-suffering world will experience a long period of brotherhood among nations and true peace." 76. And in an editorial for the Nazi weekly Der Angriff, published on February 23, 1943, Robert Ley, the head of the Nazi labor organization, wrote, "Finally, the Jew has been selected to be exterminated for his scandalous misdeeds and crimes. We Germans have been assigned by destiny to carry out this verdict of providence." 77. Himmler expressed a similar sentiment in a speech to a group of SS officers in Poznan, occupied Poland, on October 4, 1943. "In our history, this, the extermination of the Jews, is an unwritten and never-to-be-written page of glory." 78. And yet the fact that Himmler referred to the murder of the Jews as an unwritten and never-to-be-written series of events indicated that the organizer of the final solution was unwilling to allow the massacres to be openly acknowledged. While Hitler too repeatedly spoke abstractly of extermination, the fate of the Jews was not an acceptable topic of conversation in his headquarters. 79. Their reluctance to confront the reality of the mass murders, Confino suggests, would seem to indicate that Hitler and Himmler had a sense of transgression. Both avoided describing what really happened not only to others but also to themselves, because they sensed that they were breaking a taboo. 80. In his diary entry for March 27, 1942, Goebbels speaks of the extermination of the Jews as a barbaric undertaking that need not be described more fully. 81. At the onset of Operation Reinhardt in 1942, Himmler reportedly invoked the need for superhuman acts of inhumanity. 82. As one SS officer is said to have stated, "While on duty I am a swine, and I am almost always on duty." 83. As much as the Nazi regime sought to achieve a total transformation of values, it never succeeded in fully achieving this goal. Even Hitler and the members of his immediate entourage probably knew deep down that they were doing wrong. 84. The moral unease experienced by these leaders is reflected in the euphemisms they employed in describing the horrors of the mass murders. It began with terms like Sonderbehandlung, special treatment, Endlösung, final solution, and Umsiedlung, resettlement. But even this terminology came to be considered too concrete. For a statistical report about the final solution composed on April 4, 1943, Himmler gave orders that the destruction of the Jews was nowhere to be described as Sonderbehandlung der Juden. Instead, the annihilation was to be referred to as transportation of Jews in the eastern provinces to the Russian East and as guiding through. The concern with regulating language is further evidence of the survival of old standards of morality that made it unacceptable to call things by their real names. 85. Himmler's repeated insistence that the extermination of the Jews be carried out in an orderly fashion and that the executioners stay decent is another indication that the leader of the SS never fully abandoned the values of his upbringing. We find it impossible to link decency and wholesale murder, but the very fact that Himmler used a word like decency, a term belonging to the moral language of his past, is what is significant here. In an order issued on December 12, 1941, Himmler imposed upon his subordinates the sacred duty personally to make sure that none of our men who have to carry out this difficult duty, to kill the Jews, is brutalized or suffers damage to his spirit or character. 86. A guide for the ideological education of the SS and police, designed to delineate the moral code of that black-clothed elite, invoked values such as cleanliness and chivalry. 87. At the same time, the context of these exhortations made it clear that members of foreign races were excluded from this moral universe and the reach of human solidarity. There was no need to treat the Jews as human, and indeed it would be outright wrong. The killing of the Jews was not seen as murder. In the light of the new morality, it was a moral duty. The importance of this conceptual link is crucial. Without such a moral underpinning, the mass murder would have been impossible. 88. The strong hold that hatred of the Jews had on the mentality of the SS is shown by the fact that even after Himmler in 1945 had ordered an end to the killing of Jews, it continued during the death marches to which the inmates of the camps were subjected in the spring of 1945. In several semi-public speeches, Himmler acknowledged that the killing his men had to carry out was indeed terrible, but that it needed to be done without personal enrichment. On February 29, 1940, Himmler spoke to Gauleiters, the leaders of Nazi party districts, and other party functionaries, and defended the killing of the Polish intelligentsia. The executions, he declared, were terrible. It is an awful and hideous experience for a German to have to be present at this horror. This is so, and if it were otherwise, we would no longer be German or Germanic. 89. On October 4, 1943, at Poznan, Himmler again addressed high-ranking SS officers on the subject of the massacres. The evacuation and extermination of the Jewish people is a difficult subject, Himmler declared, about which we do not speak in public. Most of you will know what it means when 100 bodies lie together, when 500 are there, or when there are 1,000. To have seen this through and with the exception of human weakness, to have remained decent has made us hard. We have taken the riches of the Jews, Himmler continued, and have delivered it to the state treasury. However, we have taken nothing from them for ourselves. A few who have offended against this will be judged in according with an order that I gave at the beginning. He who takes one mark of this is a dead man. We have the moral right, we have the duty to do it, to kill this people who would kill us. We, however, do not have the right to enrich ourselves with even one fur, with one mark, with one cigarette, with one watch, with anything. We have carried out this most difficult task for the love of our people, and we have suffered no defect within ourselves or in our character. 90. Himmler's notion that it was possible to engage in wholesale murder and remain decent was of course a fiction. Everything we know about the implementation of the final solution makes it clear that the Holocaust included barbaric orgies of violence and gratuitous cruelty aplenty. Wanton anti-Jewish brutality was an inevitable accompaniment of the campaign of murder against the Jews. The Nazi leadership motivated the killers by branding the Jews as subhuman parasites and threats to the very survival of the German people. Whatever Himmler's personal preference may have been, given this virulent campaign of hate, it was impossible to execute the final solution in an orderly fashion. In an organization set up for mass murder, there was no chance to prevent arbitrary murder. According to Himmler, one could murder thousands of Jews and yet remain a decent German. At the same time, neither Himmler nor his followers fully believed in this maxim, and they engaged in various verbal subterfuges to quiet a conscience that they were never able to silence completely. The Jews in the East were fair game, yet killers of Jews could run into trouble if their debauched actions became too public. The public exposure of the murder of Jews, not the act itself, led to a prison term for Max Taubner, the commander of a technical supply unit with the 1st SS Infantry Brigade in Ukraine. Taubner had joined the SS in January 1933 and volunteered for the Waffen-SS a few days before the invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941. A German court in 1973 characterized him as a fanatic enemy of Jews. 91. After the start of the war in the East, Taubner let it be known that he would finish off 20,000 Jews if at all possible. But much to his disappointment, the auxiliary unit he headed had hardly any contact with Jews. Taubner thereupon developed his own game plan for murdering the hated opponent. When Taubner's unit reached the town of Zwiehel, Novograd-Volhynsky, west of Kiev, most of the Jewish inhabitants had already been murdered by EGC on September 12, 1941, or during subsequent cleansing operations. However, some 300 had been incarcerated by a local Ukrainian militia and were being kept in an improvised prison close to town. Taubner marched his men to the prison and had the 319 Jewish inmates shot at an execution pit. Taubner's unit arrived in Skolochawo on October 17th, where they shot 191 Jews of all ages. On Taubner's orders, one of the SS men took pictures of the shooting. Later that month, because of heavy rainfall, Taubner's unit was stuck in the small town of Alexandria, northeast of Kirovograd, for a few weeks. To pass the time, Taubner's unit shot all the Jews they could find, a total of 459. Taubner and some of his men also brutalized their victims before killing them. The SS court that eventually tried Taubner described these deeds. Jews, who had been ordered to saw wood in the yard of the quarters, were beaten on the pretext that they did not work in an orderly manner. On this occasion, they were also hit with spades. One of the SS men induced the Jews to beat each other to death by promising that the survivor would not be shot. The Jews did in fact knock each other down, even though they did not kill each other. Taubner joined in the beatings and also hit Jewish women with a whip. On one occasion, a couple of Jews were ordered to tear down a wooden shed. It was arranged so that the shed collapsed on top of them, burying them under the debris. One night, when Taubner's men had been feasting, he invited them to go with him to the basement, where some 20 Jewish prisoners, including women and elderly men, were being held. Taubner beat the terrified prisoners with a wooden club until 2 of the victims were dead. Several others were left wounded. A few days later, he had a group of 10 to 15 orphaned children executed together with the elderly nurse caring for them. An SS man grabbed the children by the hair, lifted them up one by one, shot them through the back of the head, and then tossed them into the grave. All of the killings were photographed and duly noted in the unit's logbook. 92. It was the documentation of his actions that led to Taubner's downfall. After his unit had been recalled from Ukraine and reassigned to East Prussia, the enthusiastic Jew hater began to boast of his deeds and show off the pictures he had ordered to be taken. Prevailing regulations prohibited such photography, and he and 4 of his men were arrested. Since October 17, 1939, members of the SS and police had been subject to special courts, with Himmler the chief legal authority. 93. On Himmler's orders, the proceedings against Taubner's accomplices were dropped in late 1942, and Taubner's own case was referred to the Supreme SS Court, Hauptamt SS Gericht, in Munich. Here he faced charges not for murder, but only for breach of troop discipline. The verdict of the SS Court of May 24, 1943 noted, "The defendant should not be punished for the actions against the Jews as such. The Jews must be exterminated. There is no loss in any of the killed Jews." Even though the defendant should have recognized that the extermination of the Jews is the task of commandos especially set up for this purpose, it should be assumed in his favor that he may have considered himself authorized to participate in the extermination of the Jews himself. The driving motivation of the defendant has been genuine hatred of Jews, 94. The court indicated that Taubner had to be punished not for the killings themselves, but for the manner in which the executions had been carried out. The conduct of the defendant, the Munich SS court declared, is in the highest degree unworthy of an honor-loving and decent German man, the court explained. It is not the German way to apply Bolshevist methods during the necessary extermination of the worst enemy of our people. The action of the defendant borders on such methods. The defendant allowed the men under his command to become brutalized so that they conducted themselves like a savage horde. The defendant has endangered the discipline among his men in the worst imaginable way. Even though the defendant has taken care of his men in every other way, by this conduct he has grossly failed his supervisory duties, among which, according to SS guidelines, is not to let his men degenerate morally. 95. In the eyes of his judges, Taubner suffered from severe character defects. He had ordered pictures be taken of images conveying the most evil excesses, and he had shown these pictures to his wife and acquaintances. Illustrative of his degeneracy was the fact that the defendant showed himself particularly pleased with a picture that showed a Jewish woman largely naked. All this also represented a serious breach of security. How easy would it have been for these pictures to pass from southern Germany through Switzerland into the hands of enemy propaganda. For the various offences he had committed, Taubner was sentenced to 10 years' imprisonment, expelled from the SS, and declared unfit for military duty. The disgraced SS man served only a little more than a year in the penitentiary before he was pardoned by Himmler in January 1945.96. But when prosecutors in the early 1970s sought to try Taubner for the numerous murders he had committed, a district court rebuffed them on the grounds that such a prosecution would constitute double jeopardy. 97. The verdict of the SS court was based on a legal principle Himmler had established in a similar case on October 26, 1942, to wit, in instances of unauthorized shootings of Jews, the decisive question was the motive. No punishment was to be imposed for politically motivated killings unless the maintenance of military discipline was at stake, or it was a case of selfish or sadistic or sexual motives. 98. A person involved in such crimes, as the SS judge Konrad Morgan put it, manifests by his act severe character flaws that make him intolerable to the German Volksgemeinschaft, people's community. 99. And yet what Taubner and his men had done was not all that unusual. We know that the treatment of Jews before they were shot was nearly always incredibly brutal and cruel. With alcohol flowing freely, troop discipline too was usually extremely loose. It would appear that Taubner had had the bad luck of being caught for taking pictures and showing these pictures to a large number of individuals. He had caused a scandal, and that was his real offense. Neither Himmler nor any of his underlings cared one whit about the killing of the Jews, no matter how dreadful the circumstances. Neither were they excessively concerned about military discipline as long as the business of murdering the Jews was attended to more or less efficiently. What was unacceptable was to have these proceedings documented in photographs and circulated freely. We know that many other soldiers violated the prohibition of taking pictures of executions. The Red Army found thousands of images of such killings in the pockets of German prisoners. 100, however, these photos for the most part stayed in the families. Moreover, they generally did not portray brutal excesses of the kind committed by Taubner. During the course of the war, SS and police courts several times tried and convicted members of the SS who had killed Jews without orders. In the fall of 1944, Maximilian Grabner, the head of the Gestapo in Auschwitz, was charged with arbitrarily killing prisoners, but his trial was adjourned and never resumed. 101. It would seem that Himmler did not really care about the brutalities that almost always accompanied the killing of Jews, as long as these atrocities did not endanger the orderly progress of the final solution and did not lead to unwelcome publicity. Even in these cases, Himmler usually pardoned the offenders, for he was willing to accept that they had acted in the right spirit. 102 Taubner, for example, who had been sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, served little more than 1 year of his sentence. In other words, and not surprisingly, the jurisprudence of the SS served not the protection of innocent human life and the punishment of those who violated this elementary human value, but rather the maintenance of order and discipline in an organization of murderers. Despite Himmler's warning of the severe punishment awaiting those who stole Jewish property and valuables, thievery was rampant. It included the simple grunt who grabbed the fur-lined boots of a Jewish victim, as well as SS officers who shipped home entire suitcases of stolen Jewish jewelry and gold. 80% of all cases tried and 25% of all convictions handed down by SS courts in 1943 involved property delicts. The seriousness with which the leadership of the SS regarded violations of the norms of this elite formation is shown by the fact that between 1939 and 1944 there were 1,001 implemented death sentences. 103. Among those executed for property crimes was Karl Otto Koch, the commandant of Buchenwald, where an extensive system of graft had been in operation. 104. The former Buchenwald inmate Eugen Kogon speaks of an abscess on the rotten body that finally burst open. 105. After Oswald Pohl had become head of the new Economic and Administrative Main Office of the SS in February 1942, he removed 1/3 of the concentration camp commandants for corruption. 106. In the fall of 1944, the post office discovered an overweight package containing dental gold from Auschwitz, and Himmler ordered a special commission to investigate the practices of the SS guards at Auschwitz. The commission was headed by the SS judge Konrad Morgan, who had been dealing with corruption in the ranks of the SS since early 1942. Morgan searched the rooms and lockers of the rank-and-file guards and found heaps of stolen gold and jewelry. More than 20 SS men were turned over to the SS courts. He was not allowed to search the dwellings of the higher officers. 107, moreover, when Morgan began to look into the source of the pilfered gold and into allegations of excessive brutality, his investigation was blocked. From the very beginning, Heydrich and Himmler had reserved for themselves control over the proceedings of the SS and police courts. They could remove unsuitable judges, reduce sentences, and stop investigations altogether. This is what happened here. As Morgan testified at the post-war Auschwitz trial, it was not possible for me to press charges against people who had carried out the orders of my superiors, for example, the executions that had been ordered by Reichsführer Himmler. 108, another member of the Special Auschwitz Commission, the SS judge Gerhard Wiebeck, told the Auschwitz court that the investigation of general killing was not authorized. I heard that the extermination of the Jews had been verbally ordered by Hitler. 109, the Himmler wanted his elite to remain decent. The fact that there existed a huge gap between the Reichsführer's expectations and the actual conduct of his men, whether in regard to the gratuitous brutalities of the mass killings or the greedy pilfering of Jewish property, is another reason why the conduct of the perpetrators cannot be explained solely on the basis of ideological elements, including anti-Semitism. The desire for personal enrichment and the satisfaction of violent cravings were omnipresent elements of the Holocaust. At the same time, anti-Semitism, the result of years of propaganda and indoctrination, served as the underlying belief system of the final solution and as a convenient rationalization. In the eyes of most perpetrators, helping solve the Jewish problem justified whatever they were doing and provided a general absolution. 110. However, one may wish to draw the line of active participation, wrote Raoul Hilberg, the Dean of Holocaust Research. The machinery of destruction was a remarkable cross-section of the German population. Every profession, every skill, and every social status was represented in it. 111. The actual perpetrators acted out of a variety of motives. Some were convinced haters of Jews, while others killed out of a sense of duty to advance their career because they followed orders or because they wanted to conform to the group. There was no uniform Nazi perpetrator type. The majority of the killers were not sadists, though some types of individuals probably were more readily recruited into the routine of murder. Leadership was an important factor. Units led by particularly brutal men became particularly brutal. 112. Time and again, the scope and speed of the mass killing, and thus the fate of tens of thousands of human beings, depended on the energy with which leading and even subordinate commanders pursued the murder of the Jews. 113. Finally, in addition to dispositional elements, we must reckon with situational factors. The Holocaust took place as part of a war of extermination in the East, for which Hitler had suspended the conventions of humanitarian law. At least 2 million Russian prisoners of war were left to die of starvation in a conflict that lowered the value of human life generally. None of these factors creates causality or dictates a person's behavior. They tell us how we are likely to act, not the way we must act. Or, as the language of science puts it, the prediction is probabilistic rather than deterministic. Human beings are not Pavlovian dogs who react with conditional reflexes to stimuli. They are not captives of either psychic forces or outside circumstances. Even in collective crimes like the Holocaust, there exists an individual dimension that will determine the degree of entanglement in evil. Whatever human beings do, they can always act differently, even if people's perceptions and actions are affected by social, cultural, and biological circumstances. Human beings at all times enjoy freedom of action. 114. Depending on their particular personalities, humans react differently to diverse external pressures. They are influenced but not coerced by them. 115. There remains an element of personal agency. What we have learned of the biographical background of the perpetrators and their subsequent conduct confirms that at several different stages in their life, they had to decide on a course of action. At the time, they may not have been aware that they had a moral decision to make, but whether they knew it or not, they did make a choice. Most of them became executioners, and that is the truth with which they had to live for the rest of their lives. 116. After the war had ended, the ordinary Germans who had committed these deeds returned to their families and resumed their normal lives. Whether they were tried and punished for their crimes, or, as happened more frequently, they escaped unscathed, it is clear that wholesale murder necessarily left the killers with a serious taint on their character. We do not expect the average person to commit suicide in order to maintain his personal integrity. But even in the worst corners of the Nazi system, there existed the possibility of avoiding the extraordinary evil ordered from above. The fact that so few availed themselves of this possibility remains an ineradicable blot on an entire German generation and a cross that their descendants continue to bear.